not the bad stuff. In any case, though, folks, guys, real quick before we go jump into anything, Waylay.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how it emerges and if it will be possible for Jet to be replaced, especially now that Ascent is back. We also saw some changes there. And
I don't know what you're talking about. Hannah didn't mention anything.
Oh, yeah, and definitely some players that were very good, I believe, last year with the Neon and whatnot. Like, for example, I'm thinking of Miniboo that didn't have a good start in EMEA this year. I think that that could be his saving grace.
Good to see another agent with really high skill ceiling, a lot of room to play with the micro on that. Super excited to see more and more pros get their hands on it.
Yeah, that's just going to be another agent that I won't be able to play because I'm trash. So we're going to have to Boomer Stone for me, baby. But hey, look at this. T1, well, they made it here with one hell of a lower bracket run. Taking down Vitality and EDG along the way. This squad, Mimi, has looked incredible despite the fact that no one thought they would be in this position to begin with.
Most people had this team ranked dead last. No one gave them really a chance heading into this event, the second seed from Pacific, but they have been so good throughout this tournament and have come into their own in the playoffs, playing a unique style with the double duelists, finding form for individual players, and now for the organization, making their first global final in VALORANT.
Absolutely, and they've played so much. The road to get in here has been so difficult, and throughout the way, they've been taking down the Titans from every single region, but today is the final boss for them.
It truly is, but it's also a big demon for these two guys to overcome in Buzz and Stacks. These are two players that have a massive milestone opportunity ahead of them here, Mimi, because they could hoist that trophy, something they have not been able to do.
They've already made history making a finals. Their previous was top 3, but they always fell short with DRX. Missed out when the first Asian team lifted a trophy last year. It was another Korean squad, Gen G. But now they're here with a new jersey on after a very long career in VALORANT with a chance to make history for themselves and win their first ever trophy.
And when we speak about Buzz and Stacks, we're reminiscent of like the good old days when everything was still up for grabs and we were still trying to determine which was going to be the region on top. But for them too specifically, the last time that they won a grand final was even before we started this whole partnership era. So it could be so different today.
All right, but then over on the other side, you got G2. They're looking to make history here as this is their first global final and they could be the first Ascension team to win a global title. I'm a big fan of G2. I've always been a fan of this squad. And Kukuka, this is a massive opportunity for this team and organization.
Absolutely. For them, as we're saying, winning to Ascension, demonstrating that this entire plan, this whole ecosystem can work, utilizing from the beginning of the year every single tool that they had. Last year was good, but what we're seeing this year, how they're ramping up, how Juggernaut is fitting so well onto the plans, is really good to see how well the system works.
The journey for this team is so cool. It was just 3 years ago that 3 of these players came to a Masters 1 as the guard. They bombed out there, but since then, they stuck together after having offers to go into Tier 1. They played that extra year of Tier 2, earned their spot in the Americas League, and now have earned their spot in their first ever global finals. No matter what happens today, it's going to be a new squad lifting a trophy. It's going to be new players earning the accolade for the first time, and it's got to feel so good for G2 to have done that together after all this journey that they've been on.
Yeah, what an incredible story both teams have undergone to reach this moment here. And folks, no matter what happens, history will be made on that very stage today. It's G2 versus T1, a best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Bangkok Grand Finals starts right now.
G2 on the verge. Fallon takes away nobody at all on G2 now. And the time is singing the tune of G2 right now. And he knows it. Time to face the music. Time.
The core team of me, Valen, and Trent, our goals have always been aligned since the very beginning, all those years ago.
The Guard, literally our youngest average team.
And we unfortunately say goodbye to the Guard. Didn't feel like we saw much at all.
We've always had what it takes to win.
The Guard, you're Ascension champions in the Americas region.
But VALORANT, can't be a perfect game.
And the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
G2, the Ascension Dreamers, reaching new heights, locking in the grand finals.
Having the opportunity to stick together through this whole time and finally bring home a trophy would just mean everything to me.
이 순간을 제가 항상 꿈꿔왔는데
For Stax, somebody who was absent for so very long from the global stage.
Stax has to stand and accept his fate.
이 순간에 이제 오면은 항상 어떨까라는 생각도 많이 해왔었고
For DRX, their era of dominance, that has long since ended.
DRX에서는 좋은 시간을 많이 보냈지만 그래도 만남이 있으면 이별이 있는 법이니까
DRX cut down.
A statement win, this T1 team, the Usurpers.
T1.
They smoke Vitality.
Who's the best team in Korea now? The wildest dreams coming true. T1 are going to the finals.
I'm proud of the boys for getting the win versus EDG, but now comes the bigger test.
인생을 살면서 가장 힘든 순간이 상대팀이 트로피를 들었을 때인데 트로피를 두 번 다시 놓치고 싶지 않습니다.
We both worked hard to get to the finals, but believe me, we worked harder.
저희 T1은 여기서도 역사를 써내려갈 것입니다. Will you? Let's see.
Sawasdee ผู้เล่น VALORANT ชาวไทยทุกท่านยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ Final Match Master Bangkok และนี่คือ 2 ทีมสุดท้าย ขอเสียงตบมือต้อนรับตัวแทนจากโซนแปซิฟิกทีวอนอีซูบอสและนี่คือคู่ต่อสู้ของพวกเขาตัวแทนจากโซนอเมริกา G2 เจ้าเกโมเทรนWarren Jonah P Lee Josh R.T.
It's time for the grand finals here in Bangkok, Thailand. G2 Esports, T1, two teams that fought tooth and nail to make it to this moment. And now it's an opportunity for either one of these teams to make history.
It absolutely is. G2, the first Ascension team to make a global final, a chance to win a trophy as well. And T1, they've been on a miracle run, but that means they're coming from the lower bracket and they're facing a two-ban advantage.
And there goes your series layout: Lotus, Haven, Abyss, and Split Pearl if necessary. Kakuka, what you make of this?
I make of this that I thought the G2 was going to be banning the Haven. They decide to go for no buy, giving T1, Lotus, and Haven the two maps with the three sites. Not only that, G2 has decided that we are going to start here on Lotus. This has to be a power move. They're not here to just win on the easy basis. They want to prove that they can outcome.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Both teams undefeated on that.
That they are, but with very different approaches.
Not T1.
Fair.
He was close, though.
Close.
Almost there, yes. But for T1, this map has looked so good. It is the ultimate way to see the style clash between these teams. The Breach, Teo, Yoru, the meta that G2 has been defining versus T1, playing the double duelist that no one else is really playing, but it's a meta they've defined for themselves and have made such good on this tournament thus far.
Exactly. The styles, as you're saying, Mimi, are very different. And if we look at the individuals, as also you were mentioning, Trent and Jonah B, the way that they combo everything, we've seen so many things. Right now, Trent is leading with 13 kills with those salvos. Very, very further away from even the second place, which would be nobody with 7. And with the little amount, well, compared to the rest of them, of rounds that he has played, it is amazing to see this kind of combination between the two.
A familiar spot for some of these players. For Meteor, his third Masters final he's made in a row. Austin, the last one, trying to make good on that here. Agent Select is no surprises. The ISO Rays facing up against the Yoru, Breach, Teo. And I think the biggest thing to watch out for is how both these teams are going to brawl for a lobby. G2 has a ton of util to overwhelm with their double initiator comp, but T1 with that ISO shield, combos with the undercut, they have ideas to fight for that space heavily as well.
You mentioned the ISO. I think of Meteor. He was in every single grand final of Masters that last year. And not only that, every single one of them went to the final map, went right to the final map to just get an answer on who was going to be the winner.
All right, folks, our teams are locked in, and it's time for the first pistol round of this grand final. And this is going to be one for the books. And we've got just the casters to tell this story, and I'm so glad I get to send it to them. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you, GB. What a road it is to get to this moment. Not for us, but for these two teams. T1, their first grand final as a franchise here at a global. G2, the same story coming in from that upper bracket.
And there's so many interesting storylines between both of these teams. They have so many players who have fought, who have clawed their way to finally get to the opportunity to lift a trophy. And this is a big moment. Both teams have one player who have actually lifted a trophy, so there is going to be a little bit of that experience on both sides. However, it all comes down to this: 5 maps potentially to see who is going to be your first Masters winner for 2025.
Barriers drop, G2 on the attack, on the prowl, pushing forward. Sylvan here at the ready, around the corner. The Paranoia going to be sent to fly. Blind, however, going to greet them there, but now the door opened up. The crunch coming in from T1. Meteor able to find a kill, gets a reset on the shield. Continues to push forward, ends up getting cut down, but Izu, the fadeaway, able to find 2. It suddenly gets left into a 1v1.
Buzz, early flank here. So much pressure. He was able to get on his horse. Is Leaf going to be ready for it? Using smoke to obscure himself. Seems to be somewhat aware.
Has to suss out a bunch of different angles here, but Widely looks to just try to stay tucked along the wall, but the timing there from Buzz. Leaf tries to get the flick, he cannot. T1 continuing to improve on their pistols, continuing to dominate in them. We'll find the first round here, the grand final.
Yeah, this is interesting from T1. They set up a crunch around Mound. The last time that G2 had a pistol against EDG here, they set up for a trap at Mound. This time T1 are going to be the ones to collapse through. Meteor pops the shield. Try to use that aftershock to block that angle, but can't quite get there. And a big swing in from Izu. Find a couple kills. And Buzz with that quick rotation, able to catch a timing against Leaf and get a crucial opening round win here for T1. G2 going to buy up on this eco right away. They're going right into those stingers to try to see if they could take the wind out of T1's pistol victory. A little bit of damage done here, but G2 being patient with that U-tilt. Desk was talking about it, something that T1 excels at is control this space.
T1 has to anticipate these stingers in play. Little bit of damage off the salvo there onto Sylvan. Tucks back behind Rebel once again. Viper wall falls, Buzz gonna be taken down, Sylvan only gonna be good for another, and here comes G2. Meteor on the floor, clear onto the stealth drone. Stacks gonna have to just try to backpedal. Still, it's quite a bit of damage. The flank being noted, being dominated. G2 on the force up, looking to just go ahead and immediately tie up this scoreline.
Completely catches T1 off guard there. See if Stacks can find any more.
And it's just gonna be clean. Cannot find another elimination. Jogamo, the only one taken down. Weapons scooped up. What a play call here from G2.
And this isn't something that they've done a lot during this tournament. They've generally kind of gone into the ecos and played them fairly straight. But this time around, it is all stingers, and it works a treat, and they are so clean with them. Almost as good as rifles, it feels like, in their hands. One of the calling cards of G2, and it comes into play, and it gets them a big round win early. And that's gonna swing the momentum their way as well as T1. One Sheriff for Meteor, the rest is classics. Izu forced back by some of those concusses. Just gonna willingly give up that space. Meteor trying to rotate in to help. Jog, such an annoying person to deal with on this map. The way he plays the Yoru is so unorthodox. He'll find those timings for TPs that just catch you completely off guard. He works off of the Viper smokes really well. This time around, though, just creating some attention, forcing the rotations out from T1.
Cam was getting checked for earlier on. Never were able to go ahead and clear this one out. Valen's still going to be tucked just around the corner here. At least see that there's no one playing around that mount side, so rotations beginning for T1. Sylvan going to be taken down, smattering of damage there on the Leaf. Stray shots in, and Buzz not quite getting tagged up there. Push in towards Tree, however. Now he's going to be taken down. Jogamo able to find that, and it's going to be a quick pivot cross over towards that C site. Meteor with a nice shot. Does get rid of Leaf, but now Izu getting ready to be overwhelmed as the salvos fly his way, trying to find a safe space. Just here on the corner. Push in and somehow wins out the fight versus Valen.
Time to jump.
Isn't quite ready here for Jaw, but
30 seconds left.
Meteor and Stacks just to try to see if they can deal a little bit of additional damage. Shock Dart goes flying through, push out, and Stacks getting a couple headshots across. See if they'll find a kill on the Jonah P. Meteor looking for a timing, swings the corner, gets a shot into the shoulder, but cannot find the kill. Jaw with the finisher will get G2 into the lead.
Well, for what it's worth, T1 does damage, but G2 here working the map really, really nicely. They start on the C side, they make a bunch of noise. That gets the rotations out of T1. They go over to A. It takes a little bit longer than they probably would have liked. They clear out Sylvan pretty effectively, but then they catch some of the players, or at least assume that some of the players go over to A side after the toxic screen goes up, but they're ready with the TP with Jog, with a couple players on the other side of the map. Rotate back over to C. Izu does a nice job holding on, finding a kill, but already G2 showing a lot of variation in how they're going to approach this attacker side compared to maybe some of what they've done earlier. A lot of times they're happy to brawl against EDG. They fought for A Rubble relentlessly.
Real buy around here. Already some damage sent out, Buzz. Bounce those paint shells forward. Pushed away, Jonah P. Moving forward, trying to fill that space. Buzz just going on the offensive, goes diving forward, but going to be met with a headshot. A solid shutdown. Where's the Armageddon going to be dodged out? The player advantage once more for G2 as they get the plant down on this B site. Shock darts flying, not finding much. Sylvan needing to be able to break through.
Напиши Кире, бля, в название забыл. Напиши в 6 показ нового агента.
Recon quickly cleared. No info gained here for the side of T1. Sylvan on the peak, able to find Jogamo. Still a player on the hard angle, and he's able to break through. Leaf taken down, swing on the corner, Valen trying to keep them in this as another round of salvos going to be sent out for Trent. A 1v3 just trying to play for time, gets a headshot on the Sylvan, on his Stacks! The tap for Meteor, the time dwindling, ticking, Trent playing it beautifully. He will fall, but the round is theirs. What a monstrous clutch!
Да нет, тут
G2
легко
in the
было.
lead. Oh my
А сколько на
goodness.
G2 было? Сколько на
Trent
G2
has
было на
been
вообще?
so good this event.
1,6
And a lot of the
где-то.
things I was thinking about with him isn't just his
Ну да,
individual
да, не
mechanics, it's the
говорите
way
жестко,
that him
да,
and
да,
Jonah
да.
P pair their utility. And this time
Пару
around, it's
слов,
the
да я сам
Armageddon
сегодня
there
смотрел.
that cuts off the rest of T1 from flooding in with Buzz. Buzz tries to get ahead of it, pays the price. Sylvan does a hell of a job to break through there. Great recognition of the angles of the close quarters fight that he was going to be in. But Trent spamming through the wall, finds two heads with the
Охуенно, выспался, я
Guardian.
пойду в 7 утра, блядь, лег.
T1 left stunned. A
Я
Guardian
просто
and a
не
Vandal
хотел
of their
спать
own, some
идти,
Sheriffs, so
пока
a
я не
little bit of a buy-up.
зарегаюсь на турик.
Jogamo gonna go on a walkabout.
Охуенно.
Not gonna see much until he gets to see.
Shifting over. Stealth drone as well there to just go ahead and further spot out easy. Rotations starting to come through as he applies the pressure. Cage is up, but ends up getting blinded. And Meteor's there for the catch. Maybe anticipating or just happening upon that gate crash. Either way, happy little accident there for him. Buzz with the showstopper. Able to find Valorant. Leaf quickly shuts him down. Meteor off screen, however, able to find Trent. And we go into a 4v2 as T1 off the back of the Red Bull clutch from G2.
Да я не знаю, не регал,
Pull off
блядь.
Thrifty. Meteor just here along the outskirts. Finds the first, finds the second. Instantaneous with the headshots. And with minor investments, T1 will answer back.
Man,
Второй,
Meteor's
там уже
all
далеко
over
не
the map
второй.
on this round. He finds where Jogamo is going to come out of the dimensional drift, clears the teleport even, throws the ult right before the showstopper comes out. And he's got the Tejo, he's got Trent locked in there. And he's able to work his way through the Viper smoke to find those fine 2 kills. And Stax is letting him know, good job. And that was just a
Да, это я
really
просто говорю,
proactive
что
round there by T1. Good reactions to some of that pressure that G2 was trying to create. Some big ultimates there being used on both
А
sides.
где чекнул, какой-то видос уже
Viper's
есть?
be there for Leaf if they can get there.
This gives them a big upper hand as far as the economy is concerned moving forward. G2 once again back to a couple stingers. Not the full.
Бля, вот кто постоянно
Send
сливает
across the
эту
team.
хуйню? А, там с новым героем шел матч.
Always have
Как
to put
хули
respect
нам
on
в
that
6
weapon,
можно тогда
but it's in these
показывать?
players'
Что
hands.
за хуйня?
Somehow, some way, they just managed to make it hit different.
Dude, it is unreal what they can do with stingers. It is so impressive, and it gives them so much versatility. I mean, one of the most impressive things about G2 is just the wide range of guns that they're able to employ. I mean, you think about Leaf with the Outlaw, the stingers across the board. They're great with sheriffs, they're great with rifles. They have so much that they
Ну, бля,
can bring
скучно,
at you,
сейчас
and
мне
they're
скучно
so aware
смотреть.
of negative space.
Иван,
One of
конечно,
the best
молодцы, но
things
G2
about
вряд
this
ли
team
осилят.
is just understanding when they've left
Да, вот
space
какие-нибудь
open. Just
детали
look at
помогли
Leaf right now.
разъебать.
He's double checking C. He's
Готов.
re-clearing Mound.
Хотя я посмотрел, как
Big
они,
shot from Buzz
блядь,
here to try to
доигрывали
delay. Swings
раунды.
onto the corner. It's good for 2. Trent, however, answering right back as Buzz and Sylvan will hit the floor.
Да, при чем тут ставка?
Gonna
Я
be a
бы уже
weapon,
то
2
въебал.
weapons, in fact, that can be picked up. It's a bit more even firepower for G2. They look to maintain this lead. Izu's still a world away, wary about that late lurk potentially there from Leaf, but he's here on the site. He's catching Stacks completely off guard.
3-0 на G2, не знаю. Есть шансы, но рисковая ставка.
Tucking back, swinging around over towards this drop side.
Иван все-таки хорошо играет тоже.
Slides down the ramp. Double face. Jonah P there to collect. Now everything on the shoulders of Izu to try to tie it up at 3-3, but he's got to get a 1v3 to make that happen.
Мне мапу Валики нравится.
Player's
который
weak. Has an opportunity if he
будет.
can get Leaf.
He cannot. A MasterCard Thrifty.
Нет,
G2
да, Сэн
keeping
был, блядь.
themselves
А,
out
ну
front.
да, ну заебал писать там.
Well, it wouldn't be a T1 match unless they were dropping against Thrifties. That tends to be something that has happened to them. To be fair, it was often against EDG. Both of them trading a lot of those Thrifty wins, but this is something that
пойму, за
G2
неё
excels
бот
at.
пишет?
Winning in Thrifties. Again, it comes down
Или какой-то чел,
to the
блядь.
way that they play together, the way that they can utilize some of those weaker buys. And they're able to brawl on Rubble. Trent, so good so far on that Tejo. 8, 3, and 4 right now across the scoreline. This is going to bring a timeout from T1
Ну, я
early
говорю, да.
to try to reassess the situation. I mean, some decent ideas, but you got to figure out how you could avoid some of that damage from the stingers and things like that. And G2's working the map. I would say T1's actually moving with them pretty well.
Yeah.
But they're getting beat at the punch. They're getting beat in firepower.
These last few moments in those rounds, that clutch from Trent. This one here.
Бля, прям
The
заебало.
2
Матч
kills
смотреть
off the
сейчас.
back of Buzz's
Надо
heroics there at
переходить
Rubble.
матч. А когда next турик?
Letting these moments slip through their grasp.
And he's so dangerous in so many ways. I mean, I just have been floored with Trent. watching him in Americas, watching the way he plays in this event, whether it be on Sova or Tejo. He is so destructive because he's so good with his utility. And him and Jonah P combo the stuns and the damages. I mean, you've seen so many aftershock kills from Jonah P because they're able to combo off of Tejo's stun into that. Things like that are just so well orchestrated. And they talked about it in one of their interviews that they just do it on the fly. They just figure it out because they've been playing together for so long that they just know.
Ну вот, я про эти турики спрашиваю.
Got that mind meld going.
Get the hive mind online for a team.
Ну, Европа когда играет в апреле?
It's when they become the most dangerous team in the world, when they can become the best team in the world. G2 certainly want to prove here today. Quick exit there from Jaw. No damage taken. Stacks just playing forward here. Catch somebody off guard on a bit more of an open angle. Izu hearing that stealth drone moving forward. Plays forward into the smoke. Now we'll look to reposition. Jonah really teasing this corner. Looks like it's going to be Jogamo to try to lead the charge, though. Stacks cannot line it up. IGL going to be taken down. One of the Guardians purchased out of their hands. Still decent firepower available to T1, but G2 continue to play this very slowly.
That's going to let T1 figure out that B is a little bit empty, so they're actually rotating back to A. They have no idea. They've had no contact at C either. It's just a pause here from G2 that opens up the space they need to take this site cleanly, force T1 into a retake with bad numbers and a Viper's Pit to boot.
As that util flies, T1 get the bad news. Meteor trying to go on a timing, but Jogamo locks on. Now the Vandal on the floor. 2 Sheriffs, a Guardian. Against a Pit and a full 5 stack from G2. Pretty much impossible task for T1. The cam quickly gets cleared out. No vision gained. No advantages eked out. Got picked up, but just spamming up in towards upper. Able to find one. Sylvan will be able to answer one back, but Trent quick to reply. It's not a flawless, but damn near one. Is Izu gonna see if he can find a little bit more. It's a nice headshot on the Jonah P, but G2 just overwhelming. Willing to just slow down the pace and constantly make T1 doubt to rethink their reads.
Yeah, I really like the game plan that G2 has come in with today. Something that T1 can kind of be guilty of is overcommitting or over-rotating. So if you play really patiently against them, reminds me a bit at times of what Vitality did to them in the opener of Swiss stage. It throws them off guard. You know, they're not really winning these Rubble fights when they take them. They maybe come out even at best. And on top of that, they're just getting out-rotated at times. Be able to TP safely. No real congestion from the side of T1. A little bit of util thrown that way. This time, though, they shifted Izu over towards A, left Sylvan on to C on his own. 3 players at B. Is this going to be some kind of attempt at a lurk here for Meteor? Or are they just going to try to crunch right outside the doors?
Came over the top. The Armageddon to displace Izu. Tries to shift away. Staying tucked here for the moment. Stacks desperately trying to catch anyone here with this Hunter's Fury. Sylvan does find the late lurker. Leaf going to be taken down. Call to pivot. A lot less likely now. This Meteor does find Balin Jaw. Thinking about going for the push. Is able to do so. Breaks down that shield. Finds the headshot. Trent answering one back. But now finds himself here on his lonesome, spike in hand. Just sandwiched into tree. Paranoia flies his way, avoids it, but thinks he confirms the kill. It's a little bit of a double take. Offsets the aim, can't get it. T1 answer back with a 3rd round win.
Yeah, I like what T1 does here. They willingly give up that space. Let G2 use some of that util early. Great anti-lurking here from Sylvan. Good awareness, and Meteor able to get the refresh on that shield as well. Hiding around that corner. And the crossfire is really nice. Stacks his ult. Even though it doesn't really catch any damage, able to buy a lot of time for T1 to get into place to stop that execute from even happening. Now you've got another kill contract for Meteor. Rolling Thunder there for Jonah P.
Who's next? Another dimensional drift for Jaw. Salvo's out. One of the trips getting cleared, the other one still situated there in front of Waterfall. Makes the call, says sights all opened up. Looking for that double damage, and Izu does play off a nice spam. As here comes the kill contract. Valen. The fragging IGL, can he find it? The answer is no. Meteor able to pick him apart, and now T1 full forces here. Leaf on a very late lurk, needs Jonah P to buy some time, but Buzz is here with a backstab.
T1 already very aware. Izu's been watching this angle for quite some time. Stacks as well from Waterfall, keeping his eyes in this general direction, and it's actually going to be Leaf who wins it, down to 10 HP.
Yeah, eats quite a bit of damage though. And that's likely just going to lead to the call. To go for the save, hold on to the weapon. Cash-wise for G2, it's not strong. To try to retain this one. T1, I think given who they're going up against, more than happy, even though he's down to 10 HP, to not go hunting.
Yeah, I think this is one you can let go. Leaf has been way too good this year. Don't want to challenge that. Unless you felt like maybe Buzz, you could send him out to get the ult orb with the extra cash that he has. But still, T1 also in a situation where a few of the players, the money isn't great. So just hold on, get this round. Try to see if you can get things back to even here. But this has been a great back and forth so far from both of these teams. And again, T1 playing with tremendous patience, letting those hits come, and before the spike can get planted, that's when they start their attack. That's when they throw out the vulnerable Izu combos with a spray through the smoke to find the kill, to kick things off, and that completely slows everything down. And then you're not able to get that rolling thunder going because you got another player who's grabbed in the ult from Izu, or excuse me, from Meteor. So everything kind of just crumbling piece by piece there for G2, never really able to get that execute that they were looking for off the back of Jog's ult.
Well, now timeout call from the side of G2. Clearly not happy that T1 getting back into the driver's seat here, making this a bit more contentious. Knowing that they need to have that advantage from the attacker side before they shift over to the defense. And this has been such a strong map for G2 throughout this year, not dropping it. They don't want to start here today, not in the grand final.
Oh, they've got multiple maps in this pool that they haven't dropped yet this year. The crazy thing is that actually these two teams, their map pools square up pretty nicely in terms of what they like to play, what they don't like to play. I mean, the fact that Fracture is a ban here for the side of G2 is like crazy. You know, T1 has to be thanking themselves, you know, thanking their lucky stars a little bit. That has been one of their worst maps this year, to be frank. But the rest of it, the way through, looks really good for both squads. So this should be a very, very tough fought match. Tooth and nail the whole way through. So far, it's been living up to that.
You can already see the parity between the kills for the most part here. Meteor, Trent out in front for their respective teams. Once again, T1 eyeing up this fight over Rubble just a bit. Heavily committing to this one. They just do stay back a bit as Valen swinging in. Tries to put that singer to use, does take Sylvan so very low, but can't quite confirm that kill.
They're so fast with them too. Jog just gonna TP back. Jonah Pete watching to see if anybody's gonna be chasing. Paranoia there to clear space, and here go Meteor and Buzz thinking about making a push. They're gonna pack off.
Got the undercuts out as well. Leaf just setting up that poison orb, clearing out the tripwire. Izu once again alone here on the C site. The stun, getting the daze. Flash gonna be avoided. Everything kind of flying his way. Swings around the pillar into the cyber cage once again. Izu, he's been so successful with this, but this time it's red and shut down. A Rolling Thunder at the ready over towards Waterfall, and that's gonna connect to just about two players, and Leaf turning back towards that defender's side access. Is able to find Meteor. G2 off the timeout call. Looking to turn the tides here. The showstopper from Buzz is able to find Trent. He and Stacks. Long time cohorts will both die together. What a shot from Jonah P. Jog screen picking up the 3K. And G2 getting themselves up to 6.
And it's the pace. The change of pace here. A lot of times when they've been rotating, they've been a little bit slower. They've been taking their times. They've been methodical. This time it's just go, go, go to C. Right after a bit of a contention for the A side. They didn't like what they saw. Immediately rotated the other direction, put some pressure on Izu, and T1 figured it out a little bit too late. And Izu couldn't find much value. He bought a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, G2 just swarmed him, took him out. got the plant down, used that rolling thunder to buy some extra time, some extra space, and even got a showstopper out of T1 to end that round. That is a big, big victory for them. And the money going to be very weak here for T1 if they can't win this round. Buzz on 0 credits, a few players at 100. So this is a very pivotal round. It could end up being an 8-4 for G2 if they win this one to start this opening match of Masters Bangkok.
Similar setup here, Buzz. Just about able to find the shots here, but down to 5 HP. Somehow dances around those bullets out from Leaf. Paint shells just go ahead and shove G2 back in the opposite direction. For now, they're going to fan out. 2 towards Mound, 2 in towards B. Cam set up on the corner inside of this B site. Izu doesn't have any eyes or ears. Out over towards C. A note there on the stacks, the stealth drone pushing forward, not spotting much of anything. Buzz trying to go for a timing with Leaf, just a little bit faster, able to find it. Scales forward here into the site. Gets himself over towards that connector door.
30 seconds left. Poison's off.
Shorty in hand. Push onto the corner, and Sylvan not ready for it at all. Gets cut down, Izu frantically dancing around, 10 HP remaining.
Человек вот как в дверь заходил, даже не хотел ничего, ни лево, ничего, нихуя, просто прямо смотрит.
Push into the smoke, Fallon going to be caught off guard, but Stacks cannot hold the line. The B site now open, the plant can come through. Izu swinging all the way around over towards upper, and now he has everything to do. With just 10 HP. Does he just opt to go and save this weapon? As they get ready to go into the last round here of the half. Does manage to snap on to find one. Trent eliminated, but looks like he's just going to take that kill and get out. G2, back-to-back rounds. They guarantee an advantage at the half.
They're spreading the map so nicely here, and it's really confusing T1. Even though T1 wins the early fight, G2 is able to take a lot of space towards B and towards C, and they're never really comfortable on figuring out exactly which way they wanted to go. And then Leaf able to best Sylvan this time around in the lurk battle. Opens up a huge crossfire towards Stacks. He is left on an island. Meteor trying to get through to help him out, but can never really find the comfort when those doors towards B are opened. So what is this buy going to look like here for T1?
Реально забыл с вами
Guardian for
советоваться.
Kind of curious what else they're going to be able to scrape together. Nice paranoia. The initial shots just a little bit off for Buzz, actually. Gave Jog a chance there. Leaf so good in this round. So ready for the angles that T1 was going to want to take to try to reinforce the other side of the map. Shutting him out pretty well. And a little bit of a pause.
Yep.
Ничего, чел.
Looks like we do have a tech pause. Our best detectives are on it. Hopefully, quick one so we can get into this last round of the half. G2, like you were saying, potential for that 8-4 start here on Lotus. T1, they can recover it to a 7-5 on the defender side, given the composition. I'd say that it is still pretty well in hand, pretty well possible.
It'd be well within their grasp, for sure. The way that we've seen them play this map, how well they really played on the attacker side yesterday, in particular against EDG. I mean, I think it was like a couple maps where EDG was only able to get 5 rounds on their defender side total. It was just really oppressive what T1 could do there.
Well, just a little bit of a heartbeat issue there. Seems like everything is good to go. Now we go ahead and see how this half is going to conclude. Dimensional Drift available here for Jaw. The buy, as you were talking about, kind of all over the place. A Glass Cannon Guardian here for the side of Buzz. Looking like something on Bind from last year.
They're not willing to contest Rubble at all. Checking to see how far up exactly they pushed with that Boombot. Stealth drone to check. Sometimes Buzz likes to go onto the other side of the rubble there, so it's wise to clear that space before you move through. Just a little bit of a TP to see if they can bait out some players of T1 to make an aggro risky peek, but T1 this time going to be disciplined. One of the things they're going to really need to dig deep here today with what G2 has shown so far. They're playing patient, they're playing slow. T1 needs to be able to match that. or find ways to just turn the screws on him and just turn up the tempo. Sylvan just going on a fact-finding mission. Jogamo going to respond in kind with the dimensional drift. He's going way deep.
That lurk from Leaf. Still here in case they want to go for the pivot. It looks like they're going to try to do that. Smoke over onto upper. Snake bite out. Leaf with some spray. And Meteor just going to be overwhelmed trying to escape. Isu able to find one. The neural theft now going to be invested 4v4. Stacks able to get himself a weapon upgrade.
Бля, ну что тут говорить?
Those ping reveals, a real way to try to play off of this information. T1 able to just cursory idea of the positioning here from G2.
Buzz is going to have to go huge here. Still 2 blast packs to open up some space, but G2 has given up that space to set up these crossfires.
Time is ticking. They're still not even really stepping into the site. Buzz now trying to start to go for it. John trying to play anti-flash here. He's just keeping his eyes over towards that connected door, but as he swings back in alongside Valorant,
Тебе скучно, точно так же было скучно. Я бы на джету поставил, блядь, и не
3
парился.
kills from the IGL secures a 4-round lead for G2 at the half.
Just brilliant game plans coming in here for this attacker side for G2. Patience pays off. It pays dividends. As G2 has an 8-4 lead going into the half.
T1 maybe starting to sweat a little bit. You know that this is your opponent's map pick, but it also is a strong map for them. Need to be able to rally back on that attacker side. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, see if they can pick up another pistol round, but 4 rounds after closing a pistol, not the scoreline you want to be seeing if you are tier 1, if you are T1 rather. But now, as we go into the halftime break, we have a very special guest standing by. You always love to see him. It's the one and only Benkai.
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหกลับมาแล้วนะครับผมในช่วงฮาล์ฟไทม์นะครับผมหรือว่าพักครึ่งและวันนี้เรามีแขกรับเชิญพิเศษอีกแล้วครับผม Ladies and gentlemen I am here with Benkai คำถามแรกเลยที่ผมอยากถามเบงไคนะครับผมอยากรู้ว่าเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเขาเพิ่งมี walk out มาใช่ไหมก็คือว่าเป็นการเปิดตัวนักแข่งถ้าเกิดว่าใครดู VALORANT มานานจะรู้นะครับว่าเขาเป็นคนที่มีศิลปะเรื่องนี้มากเลยอยากรู้ว่ามีคำแนะนำอะไรหรือเปล่านะครับผม Benkai as we all know I think I consider you as one of the players who have the master of walkouts you know you've mastered the art of walkouts is there any you know recommendations or advice for the walkouts
I mean the last time I played against G2 I walked out as a penguin, so I thought that would inspire them or something. But it was so like, I don't know what to think about their walkout.
Alright ก็สำหรับเขาบอกว่าครั้งที่แล้วที่ไปพ่ายแพ้ให้กับ G2 นะครับก็เดินออกมาเป็นเพนกวินเนาะก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าทำไมไม่มีอะไรประมาณนั้นนะครับผมเป็น walkout ที่ธรรมดานะครับผม and yeah just one more question which team are you rooting for อยากรู้ว่าชนะคิดว่าทีมไหนจะชนะนะครับ
I mean I'm dressed very appropriately because I came to pay my respects to G2.
Wow. โอเคนะครับผมก็ใส่ที่แต่งตัวเรียบร้อยมานะครับผมก็เพราะว่าอยากที่จะให้เกียรติ G2 นะครับผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าจะหมายความว่ายังไงนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามเดี๋ยวเรากลับไปเกมครับผม Ladies and gentlemen that will be it for now we'll go back to the game
Always love to see him. We'll see though if it's going to be respecting G2 as Masters winners or if it's going to be putting them 6 feet under.
Well, it's a very strong start for G2. Let's see what T1's got dialed up here.
Не, Лотос точно направо уходит.
To really come
Да
up the
пик говна, не
works,
знаю, эти
either
два
towards
дублика,
B or
блядь.
towards C mound, and that's the
Хуйня
direction that
ебаная.
T1 is going to be leaning. You've got both the breach and the
Не
Taeho
два
util
смокера,
available
не Тео,
to slow this
блядь,
hit
и
down.
Брич. Короче, хуйня перекутила.
Wants to check with the recon, but the smokes out front dissuade T1 from continuing down that path. Izu, in the meantime, has taken a ton of space, but that's going to get checked and cleared.
Stealth drone will shove him back. Now, Salvo's pushing him into the open. Izu just going to be picked off, even some damage there now on to Buzz. Already the round well poised to go the way of G2.
Those combos are so good. The way they set those up, the timings they have on the fly, just so brilliant from G2.
One shock to back sight, nothing there to receive it. Jaw, however, on the corner. A one tap on the Meteor, finishes off Buzz. Tips of the spear, eliminated Stacks. Finds one, but is immediately traded out. Now it's down to Sylvan. He is greeted by Leaf on the flank. And that is going to be a pistol going the way of G2. 1-1 in that regard, but after closing out the eco round in the first half, they're so well poised to claim Lotus as their own.
There it is again. Just the combo utility from Trent. Gets you a free kill basically, and it was right at the moment that T1 was trying to come through the door to help Izu out. And it completely stalls the space take from them, and then it just all falls apart. G2 is able to get into those positions to deny the plant. And T1 is left with just a Sheriff for Meteor as their buy.
Val at this range, somehow he's still so very favored. Put stacks down to 40, Meteor trying to intrude on that B site. Met by 2, quickly falls.
And the Stingers are annoying against ISO as well, because they're going to deal with that shield very quickly. So in that regard, G2 has a bit of an upper hand. Jog with the off. Usually you see Leaf with it, but with him being on the Viper, gonna go for the Duelist instead.
Can he get him on the peak? He absolutely can. Snappy there from Jaw. It's a little bit of damage. He's able to exit. Sylvan cannot find a catch. Leaf stays alive. Or he's gonna be picked up here by Buzz as he tries to get that shot online. Hugs along the wall. Manages to collect them both. Wow. Leaf Trent gonna be eliminated now. Buzz, a recovered Bulldog, asked to do absolutely everything. Jaw just
Да я чё вообще потерялся?
What a round from Jog. Doing great work with the Outlaw.
А мы сейчас обнову посмотрим. Мы в 6 вечера посмотрим обнову.
He is so tricky on this Yoru. One of my favorite to watch in the world, just in terms of how he's able to TP around you, how he's able to use information against you. A lot of times you're seeing him work off the toxic screen. This time, he's just waiting. Gets the kill. There's a smoke there. TP's right back. I mean, Buzz is kind of ready for it, but it didn't matter. He was bunny hopping his way towards him. yeah, I agree.
Even the coaching staff, that's the thing. Togamo gets going, no one is ready for him. Hard to get a read on what he's going to do because he doesn't have a plan. He just sends it. And oftentimes it is working out for him. As Salvos once again, so much value. Sylvan at 41, Buzz 29. Meteor not going to be able to get any kind of reset here on that double tap. Buzz around the back, trying to watch this position. Scales forward in front of the smoke. It does manage to actually catch Valen off guard. Down to 6 HP. Zizu tries to break things open through this connector into the B site. Dodges the stun, forces Trent away. They've got Jonah P. He's out here within the smoke. The fake out popped just in case, and Jonah does get taken down. Continued spam here. Maybe Izu anticipating that Jaw was going to be pushing off the back of his own fake out. Comes away with a free gifted kill.
I like the tap of the door here to sell that you're still going A. That's kept G2 planted, looking that direction, while T1 moved in the other. They're screaming over towards C. B though, checked and cleared by Leaf. Just holding there, looking for the potential lurk. Izu going on a bit of a walkabout himself.
Double flankers available here for T1, but Leaf is now starting to get himself in position. Still just that stinger in hand, does get smoked off here at Waterfall.
Took a long time to get here, man.
Paranoia now sent. Buzz on the move. Izu just gonna rotate back across through main. There's the salvos once again. They try to delay. 8 seconds remaining here. There's the push. There's the spike dropped. And I don't think they have the time to get this thing right now. They just can't get it done. Everyone is dying, falling to the wayside.
Чтобы Тиван обыграть G2, надо прям идеально VALORANT сказать.
Leaf is just different. G2 get to 11.
Unbelievable stuff from G2. But it's the time that works against T1. They're able to pretty effectively sell a fake, but they don't have a ton of information on what's going on the other side of the map. So they slow walk almost the whole way from A to C, and that buys enough time for G2 to get the read, to get to the other side, and wipe T1 out of this round, probably out of this map.
Bracelets.
They all want the MVP. They all want the MVP.
We'll see. Right now, still very much up for grabs. Still a lot more VALORANT that needs to be played before somebody can claim it, but G2, they want that 1-0 start. They want dominance. They want to send T1 reeling backstage from a devastating loss.
Wow, this is so tough now. Jonah P, what a
There's no way to read. They are everywhere.
Здесь Мессини еще с Вавилоном крестился. Найс посмотрел с ним это вписку. Бля, замечаю который раз, что я перед сном смотрю, блядь, там даже немного. Кто потом мстится, блядь.
And even with the paranoia hitting, Sylvan takes such a tight angle around Rubble. He gets cut down instantly. Well, the rest of T1 fall like a house of cards.
Какой веселый финал.
G2 huffed and puffed and blew them away. And this has been quite a shocking start. It looked so good. It was 4-5 at one point. It looked like it was going to be a banger back and forth, and then since then G2 has just run away with 7 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. 7 rounds in a row. The fans here passionately cheering for G2. Final timeout call from T1 to see if they can get anything that they can then glean and try to push forward into the second map here of this series. Economy once again not going to be in a very strong place. There's a showstopper, a neural theft. Jog him on the opposite side.
Они прошли финал, да боитесь стрёмах, нет, Иван красавчики.
It's a bit reminiscent of the way things went against EDG for T1 on that split, where they were just kind of getting blown out, and then they were able to string a few more rounds together, get some confidence in the next map, make it a series. But right here, right now, you know, it's all about just that momentum, just trying to find.
Я даже не знаю, какой бы финал был интересный.
Big play from one of your big playmakers, Buzz, Meteor, who knows, Izu, Sylvan. Everybody's got the potential. A little bit of a question towards the back of Rubble, but so far, no real play off of it for G2. They're tucked firmly behind. T1 should just accelerate here. They have met 0 resistance.
They are going to go pushing forward. Trent is pulling back, trying to get everybody rotated into position. Izu trying to go for a lurk. About to walk forward into B, but Leaf once again swoops out, finds a kill. That much more pressure here on Izu to try to deliver. Showstopper, point blank. Trent going to be taken down. Valen able to find one. It's now a 3v3 with the dimensional drift in play, but Buzz takes down the opposing captain. Jaw trying to lead the charge here, but now realizes that he's all on his lonesome. Goes pushing out, trying to go for the shorty. This time, Buzz is well prepared. T1 will break the round win streak here from G2. But from here on out, they now need the streak 7 in a row to get it into overtime.
Certainly seems like a almost impossible mountain to climb for T1. Good round here. Able to, again, just make some good decisions off of the space being given up. Just make a confident play, get in there, send Izu on the lurk, kind of simplify the round a little bit. They're able to come through with a pretty clean win. But Buzz
just has to continue going forward.
Да, тут не будет камбэка. Жопу ставлю, что камбэка не будет.
The recon from Stacks revealing so many, but with Buzz dead, there's no one to try to play off the information. Jonah P now lingering here within the smoke, backing off, anticipating a retap on the door.
Да не, ну тут, блядь. G2 под геймплеем на другом уровне, все. Так больше никто не играет. Нормальный распик героев, блядь, нормальный комбин, нормальный кнопки жмут, блядь. Вот это была бы моя команда VALORANT. Мы бы так играли. Они как уроды. Ну, видите, когда что-то еще в зоне по стрельбе, то все. Их как будто нету слабых мест у команды. Никак не выиграть. Никак. Единственный шанс выиграть G2, это вот если у них плохой день по стрельбе. Вот единственный шанс выиграть G2, если они по индивидуалке просядут. Ну, блядь, ну вот что, вам интересно смотреть такое? Мне нет. Нравится снос в эту калитку смотреть? Просто надо было all-in хуйнуть вам в G2 и все. Так, сейчас сек, мне важно зайти. Я не показываю экран, блядь. Ну и название аккаунта, секунду, пацаны. Да-да, у G2 пик героев хороший. Кнопки жмут хорошо. Клатчи играют хорошо. Колы хорошие. Бля, я не знаю, я говорю, вообще нет слабых мест у чуваков. Единственный шанс, что они как-то по стрельбе объебутся. Не знаю, сами все могут проиграть, как говорится. Ну серьезно. Watch me. Yeah. Смотрим, шериф не выпал. Ну да, пошел я нахуй. Iron, should I buy Fate or ISO? No. If you learn how to play on Fate, it should be good, bro. On any game. Сейчас, ребятки, всякое зайду в ак. Чтоб потом, блядь, не проходить обучение, блядь. Что это такое? Не дай бог, там опять обучение, вся хуйня. Не дай бог, там обучение. Ой, бля, еще же нельзя показывать. Ты можешь хуй забить. Да не, меня выебут, блядь. Бля, я просто не понимаю, почему до 60 уже показали? Какого хуя, почему в 6? Yeah, bro, as you wish, it's different gameplay, do you know? If you buy ISO, you should run first, try to make entry. If you buy Fate, you play like support, you need to learn some reveals, dogs. Dogs, это я вас про вас чат.
Привет, Феникс. Переаттестация боевых навыков. Ты последний остался.
Все лучшее напоследок?
Типа того. Как будешь готов, заходи.
Бля, пиздец, я валик не сказал.
Джет? Хорош! Верни Брима!
Да сейчас. Хватай пистолет и
Теперь перезарядить?
хватай вандал. Супер, теперь бери вот это. И стреляй по ботам.
Хорошо, Джет. Дальше уже я.
Сова! Главный снайпер!
Стреляй от бедра. Выпустим цель весь магазин. Обрати внимание, что пули отклоняются вверх при кресте прицела.
Ебать сенс жесткий.
Выпусти в цель все пули. В этом случае прицеливаться не нужно. Бей по центральной мишени непрерывным огнем. Чтобы поражать цель, слегка сдвигай линию прицела вниз, чтобы пули не уходили.
Да я понял, спасибо.
finals for G2. So far, so good. Now this time we have Giacomo with you, the guy that's been there, done that. So, you know, what do you think he adds to the game?
Так, что дальше?
Запрыгивай на ящики, чтобы перейти в следующий сектор.
Понял. Йоу, Джет, а ты сколько набрала на симуляторе?
Да уж побольше твоего.
Феникс справляется.
Бля, даже крысу не забить был. Ебать на пробел он его прыгать.
Стрельба на ходу обычно весьма неточная. Так что перемещайся, чтобы
Бля,
выловить
пиздец по
врага.
валику соскучился.
Потом остановись и стреляй, стоя на месте. Хорошо, вот еще несколько. Эти боты двигаются вперед-назад.
Целим в голову, да?
Всегда. В голову прилетает куда больше урона. Чтобы вести огонь эффективно, нужно остановиться, потом сменить позицию. Так держать. Направляйся к рубке.
Шевелись, слоубок.
Не у всех есть сила ветра, Джет.
У тебя-то уж точно. Ускориться можно только за счет смены оружия. Возьми нож, будешь двигаться быстрее.
Спасибо.
Что дальше?
Симуляция боя. Сперва атакуем, потом обороняемся. Комната готова.
Расскажи мне про Спайк.
Ну, не знаю.
Спайк — это устройство, извлекающее радионит. Когда мы в роли атакующих...
Мы ставим спайк, не даем защитникам обезвредить его, потом дыщ. Норм, все знаю.
Ну и хорошо. Снаряжаемся.
Канка! Shut up, Канка! Let's go focus.
Будут нужны тяжелые щиты, не забудь про них. Бери вандал. И подготовь умение крученая подача.
Да давай, блядь.
Готов.
Ладно, хватай спайк и на исходную. Нужен спайк. Возьми его.
Я что же, бомбу на Феникс должен сказать? Ты уебище.
Теперь планирование. Открывай карту.
Да заебёте.
На карте 3 точки, по которым мы можем ударить. Ты должен пронести спайк до точки С и установить его там. Мы с Сейдж идем с тобой. Джет и Сова идете на лонг С.
Поняла.
Да, командир.
Теперь противник прослушивает нас, так что тихо. Прокрадемся к проходу. Пробуем еще раз.
Да,
Помните,
блядь.
тишина важнее всего.
Так я же не
Теперь
топал, я просто
противник
по фану флешку
прослушивает
дал.
нас, так что тихо. Прокрадемся к проходу.
Да я просто так кило думал, ничего не будет.
Погодите, там уже враг. Перед перестрелкой стоит использовать умение, чтобы было проще отвоевать местность у врага.
Могу сделать крученую подачу. У нас будет преимущество.
Подкрути-ка
Ну,
подачу,
вообще,
задвинь
обучение
левее.
интересно сделано. Вот для новичка, мне кажется, прикольно смотрится, не?
Глаза берегите!
Ну, интерактивно, знаете, так, типа,
Снял их.
это...
Я завалил еще одного. Джет подбили. Зато на С чисто.
Вперед! Штурмуй точку.
Мне, если бы,
ставь
наверное,
спайк.
зашел первый раз, прикольно было бы так.
Спайк установлен.
Теперь защищаем его. За мной.
Йоу, ульта готова.
Идеально.
Спрячемся здесь. Опиши свой ультимейт.
Если помру, то вернусь живым
Опиши
сюда
свой
же.
ультимейт,
Перерождаюсь в огне, детка.
Хорошо. Используй ульту, чтобы не дать им обезвредить спайк. Жди моего сигнала.
Куда
Я
он
их
смотрит?
слышу. Ультани.
Вперед! Погнали!
Пошел, выноси их.
Да они супер мертвые!
Теперь в укрытие, пока
Спайк не рванул.
Ультани, братан.
Классная
Ла-ла-ла.
работа. Теперь в защиту.
Смена сторон.
Сейдж, ты у нас эксперт по защите.
Да. В роли защитников мы любой ценой предотвращаем срабатывание спайка. Снова снаряжаемся.
Бля, рука вообще двигаю, бля, рука сила, ковра.
Безопасность прежде всего. Бери тяжелые щиты. Теперь умение. В этот раз заготовь пекло.
Стена огня, поехали!
Нужна пушка. Дай нам знать. Итак, залог надежной защиты — умение рассеяться и собрать информацию. Феникс, вы с Совой защищаете точку А. На нас все остальное.
Спасибо.
Всем быть начеку. Прислушивайтесь к звукам шагов. Сова, дай нам разведданные.
Веду разведку. Нашел их.
Феникс, обороняй подъем. Используй умение горячие руки.
Ой, блядь, как видите. Ладно, кину просто так, блядь. Ничего не надо сделать.
Бросай огонь
Ладно. Ты чё, блядь? Они же не пушат.
Осторожно!
Долбоёбы.
Феникс, отступай! Бримстоун,
Кто сейчас сказал, ждет мой молик? Я понял.
Они отступают!
будьте готовы переместиться.
Правдоподобно. Уебище.
Вижу врага на С.
Куда это мне?
Вижу спайк на точке С. Перемещаемся на С.
Возьми нож, с ним двигаешься быстрее. Сова, можешь разведать? Смотрю, что там впереди.
Найс ревью,
Вижу их.
болван.
Они к нам готовы. Нас заметят. Бросай пекло в отмеченное место, чтобы закрыть им обзор.
Да давай, сука.
А теперь вверх. Убей врагов. Потом обезвреживай спайк.
А чё, она сдохнет? Чё здесь такое было?
Надо обезвредить.
А чё здесь было? Сколько хп, блядь? 1000?
Почти. Надо обезвредить.
Неплохо. Красавчик.
Ты готов к делу, парень.
А реально, а чё так дохло было?
Еще попробовать пушки и умения. Когда будешь готов, сражения ждут тебя.
Бля, вот дальше не знаю, пизды могу дать, если я вам сейчас покажу. Подождать придется, мужики. Хотя бы конца матча придется подождать.
Off kilter compared to what T1 is normally going against, and a lot of that util that comes out early from the breach, from the Tejo, so oppressive, able to take space off the back of it. Stacks on an island here. Gonna see that arc rose for a check. Oh,
Aftershock as well. Kind of doing him a favor, stopping them from extending a bit there, perhaps. Yeah, stealth drone getting a catch. Shock dart going to be locked down. Trying to pee. Does eat the lion's share of that damage, down to 33. Sylvan set here behind the box. Push forward though. Val unable to find one. Dogamo getting another Jonah P despite the HP disadvantage. Still coming away with a kill.
А чё там за герой-то, хоть дулик или кто?
Now a 2v4. Buzz swinging around. Does he read this angle? Classic could devastate, but he spots him out. He's able to find the kill. A tap there on a balance, taking him down. So very low, just to a sliver. Can't quite confirm it now. Everything to do here for Buzz. No flashes, just a gate crash. The timing, not on his side. Needed to hit the headshot and cannot.
Ого, G2
G2 winning another pistol.
And it's once G2 is able to get to the site, they just flood around the box, start knocking players down. Jogamo's all over the place, jump peeking to set up his teammates. Valen gets that kill. Then there's a Razor Vines at the entrance from Link. That slows up Izu, so he's not able to get involved in that firefight either. Tries to wait it out, can't do much. Buzz a little bit unfortunate with the timing. With the gate crash, but another great start here for G2. And pistol rounds so devastating to give over to G2, not just because of the way it plays out in the economy and in the map and everything like that, but because they're so good at converting bonuses.
Going for a reposition, gets himself back flat. Pick out there. Not a deep gate crash here. It's actually one bit more defensive setup for Jaw. Be back around the corner, not a safety.
They're super concerned about some kind of lurk coming through. Checking for the long A push, for the mid push, and eventually T1 will go there, but they've been able to kind of be patient enough to catch G2 off guard. Doesn't seem like it.
Able to confirm that presence, but
вы ножки еще? А зачем Риуты так делают? Вот дрон и этого Тео есть. Теперь еще у Ису есть такая хуйня, чтобы Кио вообще юзал с бом. Так Кио вообще юзал с болван становится.
I was hoping that somebody's going to come pushing forward, and Leaf is just piloting this absolutely gorgeously. Meteor, however, does tuck back up into the window. Losing track for a brief moment, but still has a very strong suspicion. As they play ring around the rosy here. at the spawn, and Leaf will still have the timing, still have the kill. As Buzz swings the corner, a shorty in hand, nothing to be done. G2 start off T1's pick of Haven with a flawless anti-eco.
I mean, again, it's just the antis. The reads here for G2 are so good. Now, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Sylvan got spammed through a smoke.
Дебил ебаный.
Trying to come in to bail out Izu, but nothing doing, and just Leaf. He has been brilliant this tournament. He was brilliant on map 1. 21 kills for him on Lotus. And is doing circles around T1 to start here on Haven. T1 gets guns in hand, but after that flawless, G2 gonna have some fearsome firepower. Stingers, couple guards, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and Leaf with that Phantom. Take flight. Stacks. Gonna see a couple trying to call for some reinforcements, and it is gonna be another mid push out here for T1. Meteor gonna try to get on these flanks early, but there is that Vice Wall to slow him up, or at least give the info over to G2.
Stealth drone cleared here from Stacks. Tucks into the cubby. Several players available now here from the side. Up T1, Stacks gonna be giving his life to try to go ahead and get that trade out, but
Люди за вон, походу, заберут
Leaves
сейчас.
around the corner, the fake out, drawing the attention here from Buzz, but swings to the backside. And quickly takes down Jogamo.
Уже было очень близко, хотя ладно, Джона Пи может такой забрать.
Jonah P still has an opportunity to deal more, if not clutch out this round.
Buzz just gonna plant his feet by the spike.
Slowly creeps into
Out a gate
frame.
crash just in case. Can't forget.
As
Waits a bit. In hell. Swing. He's gonna be taken down. 27 seconds. Izu repositioning.
Сегодня
Line.
6.
Not quite getting him. Jonah P trying to play every single angle. Izu just going to be tucked into the corner. A singular flash. All that he has available. And he tries to go in. He will fall down. There's still a damn good bonus for G2. T1 will get on the board, but it's just Izu as the lone
Чё,
survivor.
Илюх? Та самая коллекция?
Brutal combo though.
Горячая.
Stacks is just stuck in the corner. He does well to even get one. Quite frankly, here Buzz thinks he's got the kill. Has to swing back, but does a nice job finding two. God, Jonah P. He has been just so brutal at times. I mean, the firepower outrageously good for G2. On top of just brilliant. That's what's got them here. That's what got them through. As the top dog, as the team that's allowed to pick the first two maps to ban. Now another A hit. Smoke deeper for Valen. Stacks has to check over it. G2, they're anticipating this.
Go for a push here. Does get a headshot on the Jogamo, putting him down to 5 HP, but Valen there. That covering fire gets him the advantage in the round. Trying to push him out. Spots one. Hasn't necessarily read that Buzz is inching closer and closer. A flash out here from Jong. Swing onto the corner, Buzz. He'll be able to collect one, but advantage maintained now.
Да, очень нравится.
Trampling upon his Meteor. Miraculous clutch from Sylvan are not going to be tying things up. G2 looking for an early lead once more.
I mean, I think Sylvans should be considering a save at this point. Just brilliant, brilliant reads from G2. Understanding the tendencies of the T1 players. Understanding that if Stacks doesn't see anything off of that drone, he's going to want to check with his eyes, check with his gun, see if he can find a freebie. And then the attempted re-clear of space by Buzz and Meteor is dealt with. They've got the utility there. Jog able to back up Valen, even though Valen falls. That's it. That's all T1 can find. Sylvan's going to try to hide in their spawn.
Хуй ты нагоняешь?
They're very suspicious of his potential positions here. Salva's a check. Spike will detonate. No one going to be encroaching, so Sylvan will be able to hold on to this weapon. One survivor, but this time not off the back of a round win. G2 move up by 2.
Well, it feels like T1 is generally playing very passive at the beginning of these rounds. I think you need to call for some kind of aggressive hit towards the top of A. Even if G2's not there, you need to find a way to take a little bit of map control. get better reads quicker.
Weapons up, comms open.
And try to shut G2 out of the rounds before they can even begin. It's like the desk was talking about. Once they get into those post plants, they were immovable objects on Lotus. Dog, exploration again.
Dimensional drift, spotting out a couple. Rolling Thunder going to be available here for Jonah P. Izu lurking forward into the smoke, finds one, picks up the weapon, but now he's just going to be flushed out. John the backside, able to find one. Buzz. Classic somehow comes away with two. And that leaves Stacks now on his lonesome. Weapon can be collected. As everybody else from G2 scattering. Trent, Jogamo sprinting towards that A site.
Dude, Jog is all over the place on this Yoru. He is just making it so difficult to track what's going on. In the beginning of the round, he's at the back of C, and then he's TPing back to Cubby. I mean, he's just so cagey, so smart. And even though T1 has plenty of experience playing with and against Yorus, the way Jog pilots it, quite a different affair. They're going to just take two players, send them down into the sewers. Stacks still has the recon, still has the shock, but I think Trent's going to make the loop all the way back around and catch him in the back.
Isn't planted for long, but there's still so many angles that Stacks needs to check. The time continuing to whittle away. Quick peek down into sewer. A recon going to be set, but there's the salvos to buy more time. Trent here. Behind the bricks, the stun connects. A 3K, and Stacks will fall, and G2 continue on their merry way.
Wait, look at the way he plays this. He gets behind him. They've got the aftershock combo there as well. A grab well to boot, just to set Jog up to clear the back of sight. Then he's going to be TPing back to the other side. Buzz gets a couple.
Nice and cold.
I mean, that's a good way to put it.
I like that we linger here for the sip, because there's a timeout on the opposite. So we have plenty. Go ahead and see what Josh thinks. But yeah, another early timeout necessary for the side of T1. There's a reason why Jen did that, that during that interview with Autumn was asking him, not about Haven, about that Abyss, because it is that third map. She knows, the players know, we know. If T1 cannot find a victory here on this Haven, and we go into that Abyss, they're gonna be staring down the barrel of a potential 0-3 loss here in their first ever grand final.
No, it feels like a must-win for T1 here on Haven, no doubt about it. Their Abyss was okay in the offseason, I will say that. T1, when I was preparing for kickoff in kickoff for Pacific, I was like, their Abyss isn't that bad. They really don't want to play it. It looked pretty okay at Red Bull Homeground and some of the other tournaments, but they've been hiding it. I mean, Autumn has alluded that they might have something prepared, but that is neither here nor there because you don't have any on-stage experience with it in 2025, and that's a huge gamble to be taking no matter what. Especially if you can't win your map pick here on Haven. Trying to set up Buzz for the op.
Seems like G2, though, very much ready for this. Avoiding this A lobby position. Flash down towards that sewer. Just pushing him off the angle for a brief little moment. Then the TP out. Joins in with the rest of the players. Leaf wanting to try to push forward in towards Garage. Two players watching the angle for the moment. Stealth drone gonna move up, try to check out this site. Nothing seen quite just yet, though.
Oh, Leaf, if he finds the right timing.
Gate crash into the back. Just right there in front of the box, in fact. Armageddon trying to clear. Izu, however, holding close, finding one, repositioning. Dodges out the Hunter's Fury now, coming through off the back of that neural theft as they frantically look for some kills. Counter spam, however, Jonah P gonna be coming away with one as Izu gets taken down. Buzz on a deep line outside of A lobby. Looking for the spot out, doesn't fire. Trent able to confirm that position though.
Look at the awareness.
Again, eats that full flash. Has the dimensional drift for a potential exit, but it's just gonna be swinging into multiples.
30 seconds left.
Mask now on, playing it safe. Sylvan able to react, finds Trent Valen. Applying back, Jonah P gonna be taken down. And now Valen sandwiched in. Shorty around the back from Buzz will be able to put him down. T1, the timeout call. It works a treat, it gets them the round victory. The three ultimates had to be invested.
This is more T1 Valorant. If you can get them in the mud, if you can get them Spreading the map all over the place, keep them guessing. It's gonna give you a little bit of confidence. That's where they thrive. And Buzz there, under a lot of pressure, plays it nicely. A big win for T1. You're gonna be able to keep that operator. Have to buy down to a Guardian for Izu. But still, big sniper rifle available once again. Similar push out towards Sewer to set Buzz up, but this is looking like B all the way. They're even going to set up the Cosmic Divide. Still
pacey hit. They know that Hunter's Fury, it's been expended, so no chance to really just spam that across to try to interrupt this.
Yep.
A Paranoia will fly. TP up and over the top. Sylvan going on a peak. They do manage to go ahead and interrupt this, but now Rolling Thunder called in, connecting on the two, forcing them back. Strogamo this time can go ahead and stick in for the plant. Flashes up and over the top, able to find one, but stacks the crossfire, takes him down. Fallon trades up for Sylvan. The defuse starting to be held, the wall to try to escort this forward. They're just going to be trying to stick for this one. Izu holds it to completion. This Buzz, a last little kill there on the back end, and T1 retake the site as quickly as G2 were able to snap it.
Yeah, that's just a great call here from Stacks and company. Wait for those ults, and then rush in. And it's also Stacks who plays that anti-flash. He's awaiting Jogamo's flash in the peek around the corner. He's going to be the one who steps up and kills him. Nice timing from him. Valen getting a couple big ones. Those Razor Vines don't matter too much once you're already sticking it. Buzz, Stacks keeping it light. Vulnerable. Back him up a little bit, and the shot goes wide from Buzz.
Swift breeze right past Jogamo.
Нихуя, тут даже камбэк был. Ладно, кто-то на T1 пригрузил.
They're already on the other side. They're into long. 3 players were able to make their way through. Drone.
Я не знаю, конечно, тут за КТ жесткий пик у G2. Астра, блядь. Ну вы ебанутые. Ой, бля.
Sylvan, however, more than ready for it. Reads the setup. As soon as that nebula goes away. Wow, what a shot! Buzz been so clean in the tournament for that operator overall. The Trent just doesn't give him the time of day. Now a 4v4. Spot out Izu, eating an immense amount of damage through that spray. Sylvan similarly getting tagged up, is able to find one, tries to readjust, cannot get balance. Stacks' presence now going to be known. The Meteor out from long. Able to find another.
30 seconds left.
The ult available, does he send it?
Блядь, все Сайфера вообще, блядь.
Repositions once it's trying to make sure that he's not going to be punishable. G2
испугался ульт давать.
Exploring outside of the site now. Izu hearing the footsteps. Tries to go in for a timing.
Бля, как G2 играет здорово, пиздец. Вот даже сейчас они как доиграли 2-2.
Does he get the pull? It does! Spike!
Успел.
He's got the play of a Meteor. Brings it to a 1v1. Oh my god. Just a wall. Noise made. Showed up.
Ah.
Shot! What a play!
And when you need your big stage players to show up.
Почему T1 мусор? T1 тоже молодцы, хорошо играет. Вот это лучше. Молодец, Метеор. Но все равно, как G2 принимает решения в клатчах. Вот смотрите, они 2 в 2. И просто решают даже на таком хуёвом тайминге. У них там остается 10 секунд, все равно давят на яйцах. Причем вместе за ручку бегут. И чел еще подстраховал, бомбу поставил. Бля, G2 просто по-умному играет, прям видно, ну, умом играют люди. Я в ахуе, что наш регион так где играет.
And the timing on Meteor's ult is milliseconds from just ending that round anyway.
Так G2 хорошо доиграли, но Метеор молодец, просто перестрелял. По факту доиграли G2 хорошо, они все сделали нормально. Долбоёбы.
This is a lot more of the action that we've wanted to see that we didn't really get there on Lotus.
Бля, такое вообще можно?
Once again, course correct. The last time out,
ничего такая малышка.
right there, just before that round 10. That's when that 7-round streak began from half to half.
And that's something that Josh RT has been so good at as the coach for
Таких
G2.
малышек мы любим.
Going back and watching this event, look at when he takes time out and look at what happens after that. Look at the scoreline. Generally, it's G2 going on a tear. So smart. Understands exactly how to get his team back into things. And Valen does a great job processing it, understanding it, and implementing it for G2.
Развлекаешься, Лёх, не пойму.
Handles across the rest. Push forward, trying to just walk into garage. They end up falling down. And Sylvan sticking around, finds himself.
Вы видели, кстати, стан какой задроченный, лайнапный стан.
Situated here on that B side meteor.
Лайнапный стан.
That A connector angle.
Лайнапный стан.
Slowly scaling
Лайнапный стан.
Getting aligned.
Толпа кричала: «Нина, сияй!» И Нина сияла. Она чувствовала это сияние. Она была им.
Хорош, Нинка. Я бы с Нинкой так засиял. Чья бабушка, признавайтесь? Я спец по бабушкам.
For the first time in this series, having a lead for themselves.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
Challenge the garage space. This is a great pivot point for T1 on this map. Izu, Meteor, Sylvan, going to be some of the players you're going to have to potentially deal with in that space typically. They love to play those off angles, doors, hide players behind the box, or behind the doors themselves.
Нет справедливости в этом мире. Ну почему его нет?
That space and they just rip it away from you. My eye on Buzz and that operator again, but mostly full weapons. Trent with the Guardian. Seems like G2 is a little bit wary of what happened in that previous round with the eventual push out from B, but the way those
Кто такой Сосал? Существует жуткая легенда о существе по имени Сосал. Оно появляется, если тебя спросят «Сосал?» и ты случайно ответишь «Да». Однако...
Вы уже миксуете, блядь, охуенно.
Very big shift though. T1 ushering multiple players over towards that C site. As not going to be able to get that tag. Buzz not going to be able to escape. There comes the push, and he won't be able to get himself a point-blank shot. G2 just far too quick. Buzz overstaying.
Бля, у Трента разве такой прицел был?
Now,
это же один в один, как у меня сейчас стоит.
rotations back across to reinforce the A site. Who's next? They set their sights elsewhere. Jiggle out there from Izu. I believe he does pop that vice wall.
This is a great read though from G2. They haven't heard a damn thing over here. Now Jog's gonna get
Может, закончился.
Info. There's only one.
Pushing forward into the cage and wins out the fight. Down to 85 HP as well. Not much. Tells his
Meteor. Там уже нет.
Absolutely handled on that attempted flank.
И Лёха сиял.
The 2v5. The fight, it's called off. T1 not willing to lose any more members, knowing that there's some critical ultimates just about to come through here for the side of G2.
Yeah, absolutely the right play. They're going to be able to scoop up the operator potentially as well.
Stacks.
Ты написал, Люх.
Puts one through the gut of Jonah. We'll be able to hold on to it. Looks like the remaining members here from G2
один раз.
not going to be going on too deep of a hunt.
Надо решать этот вопрос. Чего нет?
Get the alt charge for Jonah P. Get the Rolling Thunder online.
Нихуя там фрибетов.
Of the team, the economy not so good. Going to be able to bank up a little bit coming into this next round. And just the patience again. This is what is killing P1 on this defender side sometimes. Just a great understanding that if they can get that stealth drone, Buzz doesn't TP right away. He opts to try to clear it with the op. At that point, it's too late. He's already caught, not able to use his util.
Я качаюсь, как дед.
They punish it.
Gets that solid interruption. And everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him.
3 бутылочки каждый день. Легкое пробуждение, эффективность тренировок, красота и молодость. Моя дневная норма, чтобы меняться к лучшему.
They can get forward at long. That Rolling Thunder just crash across, escort them in. Flash out, a turn, an aftershock, and a forced peel back.
Еще один залетел. Заебете, дал игрушку, блядь.
lot of weapons going to be lost here. Now the site very much in the hands of G2, and I think it saved the Rolling Thunder for the post plant. This round is as good as theirs.
The wall there to identify the lurk. TP over by Sylvan. Izu's going to try to wait it out a little bit longer.
Cosmic Divide now at the ready. Rolling Thunder ready to go towards that B connector side.
Ковать, достать огромный молот и начать им долбить эту наковальню, выдолбать бы ее.
Suddenly, this round has somehow gone away from G2 Trent still alive. Looking to try to clutch it out, has been ping revealed.
Да я тут же никак.
Quick little push and pull the wall into his face. Steadies for one, looks for media, tries to take him
Бля,
down.
если он сейчас убил на бомбе, я бы охуел.
Ensures that T1 get themselves back into the lead as they look for a 7-5 half. G2 an opportunity to keep things neck and neck.
Classic fun retake here, but it's the ability to get past that wall.
Казимен, возвращение.
Unbelievable. But the way they get Sylvan past that nice utility is what allows them to start picking apart the flanks of G2 and opens up that first kill. Kind of sends them into disarray. So nice read there by T1. And a great retake despite that steel garden in the space that G2 needed to get into the post plant. Oh my.
Осуждаю, блядь.
This time was good for the kill. The Astra dead.
Ах, Никитка, а ну-ка иди-ка, поиграй-ка на моей кружной гармошке.
Бля.
Catches a fake out. Does have a shorty as a backup. Looks for the shot. Cannot get it. It's chaos incarnate. But G2 are the ones persevering.
Jog is just so slippery, man. Getting out of there.
Упал, вставай, встал, упай. Упай, копай. Не суди, не гуди, не будай, вода буди, да буди, да будай.
4v1 with all these crossfire positions, with the late deep lurks, he's got one.
Snapping for the first, the swing back in, finds his second.
Нихуя 1-4.
Getting worried about Leaf there from behind.
Наполовину надо делать.
Holds at the half. Looks for the shot, but showed a P. A bit faster, a bit crispier. And that means we're tied up at 6-6 at the half.
Definitely a better showing here for T1. But still, G2, the trickery. Oh, what a transfer from Jog. Leaf finds another lurk. I mean, seems like it's a repeating story. We're on loop, we're on turntable.
Бля, кто такую хуйню делает, реально?
I feel like I'm just saying the same things. It's like Jog does this, and then there's all these awesome things that G2 is doing. T1 able to punch back.
Магната тоже подписал на эту хуйню.
และก็กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วตอนนี้โอ้โหพิเศษกว่านี้ก็ได้ครับผม Ladies and gentlemen, with me here today is Tens. First of all, you met just now. How are you now? How was the mangoes?
It was really good. I recovered, so it's better now.
What do you do to recover?
Что за хуйня вообще, блядь? Нахуй я посмотрел, мне хуёво что-то,
I
блядь.
took everything I could.
Sounds like me too. Just now สำหรับคำถามนะครับก็อยากรู้เหมือนกันว่ามะม่วงที่กินไปเมื่อกี้เป็นยังไงบ้างนะครับก็ถือว่ากินทุกอย่างไปเลยนะครับทั้งนมทั้งไอศครีมทั้งอะไรก็ได้นะครับไทยสันโอเคแล้วนะครับไม่ต้องเป็นห่วง
Здорово, Тох, КГБ.
This is Grand Finals of Masters.
Антон КГБ.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Тоха. Не скажу, где живу, это большой секрет, блядь. Не дай бог мысли.
Grand Finals 10 นะครับบอกว่า
Друзья, а чё ебальники у всех грустные? Доброе утро, блядь, сегодня прекрасный день.
And of course, you're here in Thailand. We see so many fans. You know, they really love you so much. I just want you to give a couple of words to all the Thai fans and of course all the global fans who's watching back at home.
Yeah, thank you to all the fans. It's been amazing in this event so far. And yeah, I love Thailand, honestly. It's one of my favorite places to be, actually.
Нормально.
ผมก็ถือว่าน่าจะมีโอกาสได้เห็นเขากลับมาที่นี่อีกครั้งหนึ่ง and of course Tens I really thank you for this but that is it for us from now and we'll get back to the game.
Только как будто надо подвинуть, эту вебку закрывает. А, хотя вебка у меня обычно слева.
6-6 here at the half. Fully tied up. G2 currently having the leads there on pistols. 2-1 in that regard.
Да не здравый вообще пиздец.
How do they start off this half? Buzz has been impactful, but we haven't been seeing those same hits. Yes, that incredible clutch from Meteor. It's not quite hitting as hard as we have been seeing from him the days leading up to this grand final. Can he get online here in the second half of Haven?
Absolutely, they're going to need that. And the other thing they need to do is he is just these maps.
Ревут в ахуе сейчас.
Their jaw down to 70 HP.
Какая красивая мадам, бля.
Trent at 20.
They're rotating back into this. Maybe just making sure that there isn't a full commit to this push.
Ну что, такая малыха, да?
Maybe just off the call that Izu said, look, absolutely destroy the majority of them. Looks like they're going to try to fight into this. Salvo's at the ready to ensure that things get chaotic. Shock dart at his feet, he falls. There's the undercut. They get that double damage, 3-0 reset on Meteor's shield. T1 decently well poised to try to get this pistol win. Leaf still alive, however.
Шансы.
As always, is insanely capable of being the X factor, but now down to just 54.
Да, только на мониторе видел их.
Sylvan to his right. Can he find it? Swings in, does get some damage done, but cannot find that kill. T1 tie things up as far as pistols are concerned. Take a narrow lead once more here on Haven.
Yeah, this is such great work by Izu. Doing so much damage on that swing out. Sylvan there, playing quickly off of Meteor's peak with the shield up. Keep them rolling, scheming forward towards that A site. Able to get the plant down relatively
Бля, что за
effectively.
молочка такая? Тоже
This is
прикольно.
certainly a big round. You normally wouldn't say that going up against an Eco, but T1's had some struggles against them, and G2 has had some success. No force buy up this time, though, from G2.
Чего, блядь?
Женщины, алчные, корыстные, злобные, согрешившие против самого человечества.
This is classic G2, and I love this cam position.
Так это Илюха меня программирует на подсознание.
Out towards window. See if they can get into your flanks early. With that cam there, should be able to get a decent read on it. Izu just keeping track just in case. Slow march forward. T1. See if they can
Как не нравится такой типаж фигуры, имба.
Figuring that the best option is going to be some stray shots through the smokes, otherwise a death ball push into the site.
Бля, это Харчук, я гений, что добавил эту хуйню. Такая фановая тема. Без Харчуки смотришь, я нихуя не слышу матч, блядь. Ну смотри, хотел нормально, а ты вот Харчуки смотришь. Хуить, почти эко взяли. Хорошая эко.
So much util there. Dumped to the back of the site into hell. Trying to clear T1 players, and it looked like they were going to weather it, but then the aim gets a little bit off. G2's clean. Meteor doing what he can, but look at that. The fake out, the salvos, everything in the kitchen sink. Shot dart from Stacks. You can see, though, they're just a little bit off at times today. We haven't seen that T1 that was just starting to steamroll. It looked like they were crisp, they were accurate. Here today, they're getting beat by G2 in a lot of these situations.
Just like one of the things that needs to be beared in mind. The lead up into this grand final, another best of 5, 10 out of 11 potential maps played by T1 in their series to get to this point. They have been non-stop competing the last 4 days.
Oh, and then think about what they had to go through in Pacific as well.
Yes.
Чё, кстати, пиздели, что мы Мастерс один матч точно пропустим. Все матчи посмотрел, как
Barely beat
пиздели больше.
Lost to DRX in the finals.
Oh boy.
Скоро обмен баллов, скоро. Там уже курс 1-2. Баган его прочитал. Нахуй этот шоу-матч нужен, блядь, там вообще ебланы играли. Что это такое? А че мне смотреть эту хуйню, блядь? Не, это не в счет вообще, блядь. Не, он такой шоу-матч мог каждый день устраивать, блядь, все в стриве, блядь.
And the rotations are already here. G2 have already taken this site back over. Two final one. Spike here. Unfortunately by the second meteor. Now in the crowd.
Что происходит, блядь?
G2 shortened the gap once again down to just a singular round.
What a great round from Alan. Love the way he plays this. Just knows that Buzz is gonna be there. Did his homework. Got an.
Кстати, может, чуть со зрелыми сыграем? О, просто если тут матч будет быстрый, допустим, там будет 5 вечера, а в 6 я вам обнову хочу показать. Давайте сыграю с вами. И фрибеты раздадим победителям. Можем поиграть сегодня, хотите? Азиатский чит. Хотя, блядь, там все время прикол какой-нибудь может быть. Ну, у них же там, блядь, умоется там вообще другой чел, блядь, охуенно.
Massive win streak on Lotus, no intervention until we had seen G2 get up to map point. Wants to prevent that, wants to get involved very early on here.
Я, Кристина, вот это сиськи у тебя, бля. Сиськи отправила, бомба, душа, ты...
Бля, я до этого улыбался, нихуя не честно, блядь. Я ебал, нахуй. Ну и трахну я, мне похуй.
Жан, блядь, заебал. Вставай, салам алейкум. Вставай, я заебал, на работу пора.
Ручная обезьянка души, чё? Бля, ладно, что пацан такой, что ручная прям? Я все давно хотел обезьянку завести, время, фан. Кошельки еще научить воровать где? Ой, ну бля, это осуждаем, в GTA я имею в виду. В GTA, конечно. В Sea of Thieves мы играли, помните, у меня обезьянка там есть, я же проделал. Бля, я поиграл в Sea of Thieves, ебать, чуть. Ладно, план такой, апаем радиантов в PUBG, потом радиантов в Алике, потом все в Thieves сыграем 2 недели. Поехали. What the fuck? Радиант, ну бля, там же тоже есть мастер, это по сути есть радиант, это же топ-500 человек, не? Бля, в PUBG как будто как нехуй апнуть. Ну типа, бля, играешь с своим стаком, с кайфом, вот это прикольно. Почему я в VALORANT должен с ублюдками играть, реально? Почему я не могу фуллстаком играть нормально? Да раздав играю. О, ульта на ветер, нахуй. Просто ульта на ветер, нахуй он ультанул. Зачем он ультанул? Пиздец. Не разобрался чел, нахуй. Просто так ульту выкинул. Ну да, там уже, блядь. Либо он бы сразу ультовал. Посмотрите, когда он нажал, кого уже... Не, ладно. Ну, бывает, блядь, что-то... Не, на самом деле такое бывает, знаете как? TeamSpeak начинает что-нибудь орать, там, да, ты не услышал, там, дефует, нет, блядь. Такое могло быть.
Познайте магию. Познайте Якобс.
Бля, чем он чел популярен стал? Кто это вообще такой? Ну я как бы видел, что он там из Мабича что-то там делал. Как ведущий. Просто что переделала камеру? Что за хуйня? Все, блядь? Реально? Охуеть.
You have to suspect those nerves are going to be working against them in a major way.
Now they're going to be able to get the plant down most likely. There's a few stars there.
Как-нибудь обойдусь.
No. Just going to try to set up for the retake. Steel guarded, invested.
For the most part, Meteor with that Guardian. So for the rest, Sheriff's in hand and Buzz. Played off the reveal. Finds a second.
Я лучше вторым настроем стану.
Finding himself a third. Tucks back in towards hell. The shots.
Сейчас похудеем, будем девочек на стрим водить. Казик, все дела.
T1. They managed to answer back.
Внимание,
After that baffling previous round.
Бля, зачем смотри, мне прям хуёво.
Playing off his util, showing that crisp raw aim.
They're going to need more of that. Finally able to dig deep, and again, it just gets so chaotic, so scrappy there around the entrance to the site. And that favors T1. Really able to get those good damage done by Jock.
Игра, вот это сатана тебя и душит. Компьютерные игры — это беснование, это демон.
Getting the ping. 3 players going to be noted. Double tap shield going to be taken away. Stacks able to find one balance, bouncing forward. Gets rid of Buzz, gets rid of Izu. Oh, Spallin in this window. Is a man to be feared. Will eventually be put down. Strogamo going to be caught on a timing. Trenton Howe. A 1v3. Meteor. Not going to be going for the push. Stacks.
Бля, да я горол стреляет, пиздец.
For contact from the rest of the players.
A little bit tough there.
Bit of an opportunity. Sylvan going to have to be repositioning here. Push out of the smoke. The crossfire set up. Meteor with 3. Closes out the round. Once again, scrappy, chaotic. G2 so very close.
Да, пиздец, тренд стабилен, реально.
Able to get up to 10.
But again, I said it earlier. That's where T1 is going to thrive here.
Вот как за ними смотрю, тренд всегда как-то бывает жестко. Ну, стабильно реально бывает. Бля, когда отходил кофе делать, у меня сегодня на завтрак круассан, бля, ебать он вкусный, там с сыром и ветчиной, бля. А там такой сыр, как полумасло, я не знаю, как объяснить, но даже не плавленый сыр. Как полумасло такой, бля, ну очень вкусный, пиздец. А нахуй не нужен дискорд.
And they have. They've started to. They need to keep it up. They need to keep G2 off balance. But G2, again, these timeouts generally have gone okay.
Shut up, this man, blah.
Let's see what the answer is going to be. And it's been tough for G2. When they've tried to play retake other than the one round, it's actually not gone great for them.
Sure.
Какая разница? Главное, сколько калорий за день выходит, бля, тупица. Я могу хоть сахар себе в рот насыпать, блядь.
Trap plays early. Try to see if you can get that man advantage. Try to find those picks. Maybe at the top of A or out through garage, things like that. Shore it up, play a little bit more default. Just try to wait T1 out, play a little bit smarter. When things get scrappy, that's when T1's been winning.
Full arsenal afforded here for the side of T1. G2.
Не до конца.
Desperately looking for this round victory. Economy just going to be broken again.
Так из молодежка вот трек.
TP forward for the check on that C side here. There's the grab. It's going to be Jogamo pulled in alongside Meteor. He's rushing forward here. So there's the fake out.
Нет, в ахуе, а где? Где? О.
Oh. Today I learned. Yeah, TIL never.
Бля, это самый имба, когда у тебя Ярик вот так уровень включил. Это имба.
So our bad, but hey, we learned something new either way.
Который призывал нового героя? Не. Лучше там аккуратнее пиши. Чего, бля? Чего нахуй? Не знаю только, вот сегодня обнову пойду смотреть 6. Бля, почему в 6, если вот заболели на шоу-матч уже? Хули я должен до 6 ждать? Не, говорю, можешь закрыть, раньше показать.
I'm just done trying to make sense of it, just trying to enjoy it. And Izu puts on a show for us. He's been so good for T1.
Да-да, Изу пиздец. Жесткий челик.
I think there's a few mistakes here though in this post plant for T1 that almost gives G2 the round win. I think Sylvan over peaks there around the corner of the C box. Oh, leave. You're just done.
Absolutely destroyed.
Да просто некрасиво так делать. Я просто не понимаю логику, если уже его показали, нахуй до 6 ждать. А почему до 6, блядь?
3 players about to be noted by a tripwire. We'll be able to bounce over it.
Джетка только в 5 раз лучше. Что, получается, Джетку вообще брать не будет?
In their way, a cam out in mid to spot if they cut over towards garage.
Portal closed. Camera taken out.
Great diligence shown by Izu. Clutch in the previous round, this round, the util there to make sure that all of G2 is tracked and identified. G2, I think, just looking for some exit frags at this point. Meteor right around the corner, has one, can't find a fourth in the round.
Yeah. It does put Trent down to 5 HP.
Соловьев сделался. Ха, по сравнению с новыми, да, ну тут же Кио уже как будто юзался, не?
That'll seal the deal on it. Trent likely just try to go down here.
Что ты только на Champions приедешь?
And will not be able to do so. T1.
Ну бля, вы меня заинтриговали, что же там за герой такой?
Well, I think T1 starting to feel themselves. They're just going at him. And even though this is an eco, that's been working. And Meteor in particular, able to be the tip of the spear.
В твоих словах есть логика.
But it's going to be a ton of ults that G2 has in this round. Everything but the Steel Garden available. So this is going to be tricky. Stax does have that Hunter's Fury again. If they can get to the post plant, keep him safe, maybe there's a world where you could just win it on that. They're going to have every advantage in the retake, RG2, if it even gets there. For now, Cam placed in towards short. The majority of the forces of T1 fan out for long. I think he saw 2.
Да я уже понял, бля, я уже писал.
You saw the 2 duelists, so feel pretty likely this is coming. Stax is gonna let it loose and try to clear the site.
Trying to spot him out, but so very low here at hell. Will eventually get taken down. Trying to P31 as well. Strong.
The
Armageddon. It's going right toward him. They're not gonna be able to escape.
Ну зачем я это смотрел?
Somehow hits the transfer, gives him an opportunity. Looks for another, cannot make it happen. Izu.
Бля, Изу остался, это опасно.
Can he go back to back? 43 seconds remaining in the round. The spike still going to be dropped. Enough time for him to try to potentially go for a counter rotation. It looks like he's just going to play this.
Бля, мне еще надо мусор будет отвозить в 3 захода, пиздата. Что мы с Бандуром на прошлой неделе забыли, а он съебал. Просто 3 раза мне пиздюхать туда, блядь. Я ебал, если не 4.
Tripwire there, cleared out. Plant having to be stuck. Weapon drawn down. Camera for the spot. Tucks back around the corner. Knows that they are just absolutely stacked up. Wants to try to divide and conquer the jump out. Nearly finds Valen, but
бля, вот G2 опять же, вот 2 в 1. Вот посмотрите, ну как мне нравится реально. Вот посмотрите, они 2 в 1 остаются, посмотрите, как они доигрывают. Ну, это как бы дефолт, блядь. Я не должен такие вещи вообще подмечать, сука. Ну, потому что остальные команды играют как уроды, я не могу это не подметить. Да, ну, первый вообще вот так выпрыгивает, и второй тут же за ним, блядь, тут же за ним бежит. Блядь, некоторым командам стоит поучиться, так сказать. Базе, нахуй. Базированной базе стоит поучиться, как 2 в 1 доиграть. Ну, вот это красиво, блядь. Ну, чего у них есть, что-то в башке видно. Ой, это точно танец живота?
It's going to go back to C for T1. This one's been working pretty well for them. Some spam there to check the orb. Kill contract for Meteor.
Ну реально, что-то молодцы. Ну да, они безошибочно играют, тоже бывает. Но в целом, вот они стараются, видно. Да не, ну блядь. Разные ситуации на карте бывают. Ну, сейчас они прям круто, просто за ручку поиграли, все.
Stopping T1 from advancing forward into the garage.
They're really taking their time, trying to suss out the positions as best they can, but man, G2's done a great job of hiding. Finally.
А у нас Кири Влад зарегался?
Spot on the one.
Или
Just that
похуй?
stinger in hand, Jonah P. That Guardian sends out a shot, pulls back, and yeah, nearly has that kill. Flash sent forward. There's a fake
Я
out.
очень устал, босс.
Shaw once again just trying to reposition. What?
Очень устал.
Да пусть Аден играет, заебал реально.
Spamming his knife.
Я заебался писать, блядь, просто долбоёбы.
Either way, Jonah P gonna be taken down. Trent eliminated. T1 now fully in control.
Spike planted.
The Guardian picked up, but so very low on HP.
Кого-то мне
Nowhere
больше
to go. He's
всех
just
надо,
out in
блядь.
the open. He's instantly dead.
Шок
Valid
ебаный.
good for one, but now it is all on leave. Cordon off from the site by his own Astra.
Да нет, тут все.
The wall will fall. Stacks out to the open. Taken down, but Sylvan on the counter swing. Gets them the win. 13-9.
Ну ладно, T1 отвечает.
As T1 tie things up here in the grand final.
Нихуя себе. Но это сделано 100%. Либо какой-то пушап снизу жесткий там.
Let's see what Abyss has in store for us.
Поздравляю. Поздравляю.
Поздравляю.
Поздравляю.
Поздравляю.
Поздравляем. Сейчас приду. Поздравляем. Поздравляем. Бля, может мусор часик нести? Я, в принципе, успею как будто. Да, я пошел мусор отнесу быстро, ребят. Сейчас приду.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet trying to see through me. I'm there when you don't see. I care when you don't see. To care when you don't see too. Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet try to see through me. I'm there when you don't see. I care when you don't see. To care when you don't see too.
doing some, well, let's just say the Lord's work with that ISO, holding it down, and he is definitely been on fire today, Mimi.
What an intelligently played clutch from him, stealing the planter with the ice wall, almost just winning it straight up on time, but finding the duel at the end here to close things out as well. Meteor has been incredible for T1 all tournament long. It's his third Masters final in a row, and playing like this puts him on a good pace to win that second trophy.
We even saw later on Jogamo using the fake clone to try to bait out one of the ults later on and catch it, but Meteor couldn't be denied. Just the impact that he gets with this patient style of play that T1 has is wonderful, and it's so successful against the Breach Taeho because they give so few cues as to when they're going to exec.
Yeah, it really has just been an absolute beauty to watch here. But another thing as well to keep in mind is that Meteor is going for something pretty big here, right, Mimi? He's going to be one of the first players, the first player, to reach 3 Masters finals in a row. This guy has achieved something incredible, and if anything, it goes to show just how far he's come.
And it has to feel so good for the rest of T1 to be around a guy like that. They have some pretty inexperienced players. This is Sylvan's first international tournament that he's attended as well. You have Izu, who's only made it to one event before at a global level. He didn't win a match there. His first global win was this event, and now they have a chance to lift a trophy here as well and give Meteor his second. He doesn't want to feel that feeling he did back in the Masters tournament that they fell to against Sentinels last year.
And he's doing a great job of it here. One of the things that I really feel like has been pushing them forwards is their success in the Thrifties. They've just had so many moments where they've been able to tie together with low eco and put insane amounts of pressure onto their opponents. And you need players like Meteor to be able to hit shots in rounds like this. You see in a round like this one where they turned the game around. This was 8-8. It's a Thrifty for T1 and they get the win. They've got an insane eco win rate overall. Meteor's the only player with a Guardian. He's also got the ult to be able to work around. And at the end of the day, what gets it done is that G2 give them the sight. And then from that position, T1 are able to hit shots and win in the post plan.
This team is so interesting too because they're winning so many Thrifties, and some of them are just off of incredible individualism from some of these star players. But you also have rounds that are just well constructed, being willing to risk ults, to invest a lot into making something happen on these eco rounds. They are winning some of the most Thrifties of any team we've seen at the global level in quite some time.
And I think one of the reasons is because they actually come into it with more game plans than others, and they treat them as winnable rounds. They don't treat them as throwaways or rifles. They come up with specific game plans and have plans to be able to get the best out of their small util.
Well, yeah, and it's also, you know, that MR12 format, every single round is going to matter in this situation here, especially on that stage there. But that takes us, though, to our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we didn't get a chance to show it. Now we want to show it to you guys. Reason why? Because you all overwhelmingly voted for T1. Now, is that a matter of, you know, the fans just being into the underdog story, or a genuine belief that this team can win, especially after what we saw in Haven?
For a lot of people, I think it has to be a genuine belief. That belief has been building all tournament long. But to remember that this is the team that was swapping their assistant coach into play, then swapping him back out for Sylvan, was having weird things going on with their map veto, was losing matches regionally, to now be here in the finals with a chance to lift a trophy. It is such an incredible turnaround for T1.
The score's tied at 1-1, and we're going into the most difficult spot for T1 though, Mimi. This is a map that they have just been permabanning the entire event. And G2, they're doing all right on this map. They're doing pretty well, actually, but it's not their best. It should be one, though, where they have an outsized advantage playing Jorgamo on the Yoru, playing Leaf's Chamber. It'll require a lot for T1 to overcome them on Abyss.
Autumn said they had a plan cooked up for this map, that it had special practice, and it's going to be a comp change. Double duelist!
What is that? The Reina is coming out for Meteor?
Feast or famine, bro. Honestly, though, Meteor pops off with the Reina. Anything's possible.
The biggest thing they're going to have to deal with on their attacking side is Leaf's Chamber. G2 have a ton of different looks for him, getting aggressive with different Chamber TPs, setting him up with Jonas Faultline, being able to take fights that no agent can safely besides that Chamber.
You're
bang on the money though, Golden Boy. This is going to come down to whether or not Meteor can just feast. Is he in tournament winning form? Is he looking to lift the trophy? Can he will himself across the line?
Buzz is 10 kills away from breaking the global kill record that Durka already claimed this event. He's never won a trophy before, but he's that close. That's how good he is, and he's gonna try and break that record on Jet.
A lot is on the line for both of these teams. Let's send it back over to your casters to call all the action. It's Achilles and Paper Thin yet again.
All the action, and based on what we're seeing in these comps, there is going to be so much of it. Reyna, something we haven't seen all tournament long. Got a first glimpse of it on this stage earlier when Superbuzz was playing it in the show match, but that's about it. Meteor has not played this agent much at all.
It's the second time ever, as far as I can tell. This is completely unexpected. I, honest to God, thought they might run ISO on this map and just send it and just see what happens. I'm very, very interested. This doesn't look like what they did on the offseason. They had the Cypher on this map when they were playing it a bit, but this is the real danger, man.
Yeah. Aforementioned there from the analyst desk, Leaf on this Chamber. One of the few in the world that really still makes Chamber look like he's absolutely busted from the olden days, but Buzz now 8 kills away from claiming that kill record on the global stage. Comes up with 2 quick ones here. As immediately Trent forced to just tuck back. Valen steadily making his way over in towards tower. Has been noted, Meteor and Reyna put down. A lot more work to be done here. Buzz at 10 HP.
Ooh.
The shock there was available, he would be able to do it, but we'll just get him with the classic, it seems. Turned himself down to 5. And as he goes to swing out, he's just getting encroached upon. Will be hunted as T1 reclaim the lead in pistols and get the opening round here on Abyss.
So if I could theory craft a little bit on what's going on here in T1's mind.
By all means. And good luck.
Yep. No, I mean, look, no matter what, I'm trying to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. But my guess is that part of this is the Leers can keep Leaf off balance. Like, you can clear the way that he holds A. Like, a lot of times he's going to be peeking out a little bit even deeper than what we saw in that previous round from A in towards main. And this time, G2 just wants to brawl. They sounded a fault line early. Stacks with the drone, stacks with a kill.
Gonna be taken down. Getting quite the reveal here. Yep, now the call to just try to bail off the side of the map has been made here from G2. Trent could not escape. And we'll just be flawless here for the side of T1. G2 venting the play, sticking around with it, it would seem. And overall, do not mind it. You do not want to be funneling these ultimates into the likes of Buzz to stacks.
I mean, because here's the thing for T1. A lot of what G2 wants to do on this map is control mid. Use those double TPs, whether it be Jog, whether it be Leaf, to kind of work that part of the map. Get it behind that box that's in the center, kind of push out from vent sometimes, things like that. But with this Reyna here, I think they're just going to try to abuse the heck out of these chokes in front of A and B, try to brute force their way through onto site, and see, just let the chips fall where they may. I mean, why not? Mud's work, let's do it.
Get those salvos to try to interrupt and find some damage. Once that rendezvous comes through, Trent, nice headshot on the swing of the corner. Raise one back there on to Buzz, finds another.
Oh, Trent.
Stacks eliminated, dart in. Looking for the shock setup, Meteor into the fine lead. Back into a 3v3, Spike still not yet planted, now committed to. It's pop flash out.
Твоя цель здесь. Иди ко мне.
Да я мусор выкидывал. Давайте T1 бодро начали.
Convert the bonus 3-0 start on G2's pick of Abyss.
This is madness. I mean, Autumn said that they
Хоть
had
смотрелся
something
чуток, ебать
special
прошелся в
prepared.
шортах. Прохладненько.
He's been absolutely correct. I mean, Buzz just getting ahead of the game there. Jonah P with util in hand. The dismisses.
Reyna.
This is so nicely on site. And you're going to see similar scenes on B, assuming that G1 eventually goes over there. And immediately a timeout call by Josh. He loves to get into things early, especially if his team is down like 3-0.
Стой, что за пик за мной?
He wants to make sure that whatever's going wrong gets corrected immediately. And my guess is
Ну покажите еще раз.
you're gonna have to play a little bit further back. You're gonna have to give up a little bit of space towards A main because with that Reyna there, with the Leers, it's actually gonna be quite difficult to challenge it.
Take that space.
It's like, you mean I don't have to play Yoru or Raze?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
A rare change up for him.
Они в ахуе сидят. Что там за пик стоит, что у них такие лица, они в ахуе. Джетка, Рейна. А что за флекс? А что за флекс пик? Ебать, это что? Интересно. Бля, пиздец, я охуел что-то. У нас есть такой контейнер для мусорки, для мусора. Знаете, такие контейнеры, как у американцев стоят около дома, такие вот, типа, высокие прям. Пиздец, что соседки загрузили. У нас хозяева приезжали, может, когда застолье было, и вот это все туда загрузили. Я охуел сейчас. Я просто прихуел. Я этот пакет не смог вытащить из этой хуйни. Я просто пакет этот не смог вытащить, потому что он переворачивать, и я там, блядь, пиздец хуйней занимался. Местечко для джетов, ну подожди, мне кажется, соберутся еще. Это специально такой сценарий, чтобы мы к 6 пошли агент смотреть. А че, люди, бревна ебаные, а только ты с собой не учили мансить? Ну, смока нету. Ой, блядь. Ну, бля, я орут из зала, гандоны.
It's scrappy, and G2 reacts pretty well to the B pressure. Nothing A, and they are on their horses trying to get over to the other side of the map. And they're able to cut down a lot of T1 members. A great hunter.
Камеры заходить, бля, ну ладно, было и было.
Sylvan's still alive. Sylvan in the back lines.
Да, бесит, что орут, бля, я тоже, бля, как они орут раньше.
So many assists. The assist leader coming into today. Him and Jonah P neck and neck in that regard. He's been instrumental in a massive, massive, massive clutch for T1. It's time to out. T1
я бы тоже растяжкой занимался.
already how Leaf wants to reposition. Since he's not going to play aggro in front of A main, he likes to play around the right-hand corner. See how they want to try to get him out of there.
Здорово, Дефак, спасибо. Кто парень? Чё пиздите, там видно было по одному. Там шорты в обтяг. Которые так стримят или с каких? Или которые так в обтяг носят?
He's not going to connect. They have no idea. Positions here from T1. Recon going to be sent down. Buzz moments before being flashed up. Able to find a kill. Dashes into the corner and snaps on the trend's head. Pushes forward, looks for the shorty.
Типа на камеру растяжку делал. Так это база, не? База ебучая.
5-0 start for T1.
And the diligence here. I was crediting G2 for some of their homework. T1 now getting an A+ as well. So aware of how they want to set up on this defender side. The Lear into the paranoia. Good luck, Jonah P. And Leaf has no choice but to TP out. And Buzz is just a monster. Cleaning out players on the back of sight. And it is full throttle. And believe it or not, a second timeout for G2. That's both of them burned within 5 rounds. The 6th coming.
Not something you want to see here for the G2 faithful. Believing
А
in
вот и
this
проблемки у
squad.
джетов.
The Archers road to the day have
Тренера в ахуе, я бы тоже в ахуе, пока про тебя тройну пикают.
from ascending for everything that had happened with their previous organization, getting picked up by G2, getting into Tier 1. They're close, but no cigar finishes last year.
Да бля, ну они за КТ пока играют за слабую сторону.
Global final. And on this map, that so many people would have said dead to rights. This is the
Чё
one
мне похуй на этот мем вообще?
where they should be able to smash
Чё они
T1.
прям сильно
I
мешают?
mean,
It's not coming to fruition quite just yet.
All I could think of when I saw this comp was what in the paper Rex is T1
Конечно, понажимал бы.
This is just madness, but it's working. And again, it's leaning into the strengths of this T1 team. Double duelist, create chaos, create space, let your fraggers frag. And they've been so good. The coordination in the heat of the moment with T1.
Ну вообще, если тут была Вайс, да. Бля, реально, вдумайтесь, если была бы Вайс, хуй бы T1 так выходили бы нагло. Они бы хуй бы так вышли вообще. Особенно вот эта Рейна, она как бы выходила, бля, в ЧП.
Once again, paranoid up. Regains some vision, but Buzz still able to go ahead and find one. Swings back through. Trent to go ahead and collect. Meteor dropped. Some solid trading here for the side of G2.
Пока начало матча, пацаны, погодите. Даже 6-0 плохо. Спокойно могут 7-5, там 8-4 сделать, взять пистолет. Короче, это еще пока не критично. Ну, надо раунды брать, начинать брать G2.
Slow field there, weapon recoverable. Just the stinger still. Sylvan. Oh, down. Out of the smoke, but stacks with the reposition. It's not red!
Ебать тайминг.
They get so damn close! And every single time! T1 denies them the win! Another Red Bull clutch!
Действует уже опасно, пиздец.
I mean, Jonah P is just getting brutalized outside of the A door. And they're throwing so much utility to make sure that's clear, and Buzz is always checking that angle first. God, Buzz, excuse me, Stacks as well, just...
It's so smart.
It's so unbelievably smart, and that's those years of experience that they've had. So many international tournaments that they've been through. They want to make the most of it this time, finally getting to that grand finals. Jog, TP out, another push forward towards A. Clear to the drone. Smoke immediately goes up. Meteor's still gonna push forward.
Закатать, ну, бля, понимаешь, если они возьмут один раунд сейчас или два, закатать G2, то у них не будет... Ну ладно, вот, началось. Я к тому, что если бы G2 сейчас не начали бы брать раунды, похуй какой пик у T1, они берут пистолетку, выиграли. Понимаешь, взять пистолетку, все, взять пистолетку, они выиграли. А так, да, хотя бы 3-4 раунда надо G2 взять и все. Можно попробовать поймать кайф.
Don't let him keep getting through there for free. Buzz, the flank angle attempted to be created with the up and over, the blade storms. Immediately shut down. Nice work by Jog.
Фулл Т-карта, блять. T1 заулынились в Т-пик полностью, так
I think it
что...
was Stacks or Sylvan trying to run out of that smoke and just get some shut down. And yeah, you can see it's easy, guys. Just spray them down through the smoke.
Let's do that every time. Because the rounds have been close, G2 have broken down the economy a bit here from T1. Oh, okay, yep.
He's good.
Waiting for a little while longer than felt comfortable.
Just jog things. Loves to get that early info. Can check a few extra angles with those peaks that you normally can't get any. So let's see. He's gonna tuck into the corner again. This time though, T1 gonna leave. Just Izu.
This is shifting them across over towards that operator.
Yep. They have no info on this side of the map.
Go for another one. Does go ahead and catch a glimpse.
Да, вот так прикольно, что я тоже когда делал. На Ярике везде прыгал, ну, на этой карте.
Off these prowlers, off the haunts coming through. So for now, G2 not going to be rotating anybody over.
Exactly. It's the fade. That's what's going to sell this. That TP might give it away.
Quick little check. Zalir comes in. Leaf looking for the timing shot. Buzz up and over. Going to be seeing too much. G2 needing to get clustered, but now rotate into mid here from Izu.
30 seconds left.
Can he find a timing? Can he find a kill? Create that pressure here on the flank. He's watching to see if anybody goes pushing forward. Out from the spawn side, but Sylvan just goes up into heaven. He comes away with 2 eliminations. Draw committed here forward on the site, but is not ready for the flank. Buzz.
Пиздец.
Second round takes him down.
Ну что, фан, я же не ставил. Вообще не волноваться игрался.
Look at that next kill, cannot do it. The Nork and Trent. 3 players surviving. Basically a thrifty here from T1. Not allowing for G2 to get back-to-back
Что
wins.
заводчане, как там у вас работа на заводе прет? Я вот сейчас пойду, окунусь в бассейне, сока.
What a player, and he is showing off on this jet.
And no one else from the top 5 is here. And let me tell you, the gap from second to third, monstrous.
Стой, до этого же Дерки пробил 2000 киллов, да? А Басти перебил теперь. Правильно?
Yeah, let that sink in. I mean, that's just how big consistent, you know, those Vision Strikers, DRX teams were. Now this T1 team is something they never could.
The back here from G2 is absolutely gorgeous. Tearing them asunder his stacks. Tucked into the corner. But well, red headshot stacks fighting back for one, fights back for another.
Spike down B.
It all comes down to Meteor, and he cannot find the first. Gets that kill on Leaf, maybe you start believing, but
That's part of the reason he's so good
Залп,
at
блядь.
just saw the dash from Buzz and was able to adjust.
Down B.
And a great read here from
Блядь, что-то у нас супер шит. У вас тоже?
advantage of the mid space being given up by T1. Something they've done to a lot of other teams, but because of I think the pressure and the pace that T1 was coming at them, they never really kind of figured out that that was going to be available. And now T1.
Ну, маленькие как будто точно не мешают. Ладно, я знаю, я большие просто дороже сделаю. Я их сделаю дороже и прям на full screen въебать. Я уже давно хотел так поставить. Ну, чтобы прям на весь экран они были. Я у кого-то так видел, у них тоже стоят на full экраны. Чтобы тебе прям full стрим закрывало. Норм? Ну, маленькие как будто точно не мешают вообще. Кроме того, что ты идешь в ушах.
Once again, that Hunter's Fury online. Second one does get cycled up.
Double stars right at the door. Be a grab well there. A little bit tricky. Gonna use the Armageddon.
Sends that over towards Tower Buzz.
Почему дороже? Я же на них наоборот цену в 2 раза меньше сделал на все мемы.
Hunter's Fury from Trent able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down. Buzz now just sat here. Waiting for the timing, the bow, drawn out, swings the corner, looks for two, gets a head on the leap, but cannot find the kill.
Ну, бля, говорю, если это 8-4, 7-5, что-то такое, то тут вообще устроить такая хуйня. Да, вот такой не возьму такой в жизни.
Trying to play around here, around the sides of that nebula, finds the first. Just a sheriff in hand. 3 bullets. The cosmic divide, sent out, leap.
На ульту, конечно, ну ладно.
Finds the kill. T1. Not able to find the round victory here, but still getting ultimates out of the hands of G2. With 2 more rounds to be played.
Бля, думаю, может после этой карты еще часть мусора отнести. Я ебал сколько там, пиздец, блядь. Ну так хотя бы не падал. Отнес, опять отнес, посидел, отнес.
It's a completely different story. Buzz able to find that one.
Yeah, and
good on Leaf.
You gotta get this operator out of his hands. You gotta find a way to shut this chamber down. And they've been playing a lot more passive than usual with it, and it's working a treat for G2.
Да, ну я что-то вывел, бля, у меня бабок почти нет, что-то остатки въебал. А так-то по турику вообще здорово шли. 11 ставок с 12, блядь. Мне кажется, это жестко. Да просто так на Никиту я поставил, когда они играли с Тиван. Я просто поставил, чтобы было интересно смотреть, мне похуй было вообще.
What a kill to be found. Nightfall online. Want to go for the push here onto the site.
That's one way to get rid of the op. Jeez.
Still been showing some presence here at mid. VALORANT still continuing to scale forward. Jonah cutting back across over towards tower. Nightfall going to be sent through. Trent pulls all the way back. Able to avoid that.
Губа спермя, я нахуя друга. Ты понимаешь, что мы друг от друга далеко.
VALORANT right back being noted. Stacks watching on the angle. But tries to keep himself covered. Cannot. Stacks wins the fight off screen. And now it's just Jonah P. He finds one, but nothing more. T1 looking to lock G2 out of the remainder of this half. Potential for a 9-3. Unless G2 could get one more round win.
And Leaf is going to be one away from another tour de force. Going to be scooping up a Guardian, it looks like. Thought about an Outlaw there, but knowing that the money is flush for the side of T1. I love the way Buzz plays this. Gets that kill, gets the spam, knows he's dead, throws a smoke and tries to jump off the map to break their angles so that his other players can step in to get those kills. That's a really, really smart heads-up play from him. Leaf gets this one kill. It could be a very different round.
Absolutely. Empress now popped. What? Shots into the smoke from
Бля, не повезло.
Meteor. It's a little bit of damage.
Ну, я говорю, 8-4 устроит.
Kill and assist, obviously. Looking to devour to get his health back. Sleep is going to be shoved away from the window here in heaven. Meteor chasing forward. Considering a push out of the smoke. No more Lears available. Probably not spotting. Gets recon down. Gets tagged down so very low. 15 health remaining here on the Reyna.
Trent.
Izu noted up close. Trying to reposition, but as
flank.
Like I said, yes, Jonah P working his way around through their spawn. And right now, no sights on this whatsoever. Stacks jumps back across the opposite way, but all eyes are tied toward their side. Jonah P able to find two, leaving Stacks now on his lonesome.
Убьет одного, там будет. Ну, молодцы, G2 опять вместе пушат. Ну и что, их устроит такой счет? Их фул устроит такой счет, сейчас, секунду. Ну, как сделать? Я вообще забыл, как что делать, нахуй.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on any plan. And the iPad is all free. That's up to $2,000 at Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ой. Пять секунд. Только вот тут я не помню где. Да, бля, где это было?
We are back, about to jump into this second half on Abyss. Score at the moment, tied up 1-1 across the series. T1 pulling out a brand new composition after keeping this map tucked away for so very long. We saw G2 starting to understand it, starting to be able to break it down in the latter bits of that half, but is this enough damage from T1 as they move over to the defense? An 8-4 scoreline. Will that get them a victory here on the map that everyone had them written off on? And how do they use this composition?
Все, я на фуллскрин сделал сильно дороже, но они прям будут прям на фуллскрин.
You know, you're gonna just have to throw bodies at the problem potentially if it starts to become an issue. Flanks are something that G2 loves to create. We've seen it all the time. Leaf's gonna be potentially lurking on you, or somebody else, even on this squad, can go for that. John does it from time to time because of the TPs you have available. T1's gonna force a bunch of players in towards that middle area. I mean, this comp's meant to brawl, so they're gonna
players set up.
Go for it.
Clear on the recon. Meteor up close. Break on the door. Buzz desperately trying to escape. Meteor gonna be good for one before getting traded up by Jogamo. Tuck back is Trent, down to 35 health. Izu on the swing though, what a shot! Finds one up and over the top, but Jaw still standing! Someone eventually will shut him down, loading another. Is it still gonna be chaotic? Stacks at 22 health, needing to get the hits across, and he cannot. G2.
Какой кайф?
3-3 in pistols. They take their first step. Getting back into the driver's seat here on Abyss.
G2 had this read from the get-go.
Какой кайф на джиту был? Вот когда они сосали. Бля, я как будто бы на камбэк бы въебал на эту карту с удовольствием. Как будто не ошибка.
The duelist for G2 coming up big in a pistol round that they desperately needed. And they found some success. They found some breathing room.
3 поймал, да, как будто вообще не ошибка.
Anyway, GG go next. Yep.
That's fine.
Бля, вот это такая тупая хуйня, если честно. Это просто максимально тупая хуйня. Сколько валики люди фуллайка брали с пистолетами. Бля, это просто идиоты так делают. Не, все, дизреспект, Иван. Это просто полные ебланы так делают. Ну отдашь ты 5 орб на команду, похуй вообще. Плюс закил там немного. Похуй, зато есть шанс за этот раунд перевернуть. Это просто полные ебланы так делают. Нет, Джету не так делали. Не. Они же стакали сначала, нет? Короче, я не помню, кто. Кто-то стакал план, если не угадали, то прыгали. Так еще пойдет. А с нулевой прыгать, это вообще ебланы. Да. И инсту палит, тогда тоже ебланы.
And for T1, that means you have to be really good at controlling the links, making sure that those are at least accounted for. And again, you're gonna have to throw bodies at the problem. So in this case, they've got the duelist there.
Salvo on the side, gonna ping, looking for a timing, but he's just gonna get timing instead. Tax, take it down, Joel.
You got the TP, he's okay. It's okay.
Gets himself out of there. That's why pre-planning is very important. Does stay alive, but player advantage for the moment here in the hands of T1. Paranoia, trying to slow things up, and Chogamo just absolutely blind in the corner, ends up getting taken down. Now the crossfire coming in. Azizu sends out the C's. Just keep them locked in position. Shock into the corner, widely avoided. Azizu rides the rope up to safety.
Should be undoable, yeah. Okay, one for Trent, can't find another. Buzz finds the final 2 in the round. 9-6 now for T1.
2 players lost. Still fairly clean of an anti-bonus. Now, we can get down to the nitty-gritty. Get into our first proper round here for G2 on this attack. Fortunate for Jonah P. Did well to be able to push that far forward, but then just very terrible timing.
Yeah, it's been really good util though. Especially from Sylvan and Izu. They've been finding good timings to hit the Paranoias, to hit the Prowlers, to hit the Seizes. Things like that are really opening up the map for T1.
Лех, фулл-скрин, есть еще прям на фулл ебал, прям полностью экран закроет. Но я и дороже его поставил, чтобы это редко было.
Make the map smaller in a way, right? Because you want that util, you want to cluster G2 up and hit them with everything at once. And just leave them.
Бля, только обычные маленькие мемы тоже больше стали. Я не могу отдельно то на фулл-скрин растянуть, а это, короче, то, что вот обычные мемы стали тоже больше, ну прям, конечно. Потом полазил. Обычно я не стал трогать, пусть стоят по 50 рублей. Да я обычный же не стал трогать. Только фулл-скрин, чтобы это реже было. В смысле заебал? Вы охуели? Я вам наоборот цены намного ниже сделал. 50 рублей всего лишь поставил. Запердёж.
Then he finds one, gets to dismiss, gets the info, sets up the good trades for the rest of T1, who are flooding right behind him. This is bringing a smile to my face because it's working. I never would have thought in a million years when I saw this Reyna on screen that this had a hope in hell.
I mean, look, we know Meteor, incredibly talented, can be one of the best players in the world.
But he doesn't play this Aegis.
Aegis never plays this, but it lends itself very similarly to the ISO to a degree. Buzz, it's gonna be stun off the angle. Obviously don't go nearly as far anymore with those tailwinds when you're stunned up, but quickly T1 gonna be forced away from this close hold.
Great covering fire there from Izu to Make sure that Buzz could get out safely.
All a bit of a ruse here. Is now the dimensional drift going to be coming through. Stacks around the back of sight. Knows that he's going to be spotted out. He's desperately just trying to get out to safety.
Это что, Илюха, это ты написал, что ли?
With the stinger.
Да откуда? Ну, кого ты написал?
Decently red zone. The shot's not connecting. Izu just dancing around him. Trent just paints an outline on the wall. Paranoia, scale forward, starting to begin. Buzz watching that close, deep corner. Swings out, ends up getting taken down. Talking about now once again striking. 5-3, Knight pulled out.
Нас ножом запрыгнул. Банду, да.
G2.
Че, Бомбич, переживания есть по поводу закрытых?
Fight back, 3 rounds separating.
They're able to catch T1 overcommitting to save Buzz.
Бля, когда все успевать, я карту так не доделал. Что ты делать карту, блядь? С ямками. Только я не понимаю, как мне сделать, блядь, чтобы я ее приближать мог, чтобы он был интерактивный тоже. Как будто в PUBG сложно без этого. Если я просто вот так точки поставлю, то они слишком отдаленно будут. Получается, у меня два варианта. Карту по частям вот так заскринить. Но это смотреть неудобно, я ебал. Скрины искать.
Gonna pull off a thrifty stealth drone on the chase, not gonna get anything but meteors.
Либо, блядь, издалека смотреть. Как будто надо по частям скринить.
Making sure that this is gonna be safe. Not able.
Too deep.
Just backs away. Might have actually gone off the side of the map. Can't quite tell either way. G2 now looking to pivot, push forward into this A site. Izu up in tower. Actually a C's here at the ready. Yes, does go in. Able to find one. The salvo's there on top of it, and Leap cannot escape.
Yo!
2 kills for Abdogomo, still desperately trying to escort them forward, but Jonah P's gonna be taken down.
Блядь.
And it is all on
Nice and fair. Ульта есть, ульта есть. Ты куда там попустил? Чего, блядь? Ёбаный рот, нахуй! Ну и чё вы пиздели? Кто лучший аналитик всех времен и народов?
And then he's got the last 2 lined up for him. He fakes the teleport there.
Бля, повезло, что он дальним в ебло отдал. Повезло, что он дальнему сразу в ебло дал. Он дал дальнему в ебло, а не ближнему. Это то же самое, как я недавно в PUBG ехал, чел стрелял, бля, в пассажира, а попал мне в ебал с М24. То же самое, он стрелял в ближнего, попал в дальнему в ебло, блядь. Вот это я. Я бы сейчас стоял дальним челом, это я был. Нет, я-то думал, он ультить будет, а он просто фейк-тэп кинул. Ам, собачка делает кусь. Понял. Видишь. Отбложник ебаный. Нихуево.
And this is brutal because you don't have any more timeouts as G2. You gotta figure out a way. Jonah P, if you can stay alive a bit longer, you can give yourself.
Да лучше бы одну большую заказал, или посмотрим, как выглядит.
Getting closer and closer. The leer around the back, Jonah P now well aware. It's very snappy to get the shutdown. But what do you opt to do? One flash.
Да нет, я же поменял теперь. Видишь, даже маленький теперь намного больше.
And the likelihood of breaking this, getting back-to-back ace clutches across your team. The odds just not in their favor. T1, a fantastic crunch, shutting down this attack. The haunt from Izu, absolutely monstrous. They win the round. They get up to 11.
And the paranoia as well from Sylvan to back jog off on the initial entry. That bought a little bit of extra space here for T1.
А что там было?
There's some salvos in there to delay
Чего я не видел?
Stacks. But it's Izu so on point with this fade.
А что там было? Никакого звука не было.
You gotta find a way to slow this down. T1 is just reacting so well. Use their contact. To buy that slight amount of extra time that they need to get into position.
Типа, что меня забанило?
To shut you out. Look at Meteor, he's just going for a walk.
Ну там звука никакого не было, блядь.
Mid-leaf. Just there on the opposite side. Cosmic Divide going to be called through. Buzz keeping himself obscured. Damage across Meteor down to 30. Buzz down to 8. Just trying to stay safe. The up again going to be calling a shot. Not going to connect. Not able to find one, but then mowed down by the ult down from Stacks. Paranoia hits. Stacks swinging it towards backside, finding one. Not ready for draw, but Silva is there to capitalize. Suddenly into a 2v2. Committed positions. The decay coming in. Trent frantically trying. Swings the corner. Shots whipping on both sides. 5 bullets remaining now in the mouth. And Trent has the flick. The 3K.
Не, как будто на фуллскрин это мемно. Я понимаю, что это сейчас мешает, но это мемно. Но это мемно. Вот так на фуллскрин это пиздец мемно. Но вот таких хуйни это мемно.
What a map Trent is having. 17 and 15 on this Sova. The one who's been able to hold on the tightest with this bucking Bronco that T1 has brought into Abyss. Just absolute madness. I mean, what a flick, too. That's a great idea by Meteor. Change angles, change positions. Doesn't matter. Trent's just better.
You want to play? Let's play.
Goes Buzz, blades out.
Sort of force on the opposite side.
Here.
T1, another crack.
Не, просто до этого это тоже было, какая разница, до этого тоже на фулл экран закрывал, но по краям все равно как бы видно стрим.
Всем девчонкам нужен тот, с кем их огонек не гаснет, как за каменной стеной. С красной ниткой на запястье полный бабочек живот, и сердечко рвет на части.
From G2,
you
gotta keep T1 guessing. You gotta get into those post plants. Because where T1 wants to win this game is before you can even get the spike down. So you gotta work
Yeah,
be a little bit more diligent. Love this take a space. That's a ton of info there. And they know that B could very well be very open. Buzz the only one here. Hide in the smoke.
Shock dart, smattering of damage going to be found. Swings the corner. Giacomo going to be taken down. Buzz. Thinking about his next maneuver here. It goes right into the shock dart. Stunned up there by Trent. Kill going to be found. Balance able to find Meteor. Able to find Stacks.
Ну чё пиздели, слушайте папу.
G2 now starting to get a very firm grasp on these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Just the one casualty so far. Plant from Jonah P.
Spike planted.
Be one away from that rolling thunder.
Last player standing.
Now has it online. No shot for Izu. Try to force this out. Jonah P. On point. Brings G2 just one round away from time.
Здесь важный раунд.
Now I think you need a timeout from T1 side.
Важнейший раунд в их карьере, блядь.
To be able to react a little bit better on the map. Not able to get info early, especially with the way that G2 is just going to sit and spawn for a bit, maybe send a player down mid.
Ну там же тут должен быть запас по бабкам. Даже если проебут, по-моему.
Because it's all about the timings here for T1. It's all about being able to react a step ahead of your opponent. And you're only one round ahead at this point. Through a blistering attack side, this defense side starting to show the weaknesses we suspected it might have.
That's 16 rounds after G2 burned their last time out. T1 will call their first. G2 coaching staff, you have to suspect that there is a bit of a wave of relief there for them, but also some praises to sing for the team to be able to get it back into this close of a position.
Oh, you've got
a lot more work to be done.
You owe Jog a dinner after this, because that ace.
Ну да, хотя бы интересно смотреть стало.
Алёша, проснись, открой глаза. Ты ничтожный человек, раз решил самоутвердиться за счет игры.
It's gonna be an op for Buzz. It's going to be a heavy investment for T1.
Только стрельба ебут. Есть такое. Ну нет, все равно какие-то комбинки есть у T1. Не прям только стрельбой. Вот вспомните, как G2 выходили на А. Вспомните, как G2 выходили на А. Фейда дала соску и Тео туда молики, и они двоих убили. Не, ну не только стрельбой. Нет, G2 лучше комбинят, базару 0. Но T1 я бы не сказал, что прям только стрельбой ебут. Я думаю, в финал сложно пройти только на стрельбе. Все равно. T1 неплохо играет тоже. Я говорю, они мне еще в группе понравились. Как T1 играют.
sending an extra player over towards A. But for now, they're keen to just watch for any mid push-ups. I mean, we know Spike is down.
Бля, если это выход А, посмотрите, там одна всегда стоит. Омут беду и 3Б. О, если они сейчас резко продают ее. От дивана отлетели, если прилетали.
Falling back, Sylvan having to watch that link because again, no mid control for T1. They have zero idea.
Rolling Thunder forward, sees, goes out to try to slow things up, but John still able to see
Тогда это тоже мы там сломается.
On the one, looking for the follow-up, cannot make it happen. One staying alive here for now, but counter spray out, Meteor. It's quite a bit of damage. G2 now firmly entrenched. Spuzz swaps over the off the stacks, picks up the Phantom. Trying to break things open. Tell it forward. Oh my God! What a shot from Leaf. Finds a second.
Да не, надо слушать лучшего аналитика в мире.
Россия! В этом слове огонь и сила! And Meteor cannot even rescue it. He has to escape. He has to retreat. The timeout call undone. G2. They will tie things up 11-11. His jaw is out for blood. He would love to take this last weapon out of their hands. Either way, that spike is going on. And that scoreline perfectly balanced, perfectly tied.
T1's gonna have to dig deep because G2's got the read now.
Да, эту карту или общую?
Just gotta wait him out a little bit. I think this is another timeout already. Right away.
Много на эту карту?
Disgusting.
Goodness gracious.
So damn good.
They are playing out of their minds right now. They have really come alive. That jog ace has sent them flying. We'll see what T1 wants to do.
I mean, it's such similar scenes from the start of this map, but now inverted.
Yep.
Back-to-back timeouts from T1. 2 rounds separated prior for G2. You can feel the desperation. What is the call? The money. You barely have any of it. Operator lost.
I think something like a 3-man push out of A main. Just take some space early. See if you can bottleneck G2.
Не, ну реально, что
Brawl.
смотрим?
You gotta find ways to get those brawls going. If you
Долго
can't get
смотреть
them
будем
to
друг
commit
на
to
друга?
chokes, if you can't get them
Пойдем?
to commit to getting stuck in the Fade utility, then you gotta find ways to get the fights to go. The Fade and the Taeho utility. Then there's a chance. Then there's a shot. Stack's having a pretty decent game on the Taeho. Speaking of, 17 and 13, but need a little bit more from the rest of the squad. Buzz 16 and 19. Hasn't really found too much success with that operator. Not going to have it this round, of course, but couldn't find the difference to be made to potentially take this map for T1. Mid-exploration here. Noise being made. That's, I think, to keep some of those T1 players stuck, having to watch those links. Front entrances of the sites going to be potentially a little bit more wide open. And who knows, get no contact, just go for it and see what happens. I mean, granted, T1's done a good job when G2 is pushed all the way up, finding those kills. But no contact off the Prowler over at A. Buzz rotating all the way back.
Здорово, мы еще не
Might
смотрели.
be the right side here. Pink's coming down, wary about that push out from A main. Potential flank around the back. One from T1. Buster in the correct position. An orb grab here for Jaw. Gives him the dimensional drift. Looks like he's just going to be pushing forward. As Meteor trying to get up alongside the smoke. Pushes in, but Trent keeps him covered. The Vandal shut down immediately. As Sylvan similarly falls. Buzzes.
Вот и все, бля, зачем на ебана ходить на антеку? Просто ходишь Б и все нереально проебать.
The last one standing.
Таким пиком, как у G2, нереально проебать антека на Б. Нереально, у тебя дрон есть. Бридж стан, плент, за плент. Ты туда же молит. Все, никак, ну никак не проебать. Now was victory. Shao Kahn wins.
swat away both timeouts from T1 with relative ease.
Curious if they're gonna go for an op. Potentially, I don't know, but that's just, oh, what awareness from Trent. He is so dialed in. It's been a big part of this comeback for G2.
Если надо паков поспать. Стой, когда я посплю, если 6 героев показывают. Блять. Ладно, 6. До 6:30 быстро покажу. Часик посплю. В 7:30 встал. Все, ДМ. Нормально.
Hasn't quite been scouted until this very moment. Bolt line, flash, sent, drop down, headshot, Meteor dead. Sylvan stacks immediately evaporating.
Надо слушать папу, когда он говорит, что будет камбэк ловить кафики. Блять, жалко мне бабок нету, сука. Сейчас бы как 100к зарядил на камбэк, 300 сюда, блять.
Feels like it is overall hopeless. G2 rallying back. After such a deficit, after such a devastating first half. But this comp from T1, whatever legs it had on this defense, it's been swept out from underneath them. The time dwindling. Valen holding forward.
Where are you?
Haunt at the ready, but the next fault line coming in, just desperately trying to hold it to no avail. 13-11. G2 regain the lead in this grand final, and they are one map away from claiming the trophy as their own.
It's absolute madness, but G2 is able to keep their heads on straight.
Бля, пойду опять мусорать, если хули мне делать.
And you gotta appreciate the way
Там
Trent
пизда, я могу чуть-чуть опоздать снова, но я постараюсь быстро.
So
Ой,
impressive
бля.
the way they're able to mentally bounce back and recover after you having to use 2 timeouts within the first
Все,
6
кружок,
rounds.
я могу взять телефон с собой. Что, не верите мне?
Perseverance and tenacity from G2. We've seen bounce backs from T1. I mean, hell, we saw it on Haven, able to recover from that 5-13 loss on the opener. But it feels like this one is probably going to hurt a hell of a lot more. The map that you were basically written off of, that you start so well on. And then you have your
Как вам курточка? Аляска, блядь. Только я мех с капюшона снял, не люблю эту хуйню.
It's a haymaker.
Не, пошел, все.
You're trying to throw the heavy hitter that's going to knock your opponent out. It's going to take him
Какая Шрек, вы охуели, нормально куртяха.
from this particular match, but it doesn't happen.
А то у меня не было такой, точнее у меня есть, но я хуй в свою старую лезу. Точнее она новая, но только просто лежит давно. Какая с Курска, вы охуели? Зато теплая, как мама говорила, мне похуй.
Who knows? May have sent them home. Just unbelievable. That dog ace gonna live rent free in my head for forever.
And both teams capitalizing on their advantages so well, but T1 struggling every single time they lost a player. They could not bring the round back. 0-9 on 4v5 conversions. Not something that you want to be seeing here in this grand final. But plenty of absolute treats throughout here from the side of G2. Split, however, coming up as the next map. The question is it the fourth and final? Or can T1 find success there again? Take us the distance. Take us to our map 5. And let us see a final showdown on Pearl. We're gonna find out, but for now, we've got special guests on special guests. So let's go ahead and hear from two more. We, of course, have Leo and Anna standing by down on the floor for an interview.
Reina in Masters Grand Finals? Does anything ever get better? Trust me, it does, because we're standing with Leo and Anna. And also it's Sarah for translation. Now, Anna, this event has been a banger. How have you been enjoying Masters Bangkok?
First, Sawadee Ka.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is probably one of the most special Masters we've had so far, honestly. This is my first time in Thailand. This is an amazing place. This community is so wonderful. I think this series is incredible. But I think my favorite part so far has been bringing Waylay to Thailand. I think being here today, listening to this crowd respond to her was just fantastic. I cried, I had goosebumps, it was amazing.
ครับผมและสำหรับคุณแอนนานะครับผมคำถามก็คือว่ารู้สึกยังไงกับการจัดงานที่นี่ซึ่งคุณแอนนานะครับก็บอกว่ารู้สึกดีมากๆนะครับผมไม่ใช่แค่เรื่องของแฟนๆที่ให้กำลังใจกันตลอดเรื่องของเกมที่ค่อนข้างที่จะสนุกเลยทีเดียวและก็ได้มีการปล่อยเอเจนต์ตัวใหม่อย่างเวเลเข้ามาด้วยทุกอย่างทำให้เขารู้สึกตื้นตันใจและก็ขนลุกไปตลอดจริงๆครับ
Oh yeah, happy birthday to Weilai and also your husband too. And now Leo, can we get a shout out to this amazing city and the amazing crowd tonight?
You have all been incredible. We're so happy to be here. This is our first time with a global event in Southeast Asia. We hope it's first of many. We want to thank you for being such great hosts, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much.
และสำหรับนะครับคุณลีโอฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับบอกว่าทุกคนยอดเยี่ยมมากๆเลยนะครับผมเป็นแขกต้อนรับแขกได้ดีมากๆจริงๆนะเป็นเจ้าบ้านที่ยอดเยี่ยมและหวังว่าจะได้มาเซาท์อีสเอเชียหรือว่าเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้มากขึ้นอีกประเทศไทยอาจจะเป็นแค่ครั้งแรกขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับ
Thank you, Anna and Leo, and let's keep the good time rolling because we have Split coming up.
Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories won't last forever. No love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. It isn't strange that we are still feeling connected. So I propose that we embrace love, hope, and our affection. Nostalgia is crashing down, a bittersweet burning feeling. Cause when I start to look around, home isn't the same way you leave it. Our memories won't last forever. No longing for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony.
Nice. Oh, pistol. Oh my god. What is he doing? Oh my god. My god. Nice and cold.
Oh boy, and by hook or by crook, G2 manages to steal away Abyss, which, by the way, is a sentence I did not think I was going to be saying, given that that was a permaban for T1 throughout the entire event. But by the way, you probably are noticing that we actually added a fourth person to the desk. If you're a fan of Talon, which I know there are many of you, you might know him, it's Cruz joining us here on the desk. Cruz, pleasure to have you here, my friend. How's the event been for you so far, man?
It's amazing. I love the crowd. I think everybody is very hyped with the event, and I love to see everyone here happy that we have an event in Southeast Asia and especially in Thailand. So very grateful.
Yeah, it must be nice to have an event at home so you can just go back to your bed. Exactly. All right. Well, let's go ahead and break down what we just saw there, because I thought that we were going to be singing the praises of T1 coming into this one, Kakuka, but instead it was G2 right at the end that managed to squeak it by.
Yeah, exactly. And as we're seeing right here, the composition for T1 has some holes, right? They're not having, well, besides the double duelist that they've been leaning on a lot, that worked in the first half. Seeing Bass back on the jet, the first time that he's playing in this year, and actually the first half was all about him, all about all this explosiveness that they had.
I think the fact that G2 weren't able to shut down just basically a jet entry into the site worried me a little bit, but Buzz was frying, they were playing loose, they were playing flexibly, and T1 really gave them a lot to worry about. It required some serious clutches to get back in the game.
I feel like they had a really hard time for G2 to adjust into like how random they were. And I feel like VALORANT took a bit of time to, like, you know, figure them out, which we'll see. I think in the future as well that they're pretty prepared in a sense.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
I mean, Cruz, you were talking when the side swapped about the fact that you thought it had quite a lot of holes in the way that they were going to play on defense. I know that we pulled the pistol round, but as we were going into the pistol, you were saying this is going to be a mid-walk down. Like, that's the only thing that they can do in this situation.
Yeah, it's probably because they don't really have like a true sentinel, so they need to rely on fights basically. So that's why Breach, which is Jonah P, he was ready for it. He knew they were coming. He stunned the whole line, and then they just swung into him, and everybody's mid. The game ended at mid. So they just had a really good read.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think one of the things that stood out to me there is exactly as you pointed out, Cruz, and Kakuka, I wanted to go to you on this, was that it was that composition with the gaps, but I really do gotta praise T1 for playing with the cards that they were dealt in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. Meteor had only played Reyna once a long time ago in a third-party tournament. As I'm saying, Stux playing Deco for the first time, the way that he was comboing with Iso, this did not look like something that was not prepared, that they didn't go over. So we do believe Autumn when he said, you know, we have a composition that might work very well. But in the end, I feel like especially individually, not only understanding and finding those gaps, but individually, they had to believe they could win the duels against all of that aggression.
But you know what was even more impressive throughout all of that was the fact that G2 managed to dig deep in some of these big rounds in Sideshow. We saw Giacomo pull off a play that nearly kicked me out of the damn building.
And Josh RT couldn't believe his eyes either. Jorg's in a spot here where he gets another kill that just allows him to get that gate crash back. Gets another, puts the gate crash fake onto the other side of the choke point, and just happens to have both of the players perfectly lined up to ace, to clutch, and to pull them back. Because if he doesn't win that, if Trent also doesn't win this clutch, this 1v2, I think it's curtains for G2 here. I think they're losing on their opponent's permaban, and they're boomed heading into a tournament point, essentially, for T1.
Yeah, they definitely needed that momentum to get back into the game, and they actually did it with 2 clutches in a row. I think that's why they started to play their own game now. They played slower, they played together, and then they held the flood, closed out the round. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they also are thinking of that MVP bracelet that everybody wants. And for that, they will have to win also on split, because now they are on that match point. Again, this is a map for T1, we expect that double duelist to come back. But I know, Josh, you wanted to talk about G2.
Yeah, I want to take a look at G2's defense here on split and talk about how it's going to interact with T1. So it's the initiators for G2 versus T1's duelist. I'm going to use Kang Kang as a replacement for T1's duelist here, and we're going to take a look at what they do. So in instead of T1's defense, where they anchor people in these hard anchor spots behind map, instead, for G2, they're going to be running one initiator taking information and throwing salvos in the choke point, and then the other one tries to flood in. So we'll have a look at how this actually plays out in reality. Trent realizes that they're going for the A exec, throws down salvos and a stun. This classic combination of a stun down the line, salvos in the choke point, and what that does is it isolates the duelist. But remember, T1 are going to be playing double duelist. So while as here, Kangkang gets very isolated, remember that you're going to have two players holding hands for T1, and that is going to make things more difficult for G2. So as they go in here, Jonah P is able to get an opening kill, Trent's able to get played in, and if we just pause here and take a look at the minimap once more, Trent has managed to get in through Heaven onto Rafters and has isolated all these players in the choke point. They're finding it difficult to get through because of the stun salvo. And that, again, has created a spot where Kangkang is alone on site, and you're going to see Jorgamo flood in through this choke point. And it's all about getting the flood in before the rest of EDG connect with Kangkang. But I want to reiterate again, T1 are going to be playing double duelist. And I'm sure, Cruz, that it is more difficult to stop two of these players than just the one.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the key comes down to communication.
Ой,
If
даже
they
успел.
play together as a team
Как
and they
нехуй.
flood out at the same time, I think they'll be able to isolate those two and leave the three behind. And I think that's the key where if Jonah P and Trent does that, or on the opposite side, I don't remember who, but then if they do that well, I think they'll be able to close out the round, like close out the half pretty well.
Well, ask and you shall receive.
Ну вот опять Бридж, Тео и Йору слева. Да G2, короче, шарят, G2 шарят. А вы говорили на всех картах, почти на всех картах они так играют. А эта троица почти на всех картах идет.
Absolutely, and as Josh is saying, they have a very good shot on the defense, starting on this side.
Да
They
я
can
видел,
actually get a
видел.
little bit more proactive if they manage
Как
to shut
погодка?
down
Да
Izu,
нормально,
who
на
is
самом деле,
playing
не прям холодно.
brilliantly today. That is task number one, and on the defense, it's all about shutting down the operator, but they should be pretty served for that.
Jorg is going for his second trophy, already has champs looking for a Masters, and the rest have been hunting for one for so long.
Does this end here and now, or are we going to get a fifth and final map? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for the call. Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Despite what people may believe, myself and Paper Thin, we want nothing more than a map 5. Outcome be damned. Whoever walks away with this trophy, they will have earned it. I just want to see it go the distance.
Yes, I want that map 5. I want that Pearl, but it's going to be an interesting battle here. Love the way that Sideshow is breaking down, the way that G2 plays their defense. So much of what they do
А
is gonna be
G2 со
reliant
Ascension вышли?
on those two
Я
initiators,
уже не
like
помню
he was
просто.
pointing out. Sometimes they combo their plays. Sometimes they'll set up for some crunches. They love
Хотя
to
как бы
control
два, я
mid, they
раньше не
love to
припомню
explore
чего
mid.
вообще.
You can see that they've got 3 players
Ну да,
leaning
да,
in
да.
that direction already. And that same double initiator set up towards A that we just saw being broken down, being set up. So for T1, it's can those duelists get that space, create that chaos, open things up for the rest of the squad.
Was looking to rush forward, but Jorgamo is having none of it. Not skipping a beat. After his performance there on Abyss, immediately finding 2 kills.
Well, that answers my question. You got both duos dead. Just right off the rip. I mean, that's the exact same pistol, though, that T1's been doing time after time. And G2 just reads right into it. Nice shot by Sylvan.
Нихуя.
Takes out Leaf. It's 1 down. Can you find any more?
One more to go. Woo. Taking any damage, just gets himself out to safety. Fault line at the ready, but eyes over towards this B site for the moment. T1.
Good luck getting out of
quiet.
this.
Silent drop down, but
Salvos just came online.
with that fault, Jonah P at the ready. Wall raised, swing, Trent not spotting anything now. The stun coming in. Rushes in from behind, Stacks. Able to turn back.
Я думал, там просто всем сам
Somehow,
попал.
T1 gotten this into a 2v2. The plant coming through.
Лучше бы он просто ВН нагло
Default in
забрал.
the open, Sylvan still in heaven. Flush against the wall.
Stacks gonna try to help him out.
The smoke dissipating. They're gone. They've drifted across over towards screens.
Здесь сколько пакетов вынес, я ебал.
Backing off the angle.
Я еще тащу бак на одной руке везу. И еще пакеты в
Ships
другой,
of the night,
блядь.
both
Огромные,
narrowly missing
черные.
each other. Stacks the positioning though. Slid in behind the screen. The smoke now coming through, waiting to hear the tap, waiting for the backstab. Finds the first. Cannot transfer there on to Jogamo. He finds the third, but Sylvan out from heaven. Gets T1 the win.
Конечно.
I thought this was curtains. You take out both duelists early. On that male hit that T1 has been doing time and time again, but Stacks dials up a beauty here.
А почему чел на бриче не мог ВН нагло забрать и все, никаких проблем? Тео смотрит рампу, он смотрит ВН нагло. Почему он не мог нагло ВН забрать? Бля, да, давайте БО5 прям до праков, сука. С какой тушенкой-то?
Looking for a crunch, running him down, but return fire. Solid here from the side of T1. Seemingly anticipating and ready for this aggression. The bounce forward, Buzz going to be taken out. His jaw is able to go ahead and find that right click point blank.
Give me some of what he's having. Goodness.
Comes away with an elimination, but doesn't have the gun. Couldn't grab that Spectre fast enough. So for now, T1 avoiding economic damage, but G2 potential for them here to inflict a bit more. Down on the push. Not taking the bait. 3 players over towards this elbow side. Meteor playing point guard. Smoke comes out. Spray across. Leaf able to find one. As Meteor gets eliminated. Leaf looks for a little bit more, but cannot. All dead at the same time. T1 start things off 2-0 here on Split.
Да, здорово, полноценный БО5. Это то, что я хотел, да.
This time around, this is very similar actually to what G2 did against EDG. After EDG had won a pistol, they set up these traps on these ecos to try to catch him by the orbs, except it was on the B side, not the A side, but very similar ideas, different location. T1 very aware of it, is able to dodge that bullet. So nicely done. See if they could convert a bonus, or if G2's going to be able to answer back. Basically, Valen all alone on this B site. Stacks gonna have to be so diligent here in mid. He's just going to disrespect his smoke. Oh, that was close.
Spray not quite there. Decay on the Stacks, no damage taken. Leap, whole position, able to find Buzz here on the entry. Just setting up the flash. Isu's able to mow down 2.
Бля, Изу отец, конечно.
T1
за клоун спрятался.
Looking to get themselves another bonus conversion.
Gun here.
Fake out to storming its way down into the site. No one going for the shot. Izu eyes back over towards Ali. Jogamo able to find one. Quick reposition into backside. As Meteor gets ready to swing around the pillar. Does so, finds one. Trying to 13 HP. Can they clutch it out? Jogamo now. Still alive. The Prowler, the chase, looking for it. Stacks, setting out the haunt. The reveal is there, but he's held it up to half. Chips away at him. And on the swing out, Jogamo stands tall. Another monstrous round from the previous champion.
Чего его за мышь? Ебал его дергает?
Do not allow for T1 to
А
get
что за мышку Джавгема, что-то не понял?
Dimensional drift as well.
He had it going into this round.
Jeez, man. He is just
Тот шарит?
so good. Great plays here by Izu. Breaking things open and then TPing back. I thought this was going to work well for T1. The push and pull they had around the pillar looked like it was going to work a treat. And Stacks frustrated with just a ghost. Couldn't scoop up any guns. They were all on the floor.
Well, you're regretting not just going for the swing. Sends the haunt instead. Gives Jogamo that opportunity.
He's got the Nightfall. Izu as well with the Dimensional Drift. So both Yorus could be entering another realm, and they will.
Izu on the hunt, but Shona show with a classic. Izu will run him down with a shorty in hand, but Trent now forward here into the side as things start getting chaotic. Izu Sylvan will fall to the wayside. Stacks frantically spamming, looking for anything. Meteor arriving here in heaven. Only able to find one. Spike is in hand. This round is getting out of hand. T1 quickly trying to reroute, but weapons now being picked up, being recovered.
You could find the moment for the C's for Stacks. Could have an opportunity to get a twofer.
Сколько спал? Да, немного. Бля, я просто хотел на турик зарегаться, мне не получалось, там хуйня как была. Я подумал, что лагает, подождал, блядь.
Playing this very wisely. 2 players nearby. Smoke cycled forward, but already past this here. Stacks and Meteor, they want to win this out. Not allow for G2 to tie it up. They're gonna have to go absolutely monstrous. Haunt, not spotting. Meteor, not ready. Valen picks him to pieces. The salvo's checking. Stacks now spotted. Still reading this approach here from Heaven. He's just now arriving on position. Bite thrown down. The swing in and Valen absolutely on it. 2-2. We're all tied up.
Yeah, the early brawl here for G2 works a treat. Gives them a numbers advantage. How in the world do you hit that shot, though? Outrageous how crisp the G2 players are today.
Да какая у него мышка-то? Монет? Я спасибо. Да я не то, что, бля, хочу мышку, просто интересно. Типа, знаете, как марки машин отгадывают. Ну, Джавгейм, что за мышь?
That they have in their repertoire that are making it so difficult. 9 times out of 10 buds
Это кастом, блядь.
he's making life miserable for you.
А, кто-то написал, я не увидел просто. Глаза были закрыты. А, Final Mass, ну да, я так и думал. Потому что какая-то фулл кастомка, блядь. На самом деле, конечно, некоторые тоже играют.
Look at the scale forward, the C's, the nade gonna be thrown in, leave able to find one, but he and Trent both gonna be taken down. Joggerbo pushing forward, finds Izu. But it's a 3v3. Some weapons scooped up. Now a pivot over towards the A side. It's Jonah P. An outlaw in hand, and this is his sight. How many clutches have we witnessed from this man in this position? Cover going out. Now the 2 players.
А что, Джавгейм до этого хуёво играл, не хэппишь? Ну, до этого хорошо играл. Скорее на этом турике, наоборот, он плохо играл в начале особенно. Блядь, он наоборот в начале турика плохо играл. А по дефу он хорошо играет, блядь. Не, это самая сильная неонка, которую я вообще видел.
Swings out. Valen has backed away. Stack's not going to get the opportunity. Joggermo holds his ground.
Да, он даже Killjoy тоже терялся.
This is just, again, great awareness from G2, understanding the tendencies of Meteor in particular, reading that he's going to want to push through that smoke. Isn't that crazy? It is what Meteor loves to do. Yeah, and it's Meteor's own smoke to boot.
Чисто во вторых.
Not sure what in particular he's talking about, but either way.
I think just the whole end of it. Just the kind of.
Все, после этой карты идем нового агента смотреть. Не важно, кто выиграет. Быстренько посмотрим.
Fake out.
Кто хочет нового агента смотреть? Будем смотреть? Плюсик в чате, если хотите. Или похуй? И плюсик, если хотите. Сосали?
Nearby to really reinforce this position. Joggermo quickly back out into its mid. Nothing going to be spotted. Immediately starts trying to join in here. Alongside his IGL. Paranoia going to be connecting Buzz into the back. Taken down as Valen destroys them all. 3 quick kills. Meteor on his lonesome. As everyone from G2 fired up.
They know.
Gun barrel gonna be spotted.
Да реально, малыш Метеор как будто если на стирается, пиздец.
Solid shutdown, 1 casualty. But it's the hero.
Да, сука, это Сомали, вы всю жизнь будете припоминать.
He'll take that every single day.
Я вчера уже 3 часа их искал, я заебался на этой карте. Я просто не знаю, куда мне их перенести, блядь. Нужна какая-то карта интерактивная. Да нет, Дарик вроде хорошо турнир отыграл. У него кенты не вывезли. 2-1 2 раза не могут доиграть, 100% клатч. Никита вроде стабильно хорошо отыграл турик.
But it's going to take some real heroics. One of the players that I'm looking to step up here is Meteor. The guy who's been
Какой трофей?
3 Masters in a row so far today is
А чё, какие-то личные награды были или что?
He needs to step up. He needs to start.
Не, у Никиты был период вот во Фнате, когда он так чуть просел. Но он типа не прям хуёво играл, просто чуть-чуть просел. Но на этом турике Никита вообще сиял фул. По-моему, он все игры круто сыграл. А вот кенты у него подкачали. Бля, Никита еще с тем учетом, что вот Никитос-то играет против Брича, Тео. А его команды не берут таких абузерных героев, блядь. Никитос там приходится, блядь. Мне кажется, Никита топ-1 рейс турнира, не? 100%. Никита прям хорошо на рейсе играет. Он ее пиздец чувствует. Вылетает, блядь, энтрики дает. Сразу хаешка зонит, блядь. Никита забил хуй на игру, блядь. Да хуй знает, по-моему, Никита охуеть какую форму набрал. Надо, чтобы команда поддержала.
Aftershock, the further delay. Straw still here alongside Trent. Whole position to try to shut down this approach. And once again, T1 looking frazzled, looking confused, looking like they just don't know how to fight themselves, how to fight their way out of this position.
В телте ралис.
Those util combos are disgusting.
А чё ты про G2 заливаешь, голова? Они, ну, нет, T1 красавчики, бесспорно. В топ-2 залетели, ну красиво, окей. Выбили Витьков, они молодцы. ГДГ. Ну G2 по тимплею на другом уровне. Они очень, G2, видишь, как душно играют. Вот чилы встречают, сразу молик ебло. Сразу стан ебло. Сразу флешки видно. Да нет, T1 красавчики, я тоже, мне нравится, как они играют. Но против G2 без шансов, против G2 без шансов. Ну G2 слишком душная команда, ну слишком, в хорошем смысле. G2 слишком душный валик показывает. Честно, я был бы таким же, моя команда была такими же душнилами. Все кнопки в тайминг, все сейвен, там, ну, короче. Против них тяжело играть, вот 100% против них тяжело играть. Только чтобы они как-то обосрались по стрельбе. Ну и пик героев лучше у G2, вот опять, блядь. Только G2 и DRX догадались обузить вот эту связку. Йору, Брич и Тео. Те, кто догадались, молодцы. Те, кто не догадались, съебались с турнира. Я бы тоже догадался обузить эту связку героев. Вот видишь, посмотри вот на T1. Нихуя нет. Ни Тео, ни Брича, блядь. Нихуя. Эта связка выигрывает VALORANT сейчас вот так.
This map seems to be the one where they're a little bit lacking on some of their reads. Looked a little okay early, but
причем много ума не надо, там кнопки хорошо-то нажать. Чё, бридж через стену стан зарядил? Ты только тебе инфу дали. Бридж через стену, бах, стан. И молики, где не надо целиться моликами. Они летят, как, блядь, самонаводящиеся ракеты. Ну, то есть это элементарно, нажать эти кнопки элементарно. Не так, это вообще не сложно. С любой части карты ты можешь дать эти кнопки. Но это слишком сильно, сука, это слишком сильно. Слишком сильный лайнап. Слишком.
You talk about footsteps going to be heard here. Meteor not going to be able to get that line of sight quite just yet, and Jogamo starting to rotate as well.
Ну да, финал заслуженный. Не, финал более чем заслуженный. Прошли команды, которые реально заслужили. Я говорю, G2 по тимплею на другом уровне просто, чем все остальные команды. Бля, как вот Валун тоже иногда берется, да? Да, он раздавливает. Да хуя поставил Ралис. Ну а чё ж ты, голова? Вот лучше бы на комбатчик поставил бы на Абисе. Коэффициент 3 супер вкусно. Ой, бля. Ебать ты поставил. Не, Тиван хорошо играет, но то, что они не берут героя, да. Я говорю, две команды в плане вот те, кто пикали хорошо героев. Это первый G2, вторые DRX, все. DRX просто не парится. Взяли вот эту связку героев, 5 героев охуенных метовых, и на всех картах ебашь. Я бы как будто так же бы сделал, клянусь. А где тут минусы, блядь? У тебя самая абузерная связка героев, раз. Люди играют на том же, одном и том же герое все праки, все ранкеды, все матчи, и они его начинают чувствовать, пиздец, как круто. То есть я не вижу минусов в этом.
Buzz once again just not given an inch, not given any opportunity to get himself back into these rounds, into this.
Я бы так же делал.
Paranoia sent pop flash out here from Jaw. So it up over the top, able to find one, but Fallon is still alive, which means that the round.
О, вот это нормально, Магдад.
Still very likely in the hands of G2.
Конечно, какой гейн заколил.
Site take absolutely squashed.
Я бы тоже так делал. Ну, вот будь я сейчас, типа, в ростере условно активным капитаном, я бы так же колил. Мы бы точно так же одних тех же героев, как DRX бы делали. Ну ладно, может на каких-нибудь картах я бы менял смокера. Тогда я бы, скорее, мы бы как G2 были. Вот основную троицу я бы брал тоже Бридж, Тео, Йорик. И все. Может бы какой-нибудь еще бы дедлок впихнул бы. И смокеров бы менял. Астру Оман. Дедлок Вайс менял бы. Короче, вот эта троица и под них бы брал еще. Потому что Вайс сейчас тоже метовая. Вайс тоже очень метовая. Астра говно? Нет, Астра не говно. Давай, Ралис, не делай, похуй. Кто не падал, тот не поднимался, правильно?
Now you're going to be able to invest in an op as G2. Got Jogamo with it. Sends out the TP, going to go back towards mid. Post up here. Is T1 even going to be aware? I mean, you've had plenty of cash for it for G2, and you haven't dipped into this up until just now. Oh, Buzz.
Who's next? Dimensional Drift will scout it. It's going to be spammed out a little bit. Smattering of damage going to be taken easy. Spotting out just a bit more. Leading the way here, guiding Buzz. Meteor able to find one. Lead. Shooting there at the fake out. Gate crash set up. Easy to get out of this corner. They're steadily trying to creep forward here. Trying to poke and prod the swing onto the corner. Izu able to put him down. Meteor with a 3K. As T1 finally break the win streak. They get themselves a third round win. If they can continue, a chance to rescue this half. Make it a 7-5.
What a tremendous use of the ultimate there. Kept the operator out of play. Meteor with a brilliant lurk. Holds right outside of the vents. Waiting for Trent to come through. Knocks him down. Swings up into mail. Finds two more.
Бля, телефон что там стоит?
That keeps T1 alive.
Ебаный рот, бля, этого бакальзина.
Jog going for a very similar play.
Красивые девочки есть в чате?
Kind of good to see if T1's going to contest it.
Желательно с Москвы.
Not something T1 actually does very often. They're not going to EDG you. Hong Kong will just dash in there with a shorty and see what he can get done, but that's not T1's game style.
Trent just strafing into the open. Catching Meteor completely off guard. Both players get by unscathed, but spotting Meteor obviously not going to be meaning too much here. He's just been trying to lurk all over the place. Jonah P. Gonna use their wall, tucked into the corner! The push forward comes in, Sylvan Izu both gonna be left on the floor. Meteor only able to find one. Stacks on the push.
The Golden Girls?
Backpedaling frantically.
Magnat.
Meteor is able to find an opening. Leaf gonna be taken down. The pit is gone. 2v3, but immediately the dimensional drift brought to bear by Jogamo. Can just sprint over that snake bite.
Команды не существует.
Both players out. Drift expiring, Fallon arriving! Jogamo on the peak, finds stacks before the pit can bloom.
30 seconds left.
Meteor now tucked in an alley, away from the site.
Милфы на майбухе, бля, это вообще чит нахуй ебаный.
Able to avoid them, pushes out, finds the first, would have to be
an
ace clutch. Taps it again. Finds another. Just continuing to try to beat the board, Balin. Swinging around the flank, and Meteor pulls off the ace.
Ну что-то хуй знает.
T1's hero has returned.
How has he done it?
Чуть неправильно сыграли. Я бы, знаете, как сделал? Как надо в такой ситуации делать? Подходите к краю ульты. Вот если вот такая ульта. Вот подходите вот тут вот, как бы где деревяшка за понтом, вот сюда. Видно вам курсор? Подходите туда и просто ждете, пока чел поставит до конца. Как только ставит до конца, то нажимаете все. Просто всех на фейк диффуз... Ой, на фейк бомбу поймал, все. Малыш Метеор дает Рализу шанс.
Really break things open for you. They're going to try another mid exploration here. Nothing to speak of in the way of ults, other than the omens.
Stealth run from Trent.
Не, их логику я тоже понимаю, как G2 сделали, что типа один из них так или иначе убьет его. Типа, они вот так подумали, не будет же он 3 раза подряд фейковать. А оказалось, что будет. Ну лучше все равно вместе такой. Я понимаю, что они сделали. Но лучше вместе все равно в такой ситуации играть. Это так надежнее вот так. То, что сделали G2...
Никогда не сдавайся. Позорься до конца. Безумно нужно быть фейером.
Нет, то, что сделали G2, тоже имеет место быть, но более рискованный мув. Нихуя переворот.
Finding them both, looking for the kill. Cannot make it happen. Sink right into the back, the smoke now. In bloom. Sylvan. Stagnant for the moment, repositions here behind the screen. The swing out and leaves.
Бля, Лив хорошо играет, видно, что у человека башка работает. Я так тоже люблю клатч играть. Вот так вот падаешь, просто стоишь 20 секунд как еблан. Фулл тайминги ломаешь. Он не понимает, крутишь ты его, не крутишь. Прошел ты уже в рукав. Нет, блядь. Фулл чилу тайминги ломаешь. Ну, он охуенно сделал. Просто стоишь так 20 секунд, потом играешь сам. Это прям база базированная.
On both sides, but particularly G2. This is what I was worried about in the pistol round. They somehow got through it, but this time they're not going to fumble that play. Keep T1 from coming up the ropes. Sylvan doing his damnedest. Stack's trying to help, but Leaf is so
Я так про леса говорил.
They're just so smart.
Нет, чел всегда умно играет.
Just getting the read. We'll go into the halftime and hear from another legend. It's the ultimate six-man himself. Let's go ahead and hear from CGRS.
กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วนะครับโอ้โห
Стой, знакомый ник, блядь.
I'm here with CGRS.
За кого он там рыпался, что я не помню. Нет, что-то знакомый ник.
First of all, I really want to know who he is supporting right now in the grand finals of Masters Bangkok. น้องกล้าครับเชียร์ใครครับ
T1 ครับผม
อ้าวเชื่อไหมว่า T1 เชื่อหรือเปล่าครับว่า T1 จะกลับมาได้หรือไม่
เชื่อครับผมอยากเจอแบบว่าอยากดู5แมปเลยครับ
He is rooting for T1 and he really wants to see map number 5 as well. And you know what? The game is really intense. I would also want to know, he has tried playing the new agent, Waylay. How is Waylay so far? อยากรู้ว่าตัวใหม่เป็นยังไงครับกล้า
โอ้ผมบอกเลยว่าน่าจะได้จับกันทุกทีมแน่นอนครับผม
Okay.
Kabım.
Every team will have a Waylay for sure. And last but not least, พูดอะไรกับแฟนๆหน่อยครับ Say something to the fans.
ก็ดีใจมากครับที่ได้เจอทุกคนนะครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าครั้งนี้ผมว่าทุกคนได้ทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าทุกคนจะไม่ใช่แค่ไทยแล้วกันผมว่าทุกคนในโลกน่าจะเห็นว่าพวกเราแบบ สุดยอดมากครับขอบคุณมากครับ
Веснойное днё тебе. Полный весне
And a
тебе.
shout out to the fans, both Thai and international, who have attended the UOB Live Stadium here in Bangkok, Thailand. The fans have been amazing, and it's such an honor for us to be hosting such an amazing crowd here to show the global fans that what esports is all about.
สำหรับกล้าครับผมตอนนี้ทีวันใกล้แล้วนะครับโอเคถึงเวลาแล้วครับผม I'll see you back in the game right now
Found his way into an interview, not quite onto a team here at this event as CTRS.
He tried.
He's trying to
he
do, but
sure did try his darndest.
That he did, but T1 now need to try their damnedest. 2-12-2 from Buzz. A shattering performance thus far. Needs to get into gear as they now shift over onto this defensive side of Split. G2 claiming the pistol here. Could very well be the beginning of the end.
They're just slow creeping their way through. Using a little bit of util to make sure the site's clear.
It's only Meteor here.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Rotation quick from Izu. Is able to snap over, finds one. Oh. Giacomo taken down, just blind spam through the smoke. Leaf tucked away, Izu scaling forward, the paranoia connecting, but cannot find Trent there at backside. Still open out from heaven, however, able to find one, finds his second, as Jonah P will get taken down. T1 get what they needed the absolute most. Another pistol win to start off this second half.
It's a lifeline. Izu there. Just a timing, maybe. Not sure if you heard a footstep, but...
How many times did we see Izu getting timings on this map, on this Yoru?
That's a good point.
Just come away with absolutely insane kills.
He is a thief. Absolutely just wild stuff there. A lot of good trades for both sides, but...
Full investment from T1.
Yeah, they gotta go big. Couple Guardians, couple Bulldogs, Spectre. No pistols for Stacks this time. Didn't like that he wasn't able to win. See what Jonah P can do with that Marshall.
Хочу, да, я так быстро приходил. А теперь как порох на бабке?
Shot not connecting. Buzz now up on top of the box. Gonna be fault line here, trying to give his life. He does so.
А вот тут не будет.
Gets traded out, but now Leaf far forward, catching Izu on the approach out from screens. Meteor going down another two here at main. Balance Jonah P still alive.
Спасибо за
Not been able to have that shot, but Stacks saves their asses here as Jonah P trying to pressure him out. Eventually finds it.
Трех часов идеально флага.
But they lose out on so much weaponry. Everything invested. And only two carried forward.
And G2 is so fast to scale into sight. Of just a little bit of contact. They just disrespect the smokes. They just push forward. And it catches Izu off guard. Not expecting Leaf to be pushed up that far forward. The fans trying to get their favorite team back into this. But that's a pretty brutal loss. And this bonus looking pretty minimal for T1 in terms of the weaponry they're going to be able to bring to bear. A couple Guardians, a shotgun, a Sheriff, and a Ghost. And now, a little bit of a slowdown here. G2 generally pretty cautious on this attacker's side. They'll flirt with a little bit of mid-pressure.
Вы не забывайте, что там закатает два дулика, как бы. А вот G2 пиздец потный пик. Через Вайпер. Омана, Брича. Не, как будто G2 не отпустит.
That are extremely well coordinated with that initiator util. So it's something that's very tricky to deal with.
Слишком потный пик. У T1, не знаю, нечем дефаться особо.
That's a spot.
I think Buzz caught a glimpse of anything there, but Leaf getting some information.
Знаете, как T1 могут выиграть только? Каждый раунд сейчас какой-то игрок будет выдавать хайлайт. Вот только так. По факту пик у них намного хуже. Им закатать сейчас будет пиздец хуёво играть. G2 уже читают, просто в двух челов 16 зайдут. В одного чела. Ну ладно, Фейт успел в плант выйти.
Tagged up.
Ладно, Рейза тоже успел в план зайти.
TP forward, Buzz here
Ну,
on the
почти
corner.
план.
Stacks able to find one. Balon gonna be taking out Trent as well. Dying. The Bucky finds an immense amount of damage. Stacks looking to get his zone.
Ну, я говорю, если только кто-то будет хайлайт выдавать, пожалуйста. Чел четверых убивает с Гвардиана.
But T1 will take that every
Пожалуйста.
damn day.
It seems like time and time
Но если вот так каждый раунд кто-то будет переться, то да, они выиграют.
for those 3Ks,
Только
those
так.
4Ks that keep you in the game.
Если кто-то вот так переться будет, то они выиграют.
Throughout Masters Bangkok.
Также капитан, кстати, капитанский хайлайт получается.
And put them one round behind G2. Absolute insanity.
Ну вот только вот так у них получится выиграть. Я клянусь, только вот так у них получится выиграть. Чтобы каждый раунд кто-то хайлайт выдавал. Ну хуёвый пик у них за КТ, блядь, я не знаю. Да, чисто на себе могут вывести. Но если сейчас G2 грамотно кнопки нажмут, они даже раунд с стимкой разберут, смотрите. Просто грамотно кнопки нажать и все, грамотно раскинуть. Кнопок дохуя у G2. Как будто лучше бэсплит сделать на месте G2. Когда тэпку Йор разбили, надо было сразу на бэсплит разворачиваться. Бля, они так делают, ебать красавчики. Умом. Ну им нужны ближние дистанции со стинкером, куда-то идти вот так хуяриться. Умом делают. Только лучше сначала дальний молик как будто кидать, потом ближний. А он наоборот кинул, по-моему. Бля, прикиньте, он сейчас клоном прикинулся. Бля, приколите, он бы клоном прикинулся. Охуеть, он за плент набежал. Я говорю, G2 даже такой могут забрать. Иваном очень хуёво, им надо что-то делать на карте. Ну, НП. Бля, если Тиван будет сидеть как долбоёбы на пленту, они просто проебут. Им надо за Б-мейн драться, за А-мейн, за мидл. Короче, им нельзя сидеть. Они проебут так. Им надо что-то делать на карте самим. Ломать дефолт и G2 ходить. Если они вот так будут сидеть, бля, они просто пизды будут получать. Но посмотрите, почти со стингерами взяли раунд G2. Почти взяли, реально. Вот тут чуть-чуть не хватило. Бля, приколите, он бы клоном прикинулся, реально. В него никто не стрелял, он бы за план добежал и убил спину чулов. Конечно, им по клону прикидываться. Все равно у них полубай, можно и рискнуть было.
See what the buys look like coming out of this. Plenty of money for some on T1. Stacks is sitting on a hefty stack.
Yeah, quite a bit.
G2 in danger of, if they lose this one, going down to another thrifty.
And you suspect that that's going to be T1 getting up to double digits, granted. Did, for the most part, choke away the advantages that they had on Abyss, so doesn't mean that G2 would be out of it by any means. They still just don't want to give them that opportunity. So, first timeout call here for the squad. Multiple ultimates from G2, narrowly offline.
I'd like to see T1 lean into a bit more retake style here. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got some great ults to use to just kind of give up a little bit of space. See if you can catch G2 unawares. TP is going right at Meteor. He's in trouble.
And he's been caught. What?
Ну вот опять. Это про что я и говорю. Только так есть шансы T1 выиграть. Опять G2 все правильно сделали. Охуенная комбина. Чел из стана убивает с одной. Пиздёшь, Магнат. Айфон знаешь для кого? Я бы сказал.
Oh, you stopped shooting at me. Now I'll run away.
Yeah, now this is the time to leave. Clearly.
Spot on the one.
Андроиды для смарт-челиков.
Noted. Bite over towards Stacks. Bouncing back though, bit of a whip there.
Кто больше, ну, больше, чем две функции телефона знает. Ну ладно, 3. СМС-ки отправлять, звонить, камеру снимать. Вот это польза для айфона.
Seeing multiples. The swing out though and Meteor.
Вот опять чел трипл килл.
Solid 3K. Flawless round from T1. They break down the economy from G2 once more. And now they find themselves here in the lead on a split.
This is just
Так,
really
мы сейчас посмотрим сразу в
solid play
перерыве
here. Not giving up
по
any
Борисову.
space. Meteor holding the line. That's massive. Stacks, though, working that backside area very nicely. And then they coordinate. It's a 3-2-1. They all swing together and swat G2 away from that A site. And it's back to Stingers. Stacks trying to stay focused, trying to stay dialed in. You've got the Rolling Thunder. You've got the Dimensional Drift for both Yorus. Meteor has his ult. Pacey trying to catch Meteor again.
Looking for it. Manages to drop that buzz. Trying to go on a timing. Find some pressure. Peeled up. I'm getting dropping Stacks out into heaven. Finding two. Jogamo lead.
Вот опять 5-4, чел даблкил дает.
Stacks is starting to answer.
Безвозмездный.
The call. G2's been crisp. He's starting to get snappy.
Two here in heaven. One in the garage.
Ну вот, смотрите, каждый раунд какой-то чел прется. Первый раунд квадрокилл, второй раунд трипл-килл. Каждый раунд какой-то чел прется.
Fast to shut it down. Swings around the corner. Aftershock not going to find anything. Full flash connecting into his face. Sends out one of his own, but Flash swings into it, in fact, and then gets picked apart.
Хорошо Диван доиграли.
T1 up to double digits. Not allowing for the Thrifty to
Мне тоже кажется, мне вот ты мои мысли озвучил. У меня тоже внутренние ощущения такие, что сейчас T1 отдадут какой-то хуёвый раунд, вот какой-то вот, блядь, 1 в 3 или полубаю, или что-то такое. И поплывут, и G2 начнут раунд забирать. Я тоже такое внутреннее чувство.
To get themselves closer to T1, to try to take the championship here and now, to avoid that 5th map. So you have to imagine the momentum could be in T1 sails. Clear the haunt there. Not much info garnered here for the side of G2, but again, Meteor being tested. He stood up pretty well. He's been able to either get the kill or avoid the traps. They're going to use that Dimensional Drift first. Try to figure out if they have a good opportunity for that Rolling Thunder. See if they commit it.
Has it at the ready. Rolling Thunder going over towards that heaven side. Now the Armageddon going to be layered in as well. Shoving them back. The pit invested. G2, everything in the kitchen.
Баджету кнопку дают, чтобы раунд взять. Охуеть. Охуеть, охуеть. Они отдали 4 ульта?
Everybody from T1 clustered up.
Они 4 ульта отдали?
A counter pit out from screen. Try to keep him interested here.
Ну нормально, похуй. Да, знаешь что? Лучше отдать 4 ульта, но чуть-чуть, ну, как бы сломить ход событий, чем, блядь, по одному отдавать и так и сосать, блядь. Да-да, похуй на ульте. Лучше так, чтобы хотя бы раунд взять, зацепиться. Это нормально, почему нет? Ну вот не получается у вас что-то. А ты оп, все ульты нажал, и хотя бы раунд взял, и чуть-чуть почувствовал уже вот эту вот игру, уверенность. Ну да, тем более, видите, оправданно.
Jog will claim Meteor at the very end, but yeah, it took everything. And T1 tried to dodge that utility as best they could, but the way that G2 is able to layer those ultimates, to use the Rolling Thunder, to set up the deep Viper's Pit, to take complete control of that extra flank angle. Plus, you know you have Jonah P, who's making sure that sewers and your spawn are clear. Really, really well-crafted, well-designed execute there from G2 to give them their first attacker side win. Can they continue on? Trent even only able to afford a Guardian.
Showstopper, just a Hail Mary send there from Buzz. No real information, no real damage found. Meek down to 78, has that regen armor. More than safe here for the moment. Still in the back pocket. Gonna be checking in around sewers. Meteor now starting to go for the rotation.
Помнишь Леру, арт-директора? Ладно, написывают там. Новый клуб, приезжайте.
Meteor can just wait this out until the execute actually starts to go through. And T1 has the complete read on this. They've got everybody surrounding this A site.
Checks around the back. The slide forward coming up. The gate crash there. How patiently does he play it? Damn patient, in fact, opens up here.
Так она же ливнула, Илюха, там какой-то новый клуб открыли, а она теперь там работает.
Find two here on the side. Snaps back now is going to be in the back line.
Контент она, да, конечно.
Here peeks over towards main.
Фу, арт-директор, блядь.
Up and over the top, finds one, looks for the transition, can't quite make it happen.
Что, на Б?
On his lonesome. A 1v2.
Ну чё, усы 2 в 1 или слаба?
Can he be the hero again?
Могу спросить.
So many times today already for G2. Another clutch opportunity. Plenty of time to plant.
10 seconds left.
T1 had fully committed to just locking the A side down.
Now the bad news. Rotate can begin. 76 here on Izu. Sylvan, full HP. Two teleports, a smoke. They have some flashes.
Jog has no util.
Based on what he's shown, he doesn't need it oftentimes.
Ну, сейчас услышите два там.
Timing.
Ёбаный. Опять чилы в ряд стали.
Jogamo is that guy. He is the thorn in T1's side. 10 to 10.
He's already got a champion's trophy. He wants to be the second player ever to also have a master.
Он тайминг идеально взял. Он идеальный тайминг взял, чтобы раскакать. Идеальный. Просто идеальный.
G2 right now, tooth and nail, fighting every step of the way.
Ну молодец, заслуженно. Ну он же сам выбрал как катиться, так тоже тебе, говорит, повезло, бля. Он же сам такой тайминг выбрал, блядь, а не кто-то за него, нахуй. О, нормально, фейкбой сделали. Привет.
Takes a bit of damage. T1 about to lose this lead that they were fighting tooth and nail for.
Я понял, что тут делают так, чтобы закончиться ровно в 6. Ровно в 6, блядь. Молодцы.
Here gets out in front. Paint shell gonna be sent. The swing in Jonah P. Looking for a timing there into the smoke. Gonna be good for one. Sylvan, however, alongside Meteor, continue to break things open. Trent and Leaf, one in main, one trying to rotate desperately into heaven. The Haunt gets cleared out, positions widely confirmed. Poison dissipating, head spotted. Spike held to half. Meteor able to find one, but Trent cleans up the remainders. G2 now in the lead.
Trent says, I saw what you did, Jog. I've got some too. No problem. Just hold the sprays down. There was a moment here where I thought Meteor might have been able to do this. Trying to break things open.
Там что, блин, в жопу отъебали? Эй, воем отъехал.
Quite a bit of frustration. Back-to-back clutches.
Его в жопу трахнули в моменте, блядь. Говорят, сюда, сучка. Натянули, блядь. Ну, эмоции, эмоции. О, опять из молодежки трек. Поставился, никого не было. По тимплею, да, идет. Зато на голову выше. Дилайт называется. Дилайт как стример. Может, это стример?
3 rounds in a row for G2 to get to this position to regain the lead. And that's exactly what T1 needs. They want to avoid overtime and send us straight to Pearl. But right now, the money, not great. The coffers getting drained dry. These rounds have been scrappy. They've been back and forth. They've been nail biters in some of them. T1 just have not been able to bank up the cash. They also have not been able to find the impact that we're used to seeing from them at this tournament when it comes down to thrifty plays.
You have a judge for Buzz there in vents, as well as Sylvan over on the other side towards B.
Fake out there against the wall. Jogamo sticking around. Gate crashes, a crossover towards this B site. Everyone from G2 getting ready to storm in. Sylvan, his own judge here in hand, starting to back away from the garage. Stealth drone looking for the pop. They hear it. Paranoia at the ready. Izu sending a pop flash. Trying to scale forward here with that stinger. Gets in along the box. A bit of damage on the Joggermo. Puts him down to 60.
Yep, this is wise. Don't like what you see there.
Так, 2 минуты доиграть.
No great
Падаем,
read
падаем,
on
быстрее.
where Sylvan could have repositioned to. Let's try exploring mid a little bit. Leave.
Spot out.
Scrape of damage on the Meteor. And now out of the frying pan into the fire potentially.
Но Ярика вот сейчас там его
Corner there
получит.
with the stinger is Izu. Stex gets a seize.
Looking to hold him at bay. The paint shell.
Бля, опять их на соску ХЕ ловят. Пизда начинается. Начинается синема полнейшая.
Buzz looks to try to reinforce something to happen, but Leaf able to find one. Meteor swinging out. Cannot find that kill. Leaf down to 68. The pivot again, coming through. The judge!
Полнейшая синема.
8 seconds remaining! And Sylvan!
Бля, вот же тут какая-то проблема с АТК.
Exactly when he is needed.
Oh, the patience there from Sylvan.
Какая-то
Holding
проблема
that
с
B site the
АТК.
whole way. Just his presence was enough to scare off G2. They try to make their way through to A, but they lose a couple players there. And so they say, let's pivot to the other side. We know that's the weak side at this point. Let's make a go of it. But Sylvan is a step ahead. And me oh my. Couple more rounds. Is it gonna be 2 for one team or the other to send us to Pearl? Or is it gonna be 1 for each to send us to overtime? It is indeed split, and we do indeed only have bangers here. But you can see even Valen, not super frazzled, but certainly a little bit wary. This match has really started to drag on. There's such a hot start for G2 on map 1. A punch back on Haven, and then Abyss. It's just wild. No other way to put it. Now you're here on Split, and who knows what could happen. A couple more rounds to potentially seal the fate of one of these teams.
G2 do not want this to go to a map 5. This is a marathon. They'd like to just bring it to a conclusion right here, right now. Move that finish line forward rather than have it set back a couple more miles.
And look at the buy. This is how scrappy things have been.
Ну чё,
We've been talking about it.
G2 оставляет бабки на last round.
After winning 3 in a row.
Не стали форсить. А, ну правильно, там ульты будут. Там будет у Т ульта, у Омена ульта будет. У Вайпер, возможно, ульта будет. Надо арбы собирать. А что они делают? Надо Вайпер идти, арбу как-то брать, рисковать. А, ну ладно, там Омен не даст забрать. Он прям нагло стоит, смотрит. О, а теперь можно забрать, смог дали. Ну все, Вайпер должна попробовать арбу забрать. Если заберет, еблан. Если он сейчас заберет арбу и умрет, у него будет ульта. Хотя даже в next раунде, если он поставит бомбу, тоже будет ульта, так что похуй. Тогда Тео должна арбу забрать.
Play into T1's hands. This is what they want. Just can they execute?
Кого-то читают без сплиту 3 игрока на Б. Ну, угадали T1. Ну, не угадали, ладно, прочитали. Прочитано, бля, даже арбу не забрали. Ебать тупицы. Я бы забрал арбу. Ну, я бы закрыл, чтобы арбу забрал.
Right into T1's open arms. Using that pit nicely to deny any easy rotation, forcing the hand of G2, and the crossfires are beautiful. Sylvan coming up monstrous again. He's got 23 kills on this map. Meteor with 25. The two controllers are keeping T1's hopes alive here in Bangkok. Can they get it done? Izu with the op. Gets, oh, he misses it. Valen got him.
Shot is just off.
Ёбаный
Shut
рот.
down from Valen.
Сима.
Absolutely huge. The change up. This has not been bringing the operator into the fold this entire time.
Ну да, T1, да, молодцы. До конца, T1 до конца борется, молодцы.
What a play from Valen.
when they need him the most.
He's had some big moments. Everybody on G2 has.
You're thinking about exploiting this space, but there's a gap in the
Бля,
smoke.
как же они фидят.
Capitalize. A 3v5 needed from T1 if they want to avoid this overtime and just cruise into Pearl. Right now, the reactions are not there. The sense is not there.
Все по одному.
Alone on the site. Starts off with one, but strafes back into the Armageddon. You can tell the wheels have come off. Strap in. This map is not over yet. We jump into overtime.
Of course we would. It's split. And this puts so much pressure on the T1 shoulders to try to avoid elimination, try to keep themselves alive. G2 as well, but man, they read this round so
Все по одному, не знаю, как долбоёбы сыграли T1. Все по одному.
Maybe that's something a bit of a
Бля, Гана,
mistake.
я не знаю, кто хуже, ты или Фрости.
Not sure, he just wasn't expecting that to be there. It's hard to say for sure, but that's backbreaking for T1. Of course, losing that early op as well. No ops in play, no glass cannons, all rifles for both teams. Stacks on a bit of an explore towards
Да,
B.
чат.
And push towards mid. These
Слава
were some
всегда
rounds that did
говорит,
end up going T1's way is when they could successfully make their way through and be able to find those pivots towards the site of their choice.
Leave.
Фрости худший, ну,
Looking to
это
try
тоже ваша
to
правда.
stop this, but ends up falling. Jump down, Buzz. Gonna be traded out. Valen able to come away with one, but they zoned them away from the site for the moment. Paranoia sent. No one there to receive it.
Как говорится, чтобы обид не было. Да нет, же тут все равно дожмут.
Gate crash set up from Mizu in the backside.
Да понимаете, когда одна команда берет раунд за счет того, что какой-то чел у тебя прется, а другая берет за счет того, что у них круче структура, круче раунды, круче там геймплей и так далее, очевидно, что рано или поздно, ну, тот не проперся в раунде, проебал вот так, а вот G2 им похуй, прется кто-то в раунд, не прется.
Trying to hold the ground. And Sylvan has to try to keep them occupied from
Блядь,
behind, and he
ну я
can't.
говорю, вот у Тюан никто не прет, сразу нахуй улетают. Так невозможно всегда брать раунды.
To series point, the trophy within their grasp.
One more round. They're able to find that big kill on the Buzz on the entry. And then Jog just working his magic. So diligent, just checking every corner. He's so accurate today. He can sense that trophy.
То, что он на бэк-клатче играл, я бы не сказал, что это супер сложный клатч был. То, что он сразу двоих сбил, да, это круто. То, что клатч был сложный, я бы не сказал.
One more pop-off round from the man himself, and he will add a Masters trophy to that collection.
Look at this, 26 kills on this map.
He's just been an absolute fiend. Trent creeping forward. Fake out. Get themselves pushed up Meteor. Peeking out. Jonah P. Puts him a little bit lower. But Easer striking! Somehow gets a fadeaway headshot. On into the enemy breach.
Вот и ответочка.
A happy little accident perhaps here for T1. It's something that they desperately need to extend this overtime.
Trying to get a read where the remaining players of G2 are. With their attention paid towards B. Now finally, Izu gonna start sliding his way in. See if he can reinforce this A site. Buzz and Stacks.
Stacks repositioning, draws out to the open, instantly collected Leaf. Onto the headshot. Stacks similarly pushed out into the open and
Izu! Izu, ты что? Izu, брат! Ладно, с Steam бывает на самом деле. О, фейк ТП уважаем.
To this very moment, can he pull it off?
Пизда ему.
The smoke dissipating. Just looking for their feet.
Блядь, тут гений ебаный.
Get it done. So very close.
Пиздец, он с такой хуёвой ситуацией мог еще выиграть.
as they reset the OT.
It's just a little bit of a trap position there. Meteor trying to pull a bait and switch, and Izu makes the most of it, finds 2 huge kills. Stacks on sight, holding the line. Buzz gets caught in transition. Just not reading the map here very well. G2 almost punishes them for it. A nice one-way setup. Almost works a treat, but barely Meteor. Still some joy there in Stax' voice, despite how stressful this has been. Now back to this attacker's side. Again, T1 gonna spread the map a little bit. Stax over at B Garage, trying to get some attention over there. Some smokes being sent towards Mail. Try to keep players busy. Izu just gonna tuck in a corner for now. Everybody else wondering if there's maybe gonna be some kind of push out. Stealth drone now. Not gonna get any info. This might bait some rotation. Stack's gonna start throwing util. Izu as well on the move.
Gate Crash is here. Giacomo just himself is here. Players' attention tied towards the side of the map. Trent tucking away, looking for a timing, pushing the smoke, and Meteor able to snap in as Buzz dives in on top of Jonah P. The shorty for the elimination. Meteor checking around, trying to watch here below. Reads it well, takes out Leaf, peeks back into heaven. Some damage found. Giacomo down to 72. Sylvan just staying sat here quietly behind the screen. Eats a bit more ops to go for a reposition. Slide it from Valen. Last one left. Stacks out from main. Finds them both. Back into their hands. T1. Map point.
And it's an attacker's side win there for T1. The side where both teams were struggling on this map. Great play there from Buzz to get that shorty out. Jonah P was trying to find a timing to catch T1 off guard. He had snuck underneath their noses, he thought. Buzz was having none of it. And then we're gonna take the timeout. Oh boy, yeah. The stress starting to mount. Buzz can feel it. Feel that pressure. Only 9 kills here for him on split. It's been a map to forget, for sure. But still, chance for redemption in the cards.
I think it just speaks to the efforts of the rest of his team.
Yes.
Meteor, Sylvan, Stax, in particular. So even with Buzz not being very present here on this map. Crying out loud. We had another reset here on that overtime. Could have another as the timeout will expire from G2. We'll see if it's enough to tie things up at 14-14. Stax and Buzz were a part of the longest map we've ever had in overtime at a global. 1917 scoreline, DRX versus FPX. As far as I'm concerned, let's shatter the damn thing.
Why not? I'm all about it. This can go on for forever, and I've got nowhere better to be.
Финал доты, блядь, что всего один день?
Potentially, nope, just sending a couple players up towards Garage. There is that op again. It's going to be in the hands of Izu. He's further back, sitting in back sight. Instead of trying to contest that angle, I think G2 was somewhat expecting it.
Я бедняк, бедняк, я запомнил, я бедняк.
Just spamming it right away.
Yeah, the previous defenders round and get the reset.
Just no.
Gonna slowly drift across. Tucked in, fault line, not connecting. It's a fake out, the push, Giacomo dead. Stun in the aftershock to try to push him off the position. He's strafing across, damage hardly taken. Repeaks, goes for some spray. Does put one into the shoulder of Trent. Stealth drone pushing forward, but not gonna be seeing much of anything there.
Eve.
On the back foot, and Buzz holds things down from ramp. Sylvan spots out the rest. Izu still here on the side, still with up in hand. Meteor finding him. Spike on the ground. 2v4, fault line avoided. Izu catches a glimpse, gets a shot. As it's all on Valen. Taps the plant, the push of the smoke.
Охуеть, блядь.
He goes down. 15-13.
Ралис, выдыхай.
Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This series, it is not over yet. Map 5! We go to Pearl!
Unbelievable! One more map to decide who will be the first Masters winner in 2025. Who is going to lift that trophy? Do not go anywhere!
Чё, героя показывать быстро? Да, нет, да, нет, да, нет.
Vamos, brother. Good job, guys. Good job. 섹시해. 그래. 그래서 그래.
Чё, нет больных героев хотите посмотреть? Даже я хочу, блядь. Не сосал, ля, какие зашуганные. Просто зашуганные, сука, вы зашуганные. А как потом вот сюда вернуться? Базовое обучение. Ну вот это бой мне надо будет. Да, блять. А, кстати, по-моему, премьер может зарегать. Чё не по скинам? Канка! Чё за хуйни дали? Бля! Скин где? Бля! Где скин, бля? Нахуй! Что-то я не понял. Не дай бог, не там обучение пришел. Или надо обновить, может. Кстати. Подождите. Хуйня какая-то. Ну, я в тот так точно зашел, ну-ка, блядь. Канал ключ за час начала. Верно, что можно было зайти заранее настроить. Однако публиковать контент не знаю. После входа в канал для ивента увидишь подальше. Ну, это я помню, блядь. А, блядь. Бля, не дай бог я не в то так. Ну не то, что не в то так. Стойте, а как тут вот эту хуйню сделать? Да, там гал... Ой, сука. Залупа. Да, галочка на той хуйне стояла. Ебал, блядь. Да, бля, в тот раз я сходил вот так, там сразу эта хуйня стояла. А сейчас не сразу. Ну, я уже по скинам понял, что да, пизда. Ходим в обучение, Феникс. Лишнее обучение не бывает, запомните. Ну, там быстро качают. Сейчас 1 минуту и залетим. Сейчас приду.
And it can only end this way. T1 dig deep and manage to pull off the win on split, sending G2 to the back with their heads held low while T1 have their heads held high. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. Golden Boy alongside Mimi Kukuka and Sideshow. And what a freaking match we just saw. Guys, What am I supposed to do with my hands right now? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? Because this is insane.
Apparently this.
Yeah, I guess
I've heard.
Do a little bit of that, you know? Shout out to the Purple Cobras. But seriously, though, let's actually talk about one of the big moments that we saw from that game. And that was going to be coming from Meteor's sideshow, because Meteor is just putting on one hell of a series right now.
He definitely is, and especially in this map. He stepped up massively when Buzz had a bit of a stinker, dropped 30 kills, including this ace inside a pit, to recover what was a pretty appalling first half that looked like G2 were going to run away with the trophy.
Extremely appealing also from the first kills, 5-1 onto him. I know that at the first map of the match, he wasn't the strongest one, but he is able to make the difference. And I said it at the beginning of the day, if he's on a final, it is going to go to the map number 5.
And he had a tough ask playing into this G2 comp with the Breach Teo. They have a ton of util to clear out players trying to hard anchor. Yet Meteor did such a good job of varying where he was playing in these sites and still finding success to get multi-kills in pivotal rounds repeatedly as G2 was execing onto his site.
I think it's so impressive as well that T1 were actually able to fend off a tournament point there. Valorant had an opportunity playing around that one way. It was an uncomfortable spot, but there was a moment where it looked like G2 were going to be able to get it across the line, and T1 held strong. That is so difficult to do in spots like this.
Oh, it most definitely is here. Now, obviously, you're looking for some hero moments there, but you're also looking to see who is your most valuable player without a doubt. And for us on the desk here, these are the two players that have definitely been standing out for us. Trent has had a heater of an event, and for me personally, Izukakuka has just shown his flexibility, his range, his talent that has allowed T1 to be able to get to this point.
Big words, but all words that apply to him, from the Cypher, from the Duelist, from the Initiator, measuring up with people that play in this level, that have such curated synergy as G2 has, is very impressive to see them moving around and swapping around. He always slots in exactly where his team needs him.
I do think, though, that there are other people that could be there for that MVP race. And it's all about who steps up when the time matters. You know, we saw Buzz have a little bit of a fall off and Meteor step up to the forefront. Trent didn't have the greatest split, but Valin was there, almost getting it across the line. Who is going to make the difference in map 5?
You have to look to the veterans, the guys who have done it before. Meteor was massive on that last map, and Jojimo, he has built his way into this finals as well. Both those players, an opportunity to lift their second trophy going into this map 5.
I mean, you could definitely see the pressure, the moment. It's building for these players here as they know that everything is on the line. What an opportunity this may be. What an emotional game this has been as well, Sideshow.
It's had everything. It's had elation to crushing disappointment. It's had moments of nerves. You can see it in the way that they're playing once the stakes get super big, pop-offs. Everybody's had their opportunity to have impact in the game, and the clutches have been ridiculous. But I think G2 were hoping to close it out there. There's something to be said about getting closer and closer to the trophy, feeling like you've accomplished it, and then realizing you have to reset into a whole new map.
And now it all settles in the underwater world of Pearl. And here's a little fun factoid for you people at home. G2 5-0 on this map, Mimi, but boy, oh boy, would it be crazy if T1 pulls something off today.
Josh Ortiz talked about it before, that in BO5s, he likes spreading out the maps he feels are the strongest for his team. And I think it was an intentional choice to leave the Pearl this late into this series. You lost a tough map, but you're going into one where you are absolutely undefeated. But T1, they've been good on Pearl this year as well, going 1-1 in this tournament thus far with a very unique look on the map.
Exactly. We expect to send the Neon back, but something that actually is a big worry for me on the side of T1, we expect to see the Killjoy back. When asked in the press conference about this Killjoy, Meteor just said that he just hopes Techo gets nerfed. But so far, and in this tournament, it is not nerfed, and it's Trent on the other side. He has proven time and time again everything that he can do with his agent.
Переживает уже.
Removing that Killjoy utility when T1 are on the defense side.
Бля, когда я посплю, охуеть. Поспал часик, бля, я ебал нахуй опять. О, сука. Да я хотел вот перед браком хотя бы часик поспать. И ямки дальше. Да я О, не надо обучение проходить. Так, пики вы увидели? Дай хоть посмотреть, как выглядит агент. Нихуя, блядь. Ебать, у меня на счету. Вот это уже разговор, нахуй. Бля, вот это тоже прикольный шериф, но я хочу, где мой любимый? Который мне никак не выпадет, сука, вот он, блядь. Что там, пока пролетки по сцене? Так, что вы говорили, БПМ, ба? Кстати, это же уже был БПшник, нет? А, нет. Или... Он же сейчас это БПшник, нет? Ну да, я и говорю. Ралис тут, брат! Ну что думаете, чатик? Даже без ставки, как думаете, кто нажмет пятую? Мне кажется, Житу тоже. Мне кажется, Житу. Не знаю, малыш Метеор хуёво на киллджойке играет. T1 Сон хуёво эту карту играют.
It's probably best. He doesn't go any further there because all four of G2 leave on the other side. The headhunter, of course, Buzz going to see a lot.
This trend on that cross. Still just backpedaling here, trying to stay safe. His vine's going to be cleared out.
Так, у нас убирает. Ух, ебать. Ебать. Это капитанский, блядь, хайлайт опять. Это вам не ангел совет. Не, бас на неонке хорошо играет, базару зеро, бас на неонке хорошо играет. И знаете, что еще? Знаете, что еще? Что Изу на Йорике. Бля, Изу это вообще какой-то ёбарь по стрельбе. Два дулика, да, знаешь что, они все карты в два дулика играют, так что... Для них, видишь, это норма, они все карты почти в два дулика играют.
He's not letting off that pedal. He has stepped up as a solo player, especially this year. We've seen him struggle on it in the past, but he's put a lot of work in. Looked a lot better on that agent. Finds a ton of value. Outlaw for Izu.
Леха, освободи меня из заточения вечного, чат, братья. Поддержите меня, пишите в чат Свобода Никите и Абита сосала, Абита сосала, Абита сосала, Абита сосала, Абита сосала, Абита шлюха ебаная, без негатива, уи-уи.
Ну чё, раз вам просто, блядь, ну мне хуёво. Без негатива, главное, ну типа. Главное, пишешь без негатива и можешь писать все, что хочешь, правильно я понимаю? Главное, без негатива, правильно.
Stacks just with the ghost purchase forward. Will pick up the Guardian, all weapons carried in, T1. Damn clean in the anti-eco.
Great play there.
Чё, Илюх, мы когда там в дела?
Deciding to accelerate, knows he has some backup behind him. With Sylvan covering the other side. He's got the opportunity to hit a fantastic relay bolt. Just knock a bunch of players down. Relatively clean there for T1. They're going to be able to bring a rifle into this round. Keep 4 guns from the previous. Now they're really going to spread the map. Buzz all the way back in spawn, waiting for his opportunity to try to...
Написали, главное негатива не было. Бля, вот интересно, они чекнут лево? А вдруг там второй чел? А, да, дочекивают. Молодцы, Джутус, прям дочекивают. Это же классический байт, Йорик тэпается и второй чел там стоит.
Ready for the setup here on that next gate crash, but it looks like G2 Running the reroute. So once again, they'll look to go ahead and explore this space around mid.
Yeah, they're really, really good about being patient on this side of the map. And they're really good at sussing out trap plays. This alarm bot gets cleared. Does Meteor.
Ебать, клоны прикольно пустили.
It's just a Spectre.
А чё, лево не чекается?
Starting the backpedal.
А, ну GT прикольно раунд начинают. Вот смотрите, как GT играют грамотно. Отжали Б длину, чтобы инфу не давать. Отжали ДД, алармик сломали. И пошли в арты стянули. Бля, GT прикольно играют, мне нравится. Вот сейчас раунд от GT мне очень нравится. Я примерно так же колю. Ну, основное, что тебе надо сделать, просто оставить КТшников без инфы. Тебе надо КТ оставить без инфы, и все, делать все, что хочешь на карте. Тебе надо лишить их информации любой, чтобы они вообще нахуй не понимали, куда вы смещаетесь. Все, это самое, что в КС, что тут. Это основное. Вертишь челами как хочешь. Да, видел. Я, да, жесткий коль. Неужели чего? Чего? Охуеть! Чего, блядь? Чтоб я так в ранге не дефал, нахуй. Чтоб я так в ранге не дефал, бля, бомбу. Чтоб я так в ранге нереально дефал. Чтоб я так дефал, блядь. Что это, блядь? А как? Как булыжник-то не убил? Ёбаный ты шашлык, блядь. Не, чтоб я так дефал, реально. Вот, чекайте, я кину смог, вот так же сяду, мне сразу с первого въебало просто. Бам, нахуй. Как бы я не сел, поебать. Он еще и красный был, что за хуйня? Он же еще и красный был, блядь. Это как это вообще? Как это возможно, блядь? Нереально, как он раздефал? Охуеть. Он же и красный еще был. Пиздец, ты вышел. Ты что, угораешь? А флешку под себя хотя бы дать. Как будто я на Юрике сейчас ультанул. Не, у меня тоже такое... Не, у меня такое бывает, когда мне чуть-чуть тайминга не хватает в ульте куда-то добежать. Бля, помнишь, что G2? Не, фейк у них прикольно был с ДД, но что-то... T1 прочитали их, по факту T1 прочитали. По факту T1 прочитали. 2 в артах было и 2, блядь, в плунту. T1 пиздец их прочитали. Но посмотрите, они вчетвером тут. T1 вчетвером, они вообще не поверили в этот фейк. Вообще не поверили, им поебать было. Им поебать, что алармик сработал в ДД. Просто прочитали. Но они прочитали, они прочитали. Я думаю, Джавгема, когда тэпнулся на Йорике и увидел 2 в артах, он думал, что в пленту максимум 1 чел. Мне кажется, он прихуел, когда он за плент вышел, у него уже ульты не осталось почти. И там 2 чела стоят, блядь. Я думаю, что он прихуел. Так, пока быстренько посмотрим. Так, а что у нас получается? Минус бинт, минус абис, плюс айсбокс, плюс асцент, правильно? Ебать, маппул прикольно будет. Реально кайфово маппул, надо тут поиграть. Чё надо тут поиграть вообще?
Especially with nothing but close range weaponry to bear for G2 in this eco. A couple stingers and a sheriff, a couple classics, of course the headhunter for Leaf, but now I want to see T1 just be patient. No need to push the tempo here. Make G2 force the issue. It's
gonna
be the operator in mid again.
Я что-то героя там выбрал.
For a push. Wasn't Sylvan out of art potentially.
Ну не сегодня, Лех, можно, может. Ты калибровку пройди, глава, блядь, что мы играть могли. Я же не заведу с тобой так. Хотя скоро все равно обнуление будет, так что похуй, подожди, пока новый сезон будет. Вместе начнем. А чё это, возвращение Лайера в большой киберспорт? Не пойму нахуй. У нас какое расписание, Люк? Будни, VALORANT, выходные стрипуха?
Attempt to sneak underneath G2's nose, and they read it so well. Although you kind of maybe expect Meteor to be the one trying those kind of things.
Clear on the dart, drop up, over the top, Stacks. What's the re-challenge, goes for the swing, and it's ill-advised.
Куда же Стакс так ты летишь? Чё это за репик хуйни какой-то? Нахуй ты так репикнул? Вообще фрик. Зачем он так репикнул, блин? Вообще по-тупому. Блин, просто худший репик, что я видел. Бля, Илюх, расписание, конечно. Пацаны, я же не путаю, ребят. Плюс айсбокс, плюс ассен. Ну ассен точно. Вторую карту что-то забыл. По-моему, айсбокс. Да? Сказать можете? Ротация карт какая на этот сезон будет? Ну все, охуенный маппул. Бля, это же охуительный маппул будет в ранке играть. Ассентик, айсбокс. Бля, хотя айсбокс, я вот этот свой вайпер беру, на Б стою, хуй сосу, бля. Ну да, вообще турки в мете будут, пиздец. Считайте, все карты очень большие. Перл турки любят играть. Большая карта на стрельбу, тут везде бегаешь. Ассент, ну, я ебал завалил. Айсбокс турки тоже обожают играть. Тоже на стрельбу много где бегаешь, там очень много моментов на стрельбу. Фрактура тоже очень большая карта. Ну такая, типа, там тоже приходится много контактов брать. Чтобы инфу собирать, чтобы и так далее. Лотус тоже самое. Heaven, бля, ебать маппул реально. Турки даже доминировать. Ну и стреляющая команда даже доминировать. Уберут бинт и уберут абис. Ёбаный рот, не, я говорю, бас. Неонгу чувствует. Ёбаный шашлык, блядь. Эко учелов, блядь, проверяй. Ну отдай ему эйс, красиво будет. Ну не крысь. Ах ты, тварь, блядь. Ну отдай эйс, красиво же было. Бомбил, вот ты шутишь, блядь. А ты в рамке не будешь кататься по полю? Вы такие, бля, куда? Ай, спот занят, там занят. А Леха уже в ямке сидит вот так вот. Вот так коряк свой М24 достал с 8х с глушителем. Вот так сижу в ямке. Бомбила в ей в вазике, я такой. Бам! Нахуй, раз ног, нахуй. Наводилу пересаживает следующий. Такой, бам, бля. Два нока как нехуй. Ладно, двое уедут, реально, двое уедут. Но двоих как нехуй, так, бам, бля, в ног. Вы будете вот так ползать, смоки, а я бам, уже добиваем, бам, бля. Я Сэм в 24 не мажу, ты знаешь. Так а вы что думаете, я 300 IQ играю, я специально дох, чтобы изучать бомбилу, поняли, от первого лица? Смотреть, как он мыслит, там, куда двигается, что делает. Я полностью изучил его, как бы, ну. Вот так вот прикормил, как бы изучил. Чтоб на квалах засиять. Ямки нашел, нахуй. Да не, я бы каждую карту так изучил. Мне пиздец интересно, реально. Ну как будто валик я тоже хочу ранки задрачивать. Где столько времени на все взять? Ну там не одно ушелю, бля. Да, бля, мне не нравится. Лучше бы вот вчера, вот когда мы в доме сидели в ласт игре, лучше бы у меня коряк был, реально. Лучше бы у меня коряк был. Я бы так чулу ебло снес, вот, который на крыше там сидел. Тяжело играть, на самом деле, когда спишь так хуёво. Тяжело, в PUBG что-то тяжело играть. Я думал, PUBG наоборот будет легко играть. Это же мне не валик, не КС. А по факту тоже тяжело, я ебал. Фокуса нету.
Cosmic Divide available. Izu, however, Dimensional Drift at the ready. When does he send it? Footsteps are going to be heard. Valen.
Прочекали, мужик. Ебать.
Looks for an ace of his own, but Izu.
Бля, Джона Би обязан теперь такой
Look
забирать.
at the health. Only 36 remaining. Jonah about to swing out. Absolutely nails the shot.
Да, Денчик, они еще так сливаются с текстурами иногда, хуй увидишь. А когда хочешь спать, вдвойне тяжело, блядь. Когда у тебя вот так сидишь, я сегодня так же вот с таким же ебал. Что там, где чел, блядь? Шатап, не сюда, блядь. Правай, когда постримишь хоть раз в жизни больше, блядь, часа.
And somehow doesn't anticipate that Valen's gonna rotate through there. He knew right where Valen was.
Таурин? Да бля, нахуя, легче спать ночью.
For the chamber, gonna be popped. Leaf going on a walkabout, Buzz right around that door again with the judge.
Izu's still here, but no one to clear the drone. Swings up the opposite side, the shot gonna go wide. He escapes with 5 health. Judge on the corner, Leaf. Stuck here for the moment.
Сейчас матч закончится нормально. Полегче уж будет. А то в 2 смены реально хуярю. Просто я сейчас за месяц посмотреть, сколько я стримлю, это пиздец, наверное. Но это рекорд, это точно рекорд. Да не, фильмы тяжело в таком состоянии смотреть. Ты что, я просто усну. Неважно, пиздато, дерьмо, фильм. Типа, я просто буду вот так залипать прям полностью.
T1 should know that this is going to be the site that gets attacked. Seal guarded, sent out.
Бля, так-то T1 с 2 дуликами взяли 5 уже в защите. 5 нахуй, с 2 дуликами. 5 раундов, это пиздец хороший результат. Даже если они сейчас все раунды проебут, будет 7-5, это все равно хорошая половина. Конечно, грустно для T1 будет, что они с 5-2 больше ни раунда не взяли. Грустно, окей. Но в целом половину уже охуенно для T1. Я понимаю, что 2 сента у G2 в защите будут. Ну бля, там 2 дулика, которые могут запрыгнуть пиздец, как Йорик с Неонкой. Неонка забегает, и Йорик тэпается. И им поебать на стенку Вайс. Вот до шипы Неонки не поебать будет. Сам распрыгнуть может. Ну бля, СД мешает нахуй.
Not able to flash and blind their way forward. They're just cut down the moment they walk through that cosmic divide.
Мне похуй, я на бате в любом состоянии прокиду играть. Наебать. Тяжело в учении, легко в бою.
He's having another okay run of things, but really it's been Valen who's kept G2 alive. A much needed timeout here for T1 to get their heads back on straight. Try to see if they can dial up some answers to what G2's been able to do. See if they can shake off some of those nerves. Seen a few wonky moments coming out of T1 today so far. So certainly the pressure's there. The players are giving it their all. But the weight of that will wear on anyone. No matter who you are, no matter how many times you've been here.
Нихуя себе!
Still remaining. Economy broken down. T1. Pull off that one mastercard thrifty earlier on. Get another. Get up to 6. But
Нихуя себе!
T2 be very well poised to bring that gap to just 1 round.
Меня в эту хуйню можно убить?
Some Sheriff, Sabaki, a Marshall.
Jogamo 1 away from another dimensional drift.
Что это за хуйня такая? Охуеть, блядь. Нельзя! Один спиди здорово, Басиня.
They're just gonna try to lock down A. Spike's all the way on the other side of the map. There's that dimensional drift. If he committed it towards the A site, he'd get the read. That most of T1 is over here. For now, they're not really sending much out. give any info. Still though.
Так они еще Тео не понерфили. А, кстати, кого это Патчноут читали? Кого порезали, сразу скажите? Вы сказали Ису теперь, блядь, как нож Кио еще работает? А нахуй Кио вообще теперь кому-то нужен, ебаный? А нахуй Кио теперь кому-то нужен, блядь? Зачем он нужен, блядь, теперь? Ради ульты, блядь.
Nano sent to try to interrupt here on the approach. Thorns now popping. Buzz gonna be locked in position. Izu gonna be taken down. So finds one. Trent eliminated. Meteor does come up.
Ну как понерфили?
The replies here from the side of G2, just a bit strong. Buzz, Phantom recovered. Now suddenly looks to try to turn the tides. Marshall in hand, but Chogamo.
Сигнатурная обилка? То есть теперь 2 гранаты за раунд можно? Чего нахуй? Чего, блядь? Она и так ёбнутая, эта граната.
Great stuff from Buzz. If he had any more bullets, probably wins that round. That Phantom was already low on ammo when he scooped it up.
Roadrunner indeed.
Бля, ну напишите так в чате, только на верочку, что там еще сделали. Чтобы я сразу сейчас почитал, мы зашли, сразу посмотрели. Партнер папка, бля, да PUBG прикольная игра.
TP's back into spawn, just again looking for one of those push-outs. You will see this from T1, where they'll use Buzz and Izu or Buzz and Stacks to try to take space.
Зато заберут. А, веган алармик шоква.
T1 has been very cautious, other than the opening.
Я думаю, G2 сразу даже может. Хотя T1 уже взяли 5 за КТ.
Clear on that shock dart lobbed forward. Quite a bit of damage there on Izu, but
потому что радиус меньше вообще поебать.
Jogamo has to sprint back, scoop up that spike.
That was a great read on that ultimate.
TP's in over towards Art, but Sylvan here, hearing all of this.
Я вижу. Урызите 2 хаешки, пиздёшь.
Cosmic Divide now going to be called through. Corner plant. Potential wall bangs.
Где, Б-мейн не прострелить или где?
3v5 with Meteor rotating around. Lockdown at the ready.
So crucial that Buzz stays alive here.
This forces Jogamo forward. Playing up onto the corner. Buzz trying to backpedal. Gets around the corner a little bit faster. Keeps himself alive for the moment, but Jogamo is able to find it in the end, but Meteor finds the timing. Pushing forward, fully blinded up. Valorant will find
что такое проебывается еще?
Sylvan and Stacks.
Но именно тэпится
Jogamo looks to try to pull off yet another clutch dives forward into
блять.
the smoke.
Если бы в мейн хотя бы одного убил.
But cannot get them the round win. T1 maintain an advantage, maintain the lead.
Глюк, ты можешь ко мне вообще доехать, и мы РЛ как-нибудь так посидим, блядь.
Was going to want to use that dimensional drift because they hit
Только со стримчиком, нормально. Не как раньше. Ой.
They hid Meteor behind the cubby, and they throw out the relay bolt right after the ult gets popped because they're expecting players to try to follow off the back of that, and they knock them right down.
Если вы, кстати, думаете, что у Кузимана одна личность, вы сильно ошибаетесь.
He knows that they have to keep those players away from that defuse. That's a great heads-up play from him.
Как минимум 3.
Had their heads on straight. Able to profit from it. Now, spreading the map a bit more. Once again, right outside of that.
Ну я сейчас это базарю, Селюх. Пойму, как не двигаться. Иго.
They're stacking up, maybe thinking about a walkabout. But you know that Leaf is watching this. You know he's got his eyes.
Да при чем тут не мои личности?
That's his job for G2. B is completely undefended, other than some, you know, killjoy util.
Ярику 2 арбы нужно. Еще одна. Бля, они вообще могли подаут тербу взять и все. И ее руль. А что они так не сделают? Ну реально до конца будут сходить, охуеть. Ну ладно, там челы в ретейк стоят. Ебать, Лив побежал. А чё Лив не мутится в миду? Лив же всегда люркер играет на этой карте. А чё побежал с теми? Все выскажешь насчет парибет?
Is going to have a tough fight to win with Valen back there.
Does have the overdrive, but the question is, does he pop it? Fake out the lead, Jogamo holding close. Sylvan on the swing, dead. Juggernaut finding that elimination. The overdrive now in play. Buzz, Meteor, one apiece, just like the round prior. To push forward, Trent out into the open, taken down.
Бля, этого синеволосого не остановить.
With a stinger in hand, time starting to dwindle. Izu down to half, repeats, gets the shot. And T1 get up to 7-round wins here in the half.
Great decision there by Buzz. Knowing that he was potentially going to be in a bad spot. Trying to work that angle. Says, I've got the ult, let's go for it. Let's slide through there. Him and Meteor working in conjunction very nicely. But I like the cautious play. I like the discipline here from T1. Meteor not giving up his life early. If Stacks get spammed through a smoke, okay, so be it, that happens.
Бля, Люк, напиши, не томи, но это секундное дело.
G2's got to rethink this.
It's the second one.
The crazy.
He's not feeling confident.
Yeah.
Giving over a potential 8-4 scoreline.
Well, what's crazy to me is a lot of the things that normally work for G2 on this map aren't working at all. T1 has done a good job of shutting down the mid pushes, the mid lurks.
В ранге тоже, да. Те, кто неонку задрочили, мерзкий человек. Ну, тяжело против нее играть, я согласен. Знаешь, вдвойне тяжело, если играет чел на неон, а с ним в пати чел еще на бриче, блядь. Как будто я ебал их рот, блядь, вот так.
But so far, T1 has had good ideas on how to deal with that. In particular, Meteor and Buzz have been shutting that down pretty nicely. And for T1, it's been a lot of let's lean A at the beginning, and then if they get B, okay, so be it. I like the change up in that previous round from T1, where they finally go for one of those longer lurks. Come from the attacker spawn side. Keep G2 off balance. They work to treat. Jog will have his ult, so will Izu. Izu can find some more impact with that operator. Maybe Jogamo got some more.
Ман, ты чё, блядь, в жопу выебать, не пойму, нахуй.
Valen as well has been, God, he's been frying on this map.
Просто напиши любой символ в чат.
Just a bulldog. Parked up here outside of club. Anticipating this deeper and deeper push from Izu. Starts to back away. We'll just run off. They'll miss each other for now. Dimensional
Who's
grip
next?
from Jaw.
Ну,
Checking
что-то
around,
как будто
TP's
пятую
back
надо.
over here at A main. Some space given up.
Ралис, ты тут, брат? Ты дышишь?
They will be able to successfully avoid it. Gravwell looking for a pull. You're just able to get out in front of it.
Trying to find that combo with the nano. The spot there. Meteor gets a little bit of damage. Into Trent and Jonah P. Clear the drone. Has to get out of there, though.
Backs away over towards Secret.
А магната недвижки наоборот на G2 стоит, да?
Trying to be down now to 11. Izu scouting them all out.
Пусть победит сильнейший, пацаны.
The swing onto the corner, coming through relay bolt, not quite connecting. But T1 just mows them down.
Oh, Jog!
30 seconds.
Solid shot, but needs far more of that. Will not be given the opportunity. Weapons juggled. Leaf heads up on a Guardian with 4 bullets. 3 might just be all that he needs. A tap. But T1 not quite falling for it as Buzz slides over and finds a headshot.
8-4, блядь, же тупо здесь пистолет нужно.
Out in front.
What an incredible defender side there from T1.
А чё он
We have
это
a short
делает?
break, guys. A little bit more to go before the conclusion of Masters Bangkok.
Сдерживая противников. Это что за котел, блядь? Далеко я убежать могу? Охуеть, блядь. Охуеть, блядь. То есть я такой бегу, так фоючил в беду. Так я еще инфу собираю, когда обратно лечу. Я же все вижу, блядь. Ебать, световое шоу. А это что такое? Скорость использования оружия и ты... Чего, блядь? Снижаешь скорость использования оружия и передвижения? Ебать, заметло нахуй! Это что, блядь?
G2 absolutely need to find success from the outset here as they move over to that defending side on Pearl.
And it's just insane how back and forth this has been throughout the entire day. Can G2 muster up the strength? Can they plant their feet? Can they set up a brick wall and keep T1 from using this double duelist comp to break through? Or is T1 going to be able to speed their way to victory, to use that momentum from that first half, from that overtime win on Bind, to take home their first Valorant trophy? Only time will tell. Spread formation.
Неон, вот эта хуйня, это просто пиздец. Берешь неон, берешь вот эту хуйню, гэл. Лови их, блядь, по всей карте, нахуй.
Trying to take some space. Thorns into the corner and Buzz absolutely destroyed. Shock Dart finds the kill. Izu trying to open
Да, я видел. Сейчас
flash up over the top. The turn from Jaw. Realigns it, finds a headshot, and finds another. Sylvan Meteor both going to be taken down. It's a flawless pistol. The exact start that G2 so desperately need.
And they're just set up around this Vice utility. And T1 has no way to break through. They're completely cut off at every twist and turn. Whether it's the wall, whether it's the razor vines. Able to play behind it as Jaw. Nice setup there for Jonah P as well. Trent steps in with a shock dart and a classic kill. Massive,
Бля, Киря, мы там подтвердили все такое?
Very much keeps their hopes
В то же
alive.
время, пиздец.
There's a shorty for Buzz.
Надо посмотреть.
Ghost for Meteor. Only buy-ups to speak of for T1. That's going to be the tricky part of this.
Stars on the setup, looking like they just want to go for a really fast crunch into this A site. At least just escort forward, take that space, get the orb, hand it over. 2 charges towards that dimensional drift.
Both those stars
going to be taken away. It's quiet. Trademark just on the opposite side here. Side exec now, getting ready to come through. Those checks here for his teammate, nothing going to be spotted there. Trent, shock dart, lobbed in. Just fishing for some damage, fake out. Baits out one of the pumps of the shorty. He's into the smoke, goes Izu.
Тиван код Дигнартек, я прочитал, что написал. Я его вообще никогда не смотрел ни разу.
Going for the push and leap. What a shot!
Last player standing.
As they are looking for yet another flawless, Sylvan is just a world away. Grab will try to buy some time here. But no peaks, no nothing. See if he can take out Leaf. Does catch the timing to find one, but needs to be eliminated and will. G2.
Одного подловили.
Solid back-to-back rounds, damn near flawless. They're just 2 away. Running this back, they can convert the bonus.
А ты простой бродяга блистал с очками, да, пиздец.
Try to close out and steal away this final map.
Absolutely, just tremendous patience again by G2. Leaf in particular, great reactions there with the Outlaw. That could have been really dicey. He doesn't find that kill.
Try not to.
Great fake out. Reveals the presence of the shorty of Buzz. I've got full rifles. There's one player who could die to one shot from that Outlaw.
Бля, я бы хотел, чтобы валики герои не повторялись, чтобы как в доте система была, как будто прикольно. Прикинь, ты там забирая неонку, ты уже не можешь взять.
The biggest thing for T1 in my mind is finding ways around that.
Мы баним Джет. Ну типа там, блядь, прикольно. Ну еще агентов мало для этого.
Go little teleport, you can do it. There it is.
All the shock darts available. Thorns, however, do get popped. Buzz sliding it forward onto the corner. Valorant going to be taken down. Meteor just able to spray him
Да,
away.
понятное дело, что мало агентов.
Finds that killer shock dart's gonna go bouncing forward, but not too much damage found. Buzz widely able to avoid it. Izu watching over towards Secret. Trent gonna be
Ну в этом и суть, перепикать друг друга. Бля, ну кого-то прикольно было бы.
Finds a second elimination. 3 players off the live, all disconnected back in towards main.
Ну, конечно, нужно оставить пиков, of course, блядь.
Can they break this open? Util lacking. The star set up here for the grab. Leaf considering trying to go for that push forward. Instead, we'll look to just go for a body block. It's going to be the concuss. No swings. They're just holding it.
Бля, НТ.
Realize, get the peek in. And with 3 players surviving, T1 close out the anti-bonus.
Now my big question is how much is T1 going to keep leaning into the safe side?
Не знаю, бро. Я же все время со своими корешками играю. Я сегодня хотел со сгилами поиграть, но видишь, блядь, пиздец. Мы все 5 карт смотрим плотно. Я даже передохнуть не успею перед праками. Я ебал, блядь.
They'll just say we're gonna go for the brawl. We've got the duelist, we've got the util. See what you can do.
Да не, супер интересно, Илюх.
Way further up.
Это прям имба.
Trying to get a better read on this early. Clear the dart.
На брак отдохнул.
Let's give you too much info. Pretty similar to what we saw in the previous round. Get that dimensional drift going. Get some info for T1. Meteor
Да, Санек там, да, у него сейчас стримы на ОК, там, блядь, дохуя всего.
Yowl drone gets a spot on 2. It's gonna send a bunch of G2 players rotating over. This is taking a bit long for T1 if they want to make this A execute work. They're really taking their time. See what they do off the back of this dimensional drift. Should be able to get some decent info.
Scouting out, seeing Trent lead, punishing the lurk. Pop flash sent, Buzz sliding forward, able to find one. They force that gate crash away. Draw back across the opposite side of the map. Leaf now getting ready to go on this lurk. His way all the way up through mid. Stacks, however, cognizant of it. Watching from behind. Just swing fully into this though. Hops to back away. And now Leaf starts scaling forward. Sylvan still watching for it. Balance in the meantime, pushing up.
Спалил, бля, опять.
The back line now exposed. Stacks. Last one standing. Tries to swing out.
Да, разберутся.
G2 continue to fight back once more.
Пока так пиздеть можешь, Илюх. А вот попадал сами раз не играл.
The timing there just a bit off. The senses for Stacks good, but Leaf's patience better. That opens up those angles.
Бля, Илюх меня загипнотизировал, реально, теперь хочется уйти здесь.
Able to connect on the meteor regardless.
Легендарный свой подружень, блядь.
Just great stuff, great hold.
Тестостерончик поднялся, все, блядь, нахуй. Охуенно, бля, Илюх.
Need to work the map a little bit more here as T1.
Хорошо, хоть не парней кидал.
The whole time G2's leaning in for that, even though you have that dimensional drift to clear.
Свое обострение на меня еще перекинул, блядь.
You're opening up the opportunities. For G2, keep doing what you're doing. They're great at lurks on this map. This is what I love to see. Leaf with the tour de force controlling mid.
Oh, Meteor. Once again, not quite going to connect Leaf. Just a hair off. Find that kill.
Чувак, красавчик, что сказать.
Wraps around. As Leaf joins in alongside Jogamo here. Buzz just frantically bouncing forward. Has the judge in hand. Looks for the punish. Turns back and somehow Leaf gets caught up in the crossfire. Loses his life, but it is traded out. Dimensional drift, however, still going to be committed. G2 not wanting to allow for this round to get away from them. They have the weapon advantage.
Нужны опять, вот Тиван, если хайлайт не дадут ёбнутые, то без шансов.
This devil on his shoulder. Thorns pop. Enough of an avenue through.
Как будто их G2 очень читают.
Nebulous come through. Izu is looking for the stick. Spike now in
Ну бомбу занесли, ладно.
2 Bulldogs, a Sheriff, and a Classic to try to hold this, and Izu able to escape out towards main, joins in alongside Stacks. Sylvan trying to go for a flank, but this is being watched, or was, by Jonah P. But now Sylvan, potential opening here. Meteor falls. That art side opened up. Izu going to be taken down. Stacks needs to try to interrupt them, but he cannot. G2, rocky at the start, but steady at the end. They do not allow for the Thrifty to come in. And now, it's just one round from tying this up.
Oh, got the spot under the leg of Buzz there. TP's out. Right there for the classic. The trademark got him. Got Buzz as well there. But it's a lack of patience again from T1. They don't play it cautiously to try to wait for Sylvan to get in a position to strike. They're contesting, they're trying to throw flashes, trying to make weaker weaponry.
Скоро ебать битки будут здравые снова.
They pay the price. G2's not going to fall to that. Now finally they're going to try B, but now Leaf's got it out.
Cleared, but Stacks will have seen enough.
У меня. Я сразу здравый
Goes for the Hunter's Fury. It's a bit of a blind opener here.
Well,
Rendezvous going to be used. Gate crash as well. They clear out, but they're looking to refill this space. Leaf right back in here at Halls. How do you try to clear them out? T1, they're completely committed. And they're in a very precarious position now. Upper divide going to be used. Shot bringing out. Action not found. These TP's forward.
Ну у них ульта срываться идут на.
Just a wall apart.
Тут легко бомбу поставить. Не двинулся ебать.
Fake out sent, ignored. Turret cleared. Buzz.
А там есть чем набивать-то?
On the flank. Dogamo trying to open things up. Spotted out by the dark. Turn to the flash. Izu. Right back into it with Meteor. Take it down. Leaf. Able to find one. Scopes in. And finds the shot point blank. Buzz trying to be the hero. Cannot. It's Jonah P. That backstab comes to fruition. 4 players alive. We are tied up 9-9.
They're just doing such a great job of dissecting the post-plant situations that T1 is trying to use. It's extreme patience again. And Izu, they're so eager to try to push through and clear halls. But instead, he pays the price. So ready for it is Leaf with that op. And Jonah P, extraordinarily patient. T1 has to take a timeout. They have to figure this out. Because right now, they're getting beat at the punches. This defender side from G2 is rock steady.
Only the anti-bonus round 1 so far here for T1. Now tied up. G2, even after having both timeouts expended in the first half, after having that 4-round deficit, they are not giving up. They're fighting back harder than ever. Led by Valen, top of the board across the entire lobby.
And the IGL for G2 stepping up, fragging when they need him to. Huge round wins that kept G2 very much alive in that first half. Will anybody be able to step up for T1?
We'll have to see. Everything to play for. That trophy right there in the center of the stage can only be claimed by one. Overdrive available here for Buzz. Stingers and a Sheriff to try to pull off another MasterCard Thrifty. G2. Fantastic weapons, tons of cash.
Where the Vice Wall is, right in art.
Пока не спешу нажимать его.
Smokes in there as well. So Buzz might get past it, but now he's isolated.
It slides through and Jonah P can go up and over the top. They line up for him. Wasn't the turn back, able to find one. Does manage to take him down, a weapon that can be recovered here once that wall is gone.
Got the overdrive.
Sylvan does grab it. But a 3v4. Plant getting ready to come through. Overdrive now pops slide into secret.
Вот если бы сейчас опять Юриконом прикинулся.
Jogamo taking a tiny bit of damage. Is able overall to find the kill. Sacks in a far back position. Sylvan whittled away at the shorty. The pumps not finding anything. The Chiggle peak. Absolutely disgusting from Jogamo and Stacks. Tries desperately. But to no avail. G2
Ну и чё пиздели?
look to slam the door in their faces as they make it to double digits.
Just love the way Jog plays this agent. And this wall hadn't been noted. It had been there a couple rounds before. But that area of the map had not been explored by T1. And it catches them off guard. Nice! And it's going to take everything for them to come back. You
Economy looking great for G2. The op still in hand. The ults are flowing. You do have the Yoru ult for Izu. Outside of that, it's just your guns and your util. Can T1 find a way to break through? I mean, this double Sentinel composition is giving them fits on this defender side. They get so slowed up. They can't really push the pace like they want to.
Зачем каргать?
Bit of a check in towards mid, right into the dimensional drift. Izu here. Get a decent idea.
Но если Дивана это не берут, большие проблемы.
Jonah P, though, just swinging out of Izu. Trying to go up backside. Now the Steel Guardian going to be in play. They take away all of their weapons. The slide out denied. Valen catches Buzz through the fast lane. The spike is out. It's not stranded on the site. The T1 still look like they're absolutely
Да, я посплю сейчас. Не, надо будет поспать сейчас. Я ебал так играть.
They have enough time for a rotate, but they're not going for it.
Часок, нормально.
Hard committed.
Game stagnant.
Have fun with this Hunter's Fury.
Далеко водичка, блядь.
Recon over the top.
Сейчас посмотрим, попьем.
Lockdown gonna be coming into play. Hunter's Fury sent. Meteor tagged up. Dodges out the final pulse. Can he use it from here? He's stuck on the side. Swings out. It's gonna be good for one. But the ult cannot come to fruition. Divide here on the wall, trying to get the knife. Valen bumps in, and he finds them both! 11 rounds! G2 have figured out T1! They have downloaded the playbook!
T1 just looks lost. They're just pressing now. There's no fluidity to their movements. There's no guessing to what they're doing. It's just an A hit, and they're trying to brute force their way through it, and that just isn't going to work against a team of G2's caliber. You've got to dig deep. You've got to find some kind of miracle play if you're going to keep yourselves in this. But it is looking dire. They have yet to find more than one round on this attacker's side in a double duelist comp.
Couple shots from Joggermal, enough to shove Sylvan back.
Да я покажу.
You're rotating back across.
Не, первые праки буду, блядь, все как крысы будем, блядь, в пизду. Надо первые праки раздуплиться.
Smatterings of util thrown. Nothing gained. No space. No knowledge. No positions.
They might just try another short B hit. Or a long one.
Is here.
Know that op is there. What's your plan?
Op in play. Just a recon. Nebula to try to get the cross. Buzz bouncing forward. Beats out the first shot. The rotation's now starting to rejoin over towards this B site. T1 slowing things up a bit. Now pushing the accelerator once again. Buzz, Izu forward into halls. He's getting himself positioned up top, above. The lockdown now in play. Looking to zone them back.
Look at this stack in halls.
Try to clear this out.
Да, дошел.
Just sticking around, desperately hoping that someone peeks this corner. He's playing around with it, but in the end, has to fade away. One detained. Gonna be found. No, it's a fake out.
Obscuring vision.
Зарегался я, блядь. Хотел ночью зарегаться и спать пойти. Ой, это шансы, ебать.
But Trent will flush him out. A swab of the weapons, the defuse being held. Trent, he's out at safety. He's desperately trying to get it done. And he's just managed to do it. Spike
goes
up. And somehow, it is a Red Bull clutch at the hands of Stacks by the narrowest of margins.
You have got to be kidding me. This looked like it had G2 written
Ну это шанс, блядь.
Doing a great job clearing out that whole angle. They're getting the kills. Sylvan comes up with some huge.
Да, я тоже не понял, могу делом закрыть. А могу делом просто закрыть перед ним, сесть и все. Точно так же стреляешь, только перед ним сядь и все.
Just enough. And there's hope again. There's hope again for T1.
Не, молодежка не скоро. Спасибо, Ганна и Кири, за это.
Didn't quite know if he had done enough. T1 breaking a 5-round win streak, but still.
Я вот хочу чекнуть, Бомбила, во сколько закрывается?
Able to afford a full purchase here for the most part. A couple half armors in the mix.
Stacks there, trying to find the Vice util. Actually, just comes up short on the
Я
second shot
успею
guard.
чекнуть. А нам надо чекин сейчас пройти или что-то сделать надо? Или он после?
3 players on this side.
Pinging out secret. They really feel like that's where the players of G2 have been.
Да у нас один чел до сих пор
posting
походу
up.
не
They're
вступил.
right.
Да похуй, я даже не
You have
хочу
a Hunter's
писать.
Fury, you have a
Блядь.
Cosmic Fly.
Загибали. Челам конфу делаешь, да,
See if they
пишешь,
can get it
люди
to go.
вообще, блядь, хуёво люди.
Light coming through, Jogamo. Forward here on the side, and Valen once again able to strike first and foremost. Hunter's Fury now from Stacks opened up. He's going fishing, hoping for something, but no tags to be found. Ping here onto Izu. Sets up for his escape. The flash connecting from behind, but Jogamo still swinging on the corner, able to find it now back into the dimensional drift. Trent pushes out. Meteor dead. As they all just get mowed
Да,
down.
нет, без шансов упали.
Not batting an eye. Previous round. Who gives a damn? They sweep that Red Bull clutch under the rug. And in flawless fashion, get up to match point.
Trent.
Да туда, вчетвером не сложно дается.
Another beautiful flash. The util timing from Jogamo has been so darn good. Whether he's jumping in your face and then TPing out, throwing great flashes, dimensional drifting around. Trent there, big play for him.
Holding M1.
Yep, just hold the trigger and run at him. And it works a treat. Now it's everything that T1 has to try to get this to overtime. For G2, just one more. You get a couple shots at it. See if you can claim that Masters trophy.
Swing out Sylvan. That's so bold, I think they caught Jogamo off guard. Just a stinger in hand. Swings out. Gets himself behind the pillar, but it's gonna have to be alert play.
Obscuring vision.
Star through. Leaf. If he just goes for a timing shot, he's got Sylvan absolutely dead to rights. What does Sylvan do? Smoke about to dissipate. Leaf not on the angle. Sylvan able to tuck into the cubby to safety.
They know, they know.
They have a very strong suspicion, that's for damn sure. Now the rotations called back around. The G2 maybe start believing in it just a bit. Perhaps they have rotated, but it's about to get noisy. On this B site, fast lane in play, Leaf. TP's back out to safety, avoiding getting stunned. The fake, oh, the teleport, rather is Izu. It's just absolutely destroyed. Ping on the Sylvan, push up the corner, Jogamo puts him down.
Whoa.
The flank, noted. Stacks firing back. He and
Бля, как же Стакс берется? Бля, не, как же он... Ну, это настоящий капитан, реально. Он в самый нужный момент убивает. Как же Стакс берется, реально. Настоящий капитан.
Jonah P. 1-2. The clutch. To try to bring it back, but he cannot find it.
Стакс молодец, да, для капитана тоже хорошо играет. Вот Валун хорошо играет для капитана, Стакс тоже. Сейф, то я бы не назвал, конечно, капитан.
But this flank finally, Alert is able to go for T1. Meteor, Buzz, able to get in there. Oh, Stacks with that Guardian. The hero plays.
Да, вот 3 топ-капитана
Hits those headshots. But they need one more just to send it to overtime.
Can they do it again? Can they push this to the brink? They've gotten us to 5 maps. Can they get us to another overtime back-to-back?
They're trying to sell a fake. Tour de force could be in play, but now they're just causing a little bit of commotion, setting up similarly to how they did in the last round. Let's Sylvan
Garrick ult.
try Try to create some pressure over on the
А
B
что он
side on his
сделал на
own.
ботле? Это фейк будет?
No noise made by T1.
Как будто это фейк будет на...
Looking for some
Вот
kind
это
of
фейка будет.
aggression, some kind of push out.
Тут как-то сова странно стоит, ему надо уходить на ботлину прямо сейчас.
Sylvan again.
Он там, походу, это делает. Чего, бля? А что Сильван? Что он делает? Что он делает?
So starting to get deja vu. Stacks, however, he shifted towards this side of the map. Who's next? But now the fake. He's ready to try to come into play. The dimensional drift forward here onto the A side, spotting
Ну да, это фейк.
37 seconds remaining in this round.
Ну, Астре надо заходить сейчас. Ну, Астре надо заходить сейчас.
One kill.
Ну и чё вы не заходите? Чё они заходят на Б? Проебали. Не, проебали, они хуйню делают. Чё они стоят в длине?
Right here, right now, G2. Rotation's about to begin. A stun on the one. Leaf's gonna be taken down. Trent backpedaling, tagged up just a bit. Tries to counter.
Просто они могли уже толкать. Да, они очень долго фейкнули. Кол, не, кол прикольно, бля, это опять же моя школа. Ну вы сейчас можете видеть, я даже в ранге такую хуйню колю. Что я на Йорике ультую в одну часть карты, прошу смоки и тэпаюсь в другую. Но честно, они очень долго это делали. Они очень долго это делали. Люди должны были уже контакт искать на Б. Это пиздец читалось. Ну какие оверы? Ну, как финал яркий. Базару ноль. Я, конечно, я спать хочу. Но финал яркий, да? Плюсик? Финал красивый, базару ноль. Это настоящий триллер, блядь. Финал красивый, реально. Мне кажется, сегодня это не в кассу, эти 5 карт, но... Базару зеро, да. Ладно, Тиван даже если проебут, все равно красавчики. Пиздец. Молодцы, реально. Молодцы. В группе смотрели сначала что-то так. Непонятно. Походу, чемпика набрали. Ну да, вот здесь мы против жмых выиграли, да? Я бы вообще при бабле был. Где соточка была бы сейчас хотя бы. Спасибо, ребят. Как раз хотел умыть чуть хотел.
Buzz and Meteor trying to line up. See if they can knock a few players down on the way in.
Спасибо, пацаны, спасибо. О, умой исходит, спасибо. Ёбаный рот. Это бас неонки. Чё, хайлайт в хайлайте? Да не, да не.
Just sprinting his way across saying, howdy folks, see you next time.
30 seconds left.
Gets his way over to this A side.
This is insane.
He's gonna have to play this out in a 1v3. The spike now getting planted, T1 getting on the move.
Чё, будет хайлайт в хайлайте?
This would be absolutely back-breaking. Jogamo, the champion's trophy holder.
Поспал пока уль, да. Я смарт. Ну я же вижу, что он делает. Если это хайлайт, где спасибо. Бля, ну хуя с соплями-то? Ну хуя с соплями-то харкать, больные нахуй. Ну это НТ.
This time around, Stax isn't gonna let it go. Beautiful util here at the end. The recon dart into the shock dart. What a hold from Meteor and Buzz. Those nanos buy Meteor the ability to create that extra angle with Buzz. They're able to dodge that initial flash from Jog. One more to go. And I think that's about the loudest you'll get out of Autumn. And it's going to be an immediate timeout for G2.
Спасибо, сразу бодрился.
Once again,
бля, в глаз попали.
Trying to get them back into this. It's been so good at it.
Спасибо сразу пободрить чувство. Спасибо, что захаркали, мужики. Не оставили в обиде.
Does T1 have it in them to find some way to claim their trophy when it all started to look like it was going to come crumbling down? He dug deep and gave us the best finals we're going to see in VALORANT.
2 overtimes, map 5 in front of this electric crowd here in Bangkok. Both teams have been fighting tooth and nail to get to this moment. G2 now have to fight just a little
А чё звук двоился кого-то? Или это кто-то реально харкнул, блядь?
Reset this overtime. Operator in hand here for Leaf.
За что меня-то, блядь? Дай, сука, не стреляйте.
Meteor potentially on the chopping block.
Meteor's challenged him here before, went for the crouch peek, but this time just leaves the turret. Doesn't want to mess with that again. It's gonna get cleared early.
Just Jonah P right now. Jogamo not too far away.
All right up ahead again.
Flash over the top, Thorns to try to cut off that Hall's access. Line up here for
Да меня ж всего ж захаркали, блядь. С головы до ног, блядь, захарканный хожу.
Another Thorn though, saved. Taken out by that shock.
Целый ванну реально.
They're gonna stick to it. Are they going to be ready for Jonah P's position? Tucked into that corner. Back of the hall. No lurks. Brute force.
Grass is broken there by the Thorns. Gonna have to just push forward. Out of this relay bolt, however, gonna get a catch on the Jonah P. Spams up from the corner, but it's gonna be Trent. Coming to the rescue, Buzz, Izu. Both taken down. 3 players remaining here on the side of T1. Rethinking this. 40 seconds remaining.
Да, блядь.
Starting to pivot now.
Не спешите заканчивать, мужики. Гол-рекорд по оверам. Кстати, я тут что подумал? А гол-рекорд по овертайму поставил.
Somewhat in the vicinity, but not really close enough. Checking water, unsure if maybe there had been a lurking player.
Мы ели фрукты, спасибо большое за забаву, мужики. Да, чувствую. Кто авокадо ел? Кто авокадо ел? И еще кто-то персик хавал.
Lantis in. Kill for Stacks. Gives him a Hunter's Fury. Ping comes down. Stacks' position. Sussed out, it would seem. Sylvan, however, the first to fall. Meteor trying to wrap around the back. Stacks finds one. Decides to fight forward. Ends up falling for it. Off point blank. Flick does not come through. The fuse, however, is already being held. And once again, we reset. We go deeper.
Again, just not
much
confusion to be found in the way that T1 sets this up. Oh, the ping reveals from Trent. Absolutely beautiful timing on the Sova util. He finds a third in the round as well. Coming up big here when G2 needs him. Still though, Jog, Valen topping the frag. Kill count for the side of G2. T1, Buzz, Meteor holding the line. Now we go again, this time Izu with the op. They've got him way far forward here at main.
Need that back.
May challenge Valen.
It's not been something that's been favoring the people on the opposite side today. Valen has still been absolutely on point. It's a big part of the reason why G2 got themselves back into this map.
Portal closed.
Да, правда, Андрей.
They're still alive in this tournament.
Things have really slowed down.
Еще каждому, кто баллов будет обменивать, хотя бы 100 баллов. iPhone в подарок.
Cost them the tournament.
Izu needs to hit this. He wants to have any hope in hell. The swing coming through and Valen loses out on the fight. 3-player push now coming through Art. Sylvan sliding over towards that position. Opting not to go for the peak though. Main being watched, the fake out. Sends a shot, Leaf strafing forward. Meteor, however, able to find him.
Благодарствую за харчок.
Ping out on the Jogamo. Takes the exit. Back over into main. P fights back for one. Izu going to be on the floor. The operator now out of the equation. Meteor dancing around. Needs a shot start. The Jonah P falls to the wayside. Jogamo trying to fight back. But Stacks with 2. Once again, gives T1 match point.
They're able to get such a good read on this. Phenomenal patience from Sylvan. Izu there gets that first kill. And they're able to backpedal, put that operator to good use. Stack stepping in, finding 2 big kills again. He has had some heroics here in the later stages of Pearl. T1 has championship point. Can G2 bring us to another? They're leaning in towards this middle push. It's the op.
Козлы выебаные.
Meteor plays it a bit different.
Хуй вам не стрим next time. Буду спать, сколько часов в брейке буду играть.
The drone just now getting the spot out. Recon on the floor. So too is Meteor.
Го еще. Вот это кайф.
Fantastic opening kill. G2.
Gotta try something different here.
Just feels like the same setup.
It is.
Pick out forward, breaks the wall.
They have no information. I mean, they're just trying to rely on getting the reads on these executes.
Да не знаю, что тебе прикольно играешь, что тебе. Но Джуду, наверное, побольше нравится. Джуан тоже огромный молодцы.
However, dying, Buzz tries to fight their way back into this. Once again, it's just he and Stacks to try to close this out. 3 players on the opposite side, the slide forward. They look to try to push him out of the corner. Stacks, the IGL, sees his shoulder, knows their positions.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. It's time to get up! Wake up,
They play this smartly. 20 seconds remaining. Stacks needing to make a move. Looking to try to get the barrel stuff. He's able to do so, but he's down to 30 HP. The reposition. Obstacle for the fight.
Зачем ты отжал? Такую ошибку сделал. Нельзя себя на таймер сажать в таком клатче. Зачем он отжал?
I mean, they're able to gain a little bit more space this time, our T1.
И все, там чел, видишь, что 6 секунд.
Some of the defenses. There's only so much you can do. They've got those high lows, those crossfires set up against you. Sylvan got caught on the edge of a smoke. Sussed out by
Gosh.
We go again. It's been defender sided the whole way. Who's going to be the one to break that curse, to break that streak? This time, getting aggressive towards A-Main. They remembered where that op was last time, seeing if they can maybe catch it out early. This time, all the way on the other side is Izu.
As repositioned. Alarm bot, as you say. Just outside of Art here.
Sylvan could play off of that. Sliding back in towards site. Him and Meteor. They're util to work with.
Some spams through. Not so ambiguous anymore. G2 starting to ramp up the push. Trying to take this site before the rest of the players from T1 can try to get into position. Buzz just now looking like he's going to start trying to rotate over. For now, site completely obfuscated here by smokes, but Stacks still able to find one. Ping reveal out, sprays through, Leaf on the floor. Stacks will get timing on the reload.
Бля, если бы он нож в руки не взял, да, он перевелся.
But Buzz and Izu play hooky. They skip class. They get back up.
Ралли выживание просто интересно, да.
Stacks has been unbelievable on this defender side in these overtimes. He is getting multi-kill after multi-kill to keep them in this. And he's letting the crowd know. Little shake of the hand warmers. Up again.
Да, финал, конечно, пиздец.
They're stacking towards the A
По факту такие должны быть финалы, такие плотные, 5 карт, с овертаймом, с интригой. Вот, ну, по факту такие должны быть финалы, если честно. А не 3-0, бля, или 3-1, какая-то хуйня вот такая. Финалы должны быть вот такие всегда, по факту. Очень близкие карты, блядь. Ну, начиналось, смотрелось сегодня так, что в одну калитку вот будет. Ну, Тиман молодцы, пиздец. Просто корейцы такие обычно, они хорошо играют, они готовы к турику. Но как будто у них менталка страдает. Типа, если их там поднапиздить, так сказать, в начале, Они могут поплыть и все, блин, как те же DRX там. Ну тут молодцы, стоит отдать должное, молодцы. Вот она. Вот она. Просто им надо 4 килла, и они побеждают.
It's Valen on the opposite side. Izu down to 6 HP, but still swinging, still finding value. As Meteor finds Trent. A 4v2, a 4v1. Jogamo.
Гага.
The one champion on this stage. Asked to do it all. The lockdown in play.
Охуеть. Ебани радуются искренне. Молодцы, заслуженно. Молодцы. Молодцы.
Bangkok champions. And look at the players. Immediately Buzz and Stacks went right to each other and were jumping and hugging their first international trophy. Over 1,300 days of playing professional Valorant together, and they finally get it. Meteor, another Masters trophy in the book. Sylvan and Izu coming in here.
Бля, Хэнкок это имба ебаная. Ну сейчас, подожди, посмотри, как его поднял. Зато хотел тебя пиздец. Молодцы, молодцы. Да Диванычи в группе тоже норм играли, просто как будто чуть обоссанные. То, что они перебороли вот эту как бы... Перебороли страх, это да, нормально. Да молодцы, да, бля, корейцы как бы так на вид приятные ребята, не то что жмых ебаный, но вот реально. Как будто искренне какие чуваки. Прям радуются искренне. Да? Ну за них прям ну, приятно. Они бучат жмых. Выносить свой бан. Где баннер-то? Пиздец, можно было на тимам подниматься. Против Витьков, против Жмыха, потом против G2. Ебать, на тимам можно было подниматься реально. Не-не-не. Я на тиман ставил в группе много. А потом они Жмых упали, я расстроился. По факту надо было продолжать верить. Молодцы, не, корейцы молодцы. Мне приятно. Но G2 тоже сильная команда очень. Просто видите, корейцы их сделали по индивидуалке. Тимплей все равно G2 лучше. Тимплей все равно G2 лучше. Но индивидуально просто корейцы сияли. Просто сияли корейцы индивидуально. Даже на том же сплите. Вот как они камбэкали. Раз квадрокилл, два трипл-килл. Короче. Я не говорю, что это незаслуженно. Молодцы, молодцы. Включились. Каждый чел включился, все. Молодцы, базару вот 0-0. Заслужили. Так, смотрим.
Моя страховка. Пока.
Пиздец здесь. Ну когда он мне выпадет? Какой охуенный, бля. Бля, он же охуенный.
Притормозите! Жму на тормоз.
Бля, прикольный звук, но она прям время типа замедляет, как матрица.
Чему спешно? Притормозите. Замедлю их.
Да, завалю этот чет.
Притормозите.
Бля, ну просто попасть все равно можно, надо будет просто по пуле стрелять.
Замедлю их.
Не, стой, она мне разброс все равно
Жму
дает
на тормоз.
Ну да, да. А какого хуя, это же не стан. Хуля она мне разброс дает тоже. Управляем залом на 7 урона за... Управляем залом наносит... А, ну вот, вот. Это напрашивалось сразу, блядь. Сразу напрашивалось. Это сразу напрашивалось. Конечно, он в соло убивал киллджой, блядь. Какого хуя? Так точно не должно быть, блядь.
Замедлю их.
Бля, прикольно. Так, что надо нажать? Охуеть, я еще и вверх могу. Ёбнешься. Правый зажми. А чё правый зажать? Не понял, в чём разница? Бля, пиздец, блин.
Скины голова.
Да ща. Ну-ка. Вот я их хочу потестить. Да не, нихуя себе дальше, блядь. Почему здесь дальше? Нет, первый уже тоже вот тут заканчивается. Да не. Да ебать, это же вообще пиздец, блядь. Бля, я все хайсенс еще больше ставлю и буду эту хуйню задрачивать. Что это такое, блядь?
Скоро вернусь.
Вот так запрыгнул, потом вот так бегу. Чё, пацаны, вас на меду все трампы поломал.
Удачи.
До свидания. Ой, а я взик потом нахуй. Пиздец, блядь. Я ебал ее нахуй. Охуеть, блядь. Так это, блядь, жатка все нахуй идет, блядь. Что это такое, блядь? Ладно, я хотя бы это с руками делаю. Но ган довольно быстро достается. Ах, я бы с руками это делаю, а не с ганом в руках. Ебать, челику можно раскручивать. Бля, мне просто стенд стоит дефолтный. Это же вообще в клатче приколит вот так вот. Зик можно чекать. А я с рефом не могу, как на неонке, ну-ка. Ну да, мне надо именно смотреть, когда я делаю это. Ну, прикиньте, вот чел вот тут где стоит. Я такой. Здорово. Ульт я сам не понял, блядь.
Ну готовьтесь, я иду! Ульта готова.
Какой-то котел, блядь, ебаный. Ну вот, я пришел, нажмите кнопку умения, чтобы ускорить перезагружение, да? Кнопка огонь, чтобы создать свою проекцию, которая изучается свой пучок. После небольшой сдержки вы получаете можете прирост скорости, а пучок расширяется, сдерживая противника в области поражения. Что значит вот сдерживая? Вот мне интересно, как это... Бля, это пиздец.
Ну готовьтесь, я иду!
А что она такая широкая, блядь? Мощный прирост скорости. Что-то я не ощущаю мощного прироста. Ну вот смотрите.
Ну готовьтесь, я иду! Ульта готова.
А, ну ладно, сейчас.
Сейчас что-то будет. Ну готовьтесь, я иду! Ульта готова.
Это что за хуйня? Вот вы говорите, не прострел. Ну это давно. Честно, вот этот апдейт прошел с пиздец как давно. Ну потому что это, ну, честно, тебе в БМ легко закошмарить. Любая вот такая граната, вот так, через верх. Вот смотрите, вот так я.
Жму на тормоз.
Покойники. И под это все дело еще придурок вот тут сидит всегда. И вот этой хуйней занимается, блядь. Ну, вот этот апдейт прошелся очень давно. Даже Савик не шьется. Салави, бля. Салави. Что еще на стендинг? Вот так визуально вроде ничего не поменяли.
Я сейчас. До скорого.
Я же могу... Бля, это же пиздец комбина. Смотри, что я делаю. Я вот так делаю.
Не скучайте. Удачи.
Это пиздец!
Моя страховка. Удачи.
Ну это пизда. Ну это пизда.
Сейчас что-то будет. Сваливаю.
Ёбнешься. Стой, я могу же еще ультануть, допустим.
Ну готов! Сейчас что-то будет. До скорого. Ульта готова.
Ой, бля. Сейчас.
Ну готовьтесь, я иду! Я сейчас. Ульта готова.
Я же быстрее бегу под эту хуйней. Бля, вот по-любому с этим возвращением какие-то баги будут. А я точно уязвим в этой хуйне?
Не скучайте!
Бля, ну это пиздец персонаж. Не, это просто полный пиздец. Бля, вы прикиньте, как она прицел будет уводить. Это вообще пиздец. Вот представьте, чел стоит, ну где-нибудь вот тут, да? Мы с моим другом в клатче остались, я такой... Это же вообще пиздец! Вот она вот тут вот стоит, вот, блин, по 9 чел. Это просто пиздец.
Моя страховка.
Ну шо, блядь, инфу собрал.
Удачи! Скоро вернусь. Пока.
Не, это же пиздец Савиков тоже обуз пикать. Бля, это пиздец имба. Не, пацаны, вы не шарите, насколько это имбовый герой. Я вот так оставляю. Понимаешь, что бы ни случилось, я вот так иду за мейн драться.
Пока.
И я еще инфу подглядываю, где челы. Ладно, единственное, что я не могу до щитов вот это нажать. Это хорошо. То есть, допустим...
Скоро вернусь.
Чтобы мне вот так сделать, я теряю тайминг, но все равно. Бля, я уже комбину придумал, смотрите. Вникаем. Щиты падают. Поехали.
Не скучайте.
Они, допустим, рашут мейн, я такой... Ну, бля, ладно, сейчас вот так надо отсюда.
Сваливаю.
Ну, поняли, словно. Дом с тобой с рыбкой, я сенсор ёбнулись. Это пиздец.
Сейчас что-то будет. Не скучайте!
Кстати, хороший вопрос, да.
Сваливаю. Сейчас что-то будет. Удачи.
Чего, бля?
Я сейчас. Пока.
А, бля. Я ебан. Стой. Или это же наоборот комбина? Стой. Это же наоборот комбина.
Удачи.
Стой, это комбина. Смотри, смотри, слушайте. Начало раунда. Поехали, 4 упали.
Скоро вернусь.
Допустим, в мейне никого нет. Ну, так подтвердил нам. Я вот сюда бегу, там, бью какую-нибудь трапу. И вот так нажимаю. И full middle еще чекаю. И full middle чекаю. Кто там, блядь, на парике нахуй идет? Я вот так прочекал, мой чел, уходит ша, блядь. Блядь. Ну, пацаны пишут, что не могут. Это пиздец.
Моя страховка. До скорого.
Пиздец. Герой. Сейчас мне надо, пацаны, проверить, что там у нас происходит. Зарегались, мы не зарегались. Пиздец. Так. Шаг где? Там две дыры. Че говорит, чтобы я на бет сделал?
Я сейчас.
Бля, тут не забит же этот.
Моя страховка. До скорого.
Пиздец. Да, на бинде. О, этот чел на бинде заебет. Но бинт пока убрали. Да нет, это имба-герой, там столько под него комбин будет, блять. Ну как будто есть ощущение, что джетка просто нахуй идет. Что она просто юзал стала. Кому нужна джетка, когда я вот так нажимаю? Я говорю, мне ни ревил, нихуя не надо бить. Вот так иду с авиком.
Пока.
Еще вот такая у меня хуя есть. Я еще вот сюда смещаюсь, да, и вот так вот, блядь. О, кстати, на правом клик как будто выше. Ну-ка. Или нет, бля. Пиздец, бля. Еще вот эта хуйня есть. Ну-ка, я савик стрельну.
Притормозите!
Я даже зум не могу
Замедлю их.
Я даже зум не могу открыть. А. Пиздец.
Притормозите. Чему спешка? Чему спешка?
У него имба кнопки, не знаю. Ебать, ульта далеко кладется. Охуеть, блядь.
Ну готовьтесь, я иду! Ульта готова.
Чего, бля? А, это старый, блядь. Да, блядь, чего он сворачивается? А чего, говорит, коллекция какая-то? Вот это? Это что такое? Сайрекс. Ну-ка. Чего такое? Нож здесь был? Это же фул СКС-ский нож. Что-то я не припомню такого ножа, блядь. Че, джанки ножи, блядь? Да не, герой пиздец ёбнутый. А что там в коллекции у нас? Гвардиан, Стингер, Гост, Вандал. Ну, как будто Гвардиан Ангос поставим тоже. Пиздец. Что вам еще показать? БПшник пока старый. Там сказали, как-то можно мне что-то где-то написали, в вокале где-то, как БПшник посмотреть. Нет, не буду, ты что, у меня же браки в PUBG. Да похуй, блядь, не сам хочется что-то играть.
Ульта готова.
Если ты есть Бог, сука, помоги! Отец мой небесный!
Я заебался! А, он эти камни? Ебать. Это что-то новое, блядь. А что такая графика приятная? Тут все на высоком, блядь? Ну да, хули я хотел, блядь. Думаю, что ебать глаз радуется. А с какого-то у меня так FPS тут? Только текст. 600 FPS у меня тут? Ебать. Вам что, не нравится? Кого-то прикольная коллекция, нет? Что-то есть не сайт. Как будто звук из Звездных войн напоминает, не знаю. Здорово, Маришка. Вандал с БП. Вот там, по-моему, коллекция есть, а так типа самого БП нету. Ну, по-моему, мне написали, что там в коллекции все равно есть. Бля, зум кого-то прикольный. Валик красиво выглядит, кажется, на высоком. Да, стилишь, красав. Персонаж пиздец, конечно. Надо жить. Чего, бля, соглашаюсь, нахуй. А какой там вандал за ПП? Если вы его так увидите, а хуй знает, как он называется. Что-то я вот такое вообще тоже не помню. 20 скинов уже выпустили. Да о чем вандал с БП показывает? Я не очень понимаю. Это что такое, блядь? Это с БП снова? А вы чё, охуели? А чё он такой красивый, блядь? Я еще что, ну я на нем поэтому остановился, я что-то говорю, не припомню такого. Ебать, блядь. А чё так красиво-то? Да? Ебать, риуты балуют вас, БПшники. Ну, красивый вандал, базару 0. Ну, нет смысла вам его настрелить, показать, какая разница, если, ну, типа, анимка дефолтная, звук дефолтный. Вы вот, может так посмотреть. Риуты немножко факаптули. Тут старый БП, но скины, тем не менее, есть у меня, видите, в инвентаре. Я не могу full БП показать. Точнее, я могу отдельно скины вот так показывать, которые попросите. Бля, ну, базару 0 прикольно выглядит. Для ППшника. Кек, блядь. А, и Изу чё нахуй идет? А капитан чё нахуй идет? Бля, ну базару 0 реально клево вандал. Ну, звучит, вы сами понимаете, доход. Ну, выглядит кайф, не? Выглядит кайф. Для БП вообще, это лучше, наверное, вандал с БПшника. Да куда иди спать уже в 9 прага, сейчас пойду ДМ, блядь. Ёбнусь вообще, я сейчас просто себе столько кофе залью, нахуй. Надеюсь, не откисну. Так, попробую угадать, какой там. А, это где-то курьер был. Что-то по-любому такого верю. Точно, точно. Гвоздодер, блядь. Окей. Бля, вот это тоже как будто такая прикольненькая коллекция, да. Что за звук был? Бабка работает, похуй. Бля, это тоже мне нравилась коллекция. Сука, капитан Крюк, блядь. Бля, кстати, стой, у меня, по-моему, нож есть. Или нет? Потолок, что-то, по-моему. Бля, путаю. Ну, там киберзмена. Ну, неплохой, да, БПшник, конечно. Неплохой БПшник. Надо покупать. 100%.
Я — это начало. Я же и конец.
Бля, ебано. Ебать, что мне... У меня минус сердце, нахуй. Я же еще один в доме. Бля, я охуел. У меня просто стекло, оно прям вот тут окно, блядь. Как будто реально прям в него хуйнули. Бля, я что-то прихуел. Нет, пизду, все, у меня нахуй прыска
Ультимейт готов.
Да, белые люки, блядь. Ну, такой ножичек, пацаны, не знаю. Как будто вот, когда он не светится, нихуя скучно, не? Как будто по форме он прикольный. Вот по форме реально он прикольный. Но то, что он там не светится, даже ничего нету. По форме он прикольно, реально. Ну, ни анимки нихуя нет у него. Ну, для ПП, как уже все равно пиздато. Вот чуть бы он светился хотя бы как-то ярким где-то. Прикольно было. Но вандал, вот, видите, вандал же светится, синенькие штучки. И вот тут бы поярче они светились. Разъеб был бы. Но вандал разъебный какой-то. Ну не забывай, что это просто еще... Ну и бита с БП была разъебная. Ладно, все, мужики, я пошел передохну полчаса, блядь, через полчаса запущу. Охуенный отдых. Полчаса, бля, пошел нахуй. Вася опять стрим запускает. Ты че хуя расслабилась, блядь? Да пойду поем, блядь, хотя бы, не знаю, блядь, нихуево, сука. Это пиздец, я ебал так нахуй жить. Все, через полчаса приходим на это праки. Мне еще надо подумать, просто кого взять. Опять, блядь, все съебали куда-то.